VOD viewers. All right, we pin our coaching topic of the day in the chat, which is pulling. And then I have like a mini lesson plan today. We are in the works here. New methods, question mark? I don't know. I also have some hotkeys to like actually improve the stream. Well, it's not really that much of an improvement. It's like small improvement. Okay, VOD viewers, warning, I'm about to flashbang you if you're watching this at night. Bright white screen about to pop up. I have warned you. Ah, shit, where is it? Ah, there we go. Wait, there's one other thing I was gonna say before we got into this. Whatever. Okay, so my goal today, we're gonna do a deep dive into polls, and once people show up and bring some match IDs, we'll get going. It might get repetitive. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The core basics of pulling is the same, but every situation is a little unique. So I'm kind of curious to see if it'll feel repetitive after the first couple hours, especially because each replay. Well, I was going to say is short, but come on, this is the ZQuixotix stream. There's no way I'll ramble on for like 20 minutes on a single poll. So maybe it won't be that short. We'll see. But the goal is to do a deep dive into polling today, and then I'm going to try to collect match ID examples of different things, and we'll make an updated video. There's an old playlist on polling, which, I mean, some of the stuff has changed, but probably most of the principles are still the same. But we'll still make a new one for like 2026 and all that. I think a lot of the first couple months of this year, I want to be revisiting some old fundamentals. I decided not to worry about going in a particular order, just like whatever's calling to me at a given moment, we'll do it. But it'll hit a lot of the classic fundamentals of climbing Dota, getting good, that type of stuff. So warding will be coming up, pulling, all that jazz. So today we're looking for essentially the two most common issues, which is when you should be pulling and then when people aren't pulling, or doing bad pulls. I guess I should also add that here. Ooh, new keyboard, by the way, officially online. I don't know if you guys can... Hopefully you guys can't hear it. That's the whole point of it. So that when I cast, I don't have to worry about muting my mic and stuff. So these are like the main things we're looking for today. And then various Dota skills that will help with being good at pulling. I don't think we can really have a video clip of these. Maybe, we'll see. But as soon as you can count to 4, you're good. And if you can count to like 6 or higher, I mean, call up AUI to kick snaking, because you're ready to play for Falcons if you can count that high. Because a lot of pulling is just that. It's just like counting and basic arithmetic. Adding the number of creeps or subtracting and being like, I've got more creeps, it's time to pull. It's really that simple. But then there's a couple other like specific things through here. Like having map awareness can help you adjust to... Oh, they're actually shoving the wave. I have to adjust my pull. This guy's creep dragging. I have to adjust that way. Telling your teammates you're going to pull. A couple of tricks on like stopping pulls with aggro ranges, things like that. Blocking camps is like a side thing, but I feel like it's somewhat related, so I added it on here. The purpose of pulling, I think this is a big thing that we're going to cover today. Because I think a lot of people are just pulling without a reason. So I think if you understand why you're trying to do it, you'll have a better idea of when it's good or bad. And then there are times like, it's not that people are doing things wrong, it's that they have different ideas of the lane. So like one guy wants to push, one guy wants to hold the lane. And I think sometimes it's like, oh, he's not doing what I want, so he's bad. But you just might have different ideas. So I think I want to cover that as well. This will be in the video. We can talk about it today. I don't know if we'll find like exact stuff. But stuff like that. And then I think this is my list of like the rough order, because you don't always have to pull. Pulling is like one thing you can do to control equilibrium, and then there's other things like on here. So I think today I'm going to be looking for different like examples of all this stuff. We'll collect the match IDs, and I'll make it easier on myself to make the video. Usually I do all this stuff off stream, but I'm gonna make you guys look at it, I guess, during the the replay days. Since I was doing like a streamer mode for a little bit, streaming like 4 to 5 days a week. So I was doing more playing, but now it's kind of reduced again. So we might as well use 2 of the days, which are replay days, to like turn into videos a little bit more, like a focused effort into it. What's up, everybody? I'm now reading chat. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome in. I'm doing well. I'm ready. We're starting pretty early today. VOD viewers, doesn't matter to you guys, but Ricky and I are casting in the nearish future. We actually don't know what region we're casting, but I know we're going to be covering qualifiers. And in case we're doing Western Europe, I decided to start waking up a little earlier and getting ready. Getting the sleep schedule shifted over. Climbed from Herald 5 to Guardian 5. Yo, congrats. That means you're right on the edge of Crusader, dude. You're skyrocketing. Congratulations. Greetings from Germany. Nice. I hope to visit one day. It'd be great to hear about when it might be worthwhile blocking your own camp. Honestly, that's pretty rare nowadays. You don't usually have to do it. It's usually due to a hero who can eat creeps. So it's like Doom, Enchantress, Chen, eat or use the creeps. Doom, Enchantress, Chen, those are the top 3 in my mind. I don't think it's even that popular anymore, though. We can see, if it comes up, we can talk about it, but I think you don't usually actually have to worry about it. Love to get some tips on the big camp pull through the trees to the tower around 2151. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Honestly, I don't really even use that pull much nowadays. I think you could do it. Maybe it's something I should practice a little bit more and work in. I think you can get by fine without having that pull mastered. I may also need to test that a little bit before I can give you the tips, because that's not one you could do a lot, and I never really sat down and practiced it. It was only recently that I got added in. If you guys want to start submitting games, by the way, start taking a look at polls, feel free. Otherwise, we can just chit-chat and ramble on till we're ready to go. Please help. I deny creeps and last hit with right-click on mouse, but before, I didn't have it like that. Before, I pressed A attack and left-click for last hit deny. There is... Hold on. I'm trying to remember. Maybe we can just search for it. Since they changed the setting page, I'm not 100% sure where everything is. Okay, first of all, we have our attack move button. We're going to need that one. So I assume you have A, is what you're saying on that. No, this one shouldn't matter. Let's not worry about that. Okay, where is the setting we need now? Is it here? Okay, some of it is here, I think. All right, we are right-click allies to follow is what I use. You can set it to be attack or deny. I personally don't use this to avoid misclicking. So for example, I don't even need to pick Largo, but it's so habitual now at this time. I guess I can do the full map to demonstrate this. The reason I don't use this setting personally is to avoid misclicks. Times you may have played in the lane, or it's just like a team fight that is happening in the lane at some point, right? And you can just like imagine you're running away in the middle of the fight and you're going this way, and then especially for ranged heroes, for melee heroes it's probably not as big of a deal. You're trying to like run away back to your lane, and then you accidentally click a creep to like your own creep, and then you just sit there and start doing an attack animation, and the guy comes and kills you because you meant to just be running, but you like misclicked on the creep. That's why I personally don't do it. And that way, if I like, for example, this creep's gonna get low, if I'm running away and I misclick this creep, I'm still just like running in this direction, so it doesn't bother me. Of course, I have to like not misclick on enemy creeps still. So I guess at the end of the day, it's still just like you have to click in the right spot. But if you prefer it that way, to like right click to attack or to deny, this is the setting you need. And I think that's it. They have been adding more settings recently. So I'm not sure if there's another one, but I think that's it. Maybe there's like a Dota Labs thing here, because I know there's like interact with only certain units, but this is like an extra thing. I don't know if that's to your original question. You're gonna try it right now? Yeah, let me know. Let me know if that's what you were looking for. Master Caldas, hey, thank you. I'm glad you like the channel. Guardian 3 at the moment. I'm sure that's gonna go. Now, with the channel, for sure, gains are coming. It is definitely a hard game and a lot of complexity, but it's a lot of fun. So I hope you don't, if you like get fixated on climbing, that's where it can get stressful. But if you just enjoy the learning process, I think it's a great time. Speaking of blocking and good fundamentals, how do y'all get into the headspace to play well? Any warm-up routines and stuff like that? Oh, that's a good question. Sometimes I like to play other games beforehand. Anything that just like moves the fingers a little bit. For a while, I was doing like Age of Empires, just like against bots, like practice build orders, practice pressing buttons really quick. Usually I just have to get like excited to play, which is either I just feel like playing and then that's usually enough for me, or like sometimes I listen to music, you know, whatever's like hype and exciting. That's enough for me. And as long as I want to play, that's enough to like at times I felt I had to gain MMR as a content creator. That was where I felt forced to like, here we go, another day in the office, you know? That wasn't as fun. But now it's like, oh boy, Largo, time to play more music, right? Then I'm just excited to play and I'm excited to learn. So then I don't even have to like do that much to get in the mindset of playing. It works? Great. I'm glad. Yeah. Dota, for better or for worse, there's a bunch of settings, so it's usually good to customize, but it can be hard to find all the customizations in there. Yo, that guy, thank you so much for gifting, or not even gifting us, of donating. There we go, there's the right word. Thank you so much. I had a good time of the holidays and the new year. I hope you did as well. Why does Weekend Dota feel like all the griefers come out? Hey guys, who wants to do the replay? No one wants to put in a match replay? This is why we usually start with one. No one wants to be here? Someone throw in a match ID. We gotta start somewhere.
Zuki underscore Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Rage Art.
You got a gifted sub, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't even know if it's about griefers. I would argue it's more casual players more than griefers. The people who can play on weekdays are probably more dedicated / tryhard / addicted to Dota. Whereas the people who are just like occasionally playing and like only have time on weekends, maybe more of a casual audience. That's not always true. I understand there are people who are very try-hard, who are busy and just can only play on weekends, you know? But I feel like weekend Dota is like, I'm chilling, playing with the gang, we drinking, we lighting up, like whatever. I don't know, I've never done that. I'm too try-hard to do that. But so I hear people like to do that, you know? And, you get people, you know, having a little bit more fun, taking Dota a little less seriously because of that. I have a random one, but don't roast me. Don't worry, this is a place of education. We only roast if people want it to roast. Wait, I gotta use my new hotkeys. I gotta make myself do this. No, wrong one. There we go. Who are you playing here, by the way, Maple? I have it on anonymous mode, so I can't see names if one of you, if you're named in here. First time here, is the review free? Yeah, it's mostly free. As long as I will follow down a list, where is it here? I'll do a guaranteed for, you know, a donation, but it's totally optional. As long as there's nothing queued up, we just randomly pick stuff from the chat. And I expect to go through a lot today because we're only looking at polling, which is like the first 5-ish minutes, and zoom through the rest to find the polls in the moments. So I expect to cover a lot today. No one should even... You probably have a good shot at getting a replay without even without any worries about having to do the donations or anything like that today. Crystal Maiden, cool. Okay, let me write that in. Crystal Maiden. We got to do our timestamps. We're gonna be loaded out on timestamps today. Wait, no, not Crystal Maiden. Archon. Oh, Pro Pyro, thank you so much. I just threw out you didn't have to if you don't want to. If you regret that decision, let me know. But otherwise, we'll definitely do yours next. Thank you so much. Okay, timestamp is ready. We're gonna go. Let's do it. Crystal Maiden, where are you at? All right, we are looking at the poll, so we'll just jump ahead. Actually, while we let the first blood play out, let's decide if we even need to... Let's see if we should be thinking about it. So we are with the Medusa. We're really not that strong of a lane. If you land all your spells together, it can be okay, but I wouldn't expect... Deny it! Oh, nice, Frostbite. Okay, we'll take that. And it's looking to be Rubik and Tidehunter. So I'm really not expecting to get kills, because Rubik should be staying far enough away as a ranged hero to not get killed. People always make mistakes in pubs, so, you know, could. Tidehunter, he's just going to dispel our stuff, so it's going to be really hard. I actually really like that you did this, because I am planning to just... Okay, we just farm Medusa, so I'm going to do my best to hold the lane here, and I want to make sure my pole camp is available. Before you do that, I don't know if you did it or if we just couldn't see it. Make sure you click Rubik. Okay, I somewhat regret jumping ahead now. Let me go back in time. Let's try this one more time now. If you know Rubik does or does not have a sentry, you may or may not have to do what you did, even though I love the idea. So it looks like you guys actually made an aggressive play, and oh, you guys got the Tidehunter. Okay, I'm glad we came back to see that. But you didn't see the Rubik, it looks like, until now. So right now, if you check him, you can see if there's a sentry. And sometimes, if you can do the math, you can figure out if he could have had a second sentry to place it, or in this case, like one sentry, and maybe this is blocked or not already. Sometimes you can tell if he's already like spent all his money and it's all here, then you know you don't even have to do the sentry unblock. So clicking on heroes could help you deduce. I'm not gonna lie, I see this and I'm like, God, that math is impossible. Who knows how much money this guy has spent? I guess I actually can, you know. Magic Stick is 200, and nowadays the Iron Branches being a little more expensive, 2 Iron Branches and Tangos is another 200, and then with the Sage's Mask, that's the final 175, so he has 25 gold extra. So actually, he can't possibly have blocked this camp, unless another support did it. You did see Venomancer on the other side. You could have clicked Venomancer potentially, but Venomancer being up here, I know he wasn't here. So actually, by checking the items, we don't even need to do this in the end. Though I don't mind that you did. If you're not sure, it's fine to do. But technically, with the information gathered, you don't need to do it. I will say, if you're starting with 2 sentries, usually the reason you do it is so that you can block the camp and unblock, and then buy another sentry to do whatever, depending how the game goes. If you're thinking, oh, I'll save this for after he unblocks his camp, usually you can just do that with this courier that's coming out. So you could start with like another mango, for example, here instead of this sentry. And then sometimes the money doesn't work out, but just as like a possibility. And then buy the second sentry when it comes out. And that way, like, you're more likely to need a mango or whatever other small starting item consumable than the second sentry for the reblock. But it's kind of minor. It's not really a huge deal. Aw. Okay. Couple things there. So I see what you're going for. You're thinking about the body block. This guy's contesting. I think you were trying to keep him out of the camp. I'm going to go back, though. Real quick on your items. Rather than buy the wand recipe, the wand recipe is one more stat. If you make it to 10 charges, you can just use them. I know there are times you could save them, but realistically, you are probably using health and mana throughout the laning stage. So if you're getting to that many charges, just use the stick and then start collecting new charges. The one extra stat is nice, but Crystal Maiden is actually super mana intensive. You can kind of see, right? You've done a lot. You got the first blood, right? But now we are no longer a hero once you run out of mana. So I really recommend you buy 1 or 2 mangoes in the laning stage, possibly a clarity as time goes on. I think those are much more important than the wand recipe. Like for the wand recipe cost, you could have 2 mangoes, and 2 mangoes as you hit level 2 could be a kill because you could just cycle through the spells and kill someone. So that's usually better than the wand recipe. Coming back to this, so I like what you were thinking, where the lane's actually in a good spot. So we just need to make sure Rubik doesn't do a pull, and he can't do a pull if this camp isn't spawned. So if you're thinking about that, that's fine. In terms of, oh, well, do I need to make sure he can't body block? If you have the mana, it is possible to stop him, especially depending on the time. You know, you see him running over, you frostbite, you prevent him to get in. You actually don't have the mana. It'll be a little close, I suppose, with the regen, and then if you use the stick charges, let's just say you don't have the mana. In that case, there's nothing you can do to stop him, but you don't actually need to pull because the lane's in a good spot. Or maybe it's like close. While he is going to the body block, you just focus on the creeps to make sure, okay, he blocked the camp, but I don't need to pull because the equilibrium is still here and it's still good. And then the other option is, okay, I'll body block as a counter response. The way you positioned, I think you were trying to just make sure he didn't block your camp. And then I think if you want to do that, you have to use the stick charges. If you want to body block his safely and he's like standing over here, you should just run over here because you can just cut in this way. And this way you're further away from the Tide Hunter. Like if you try to go through here, they can collapse on you. If you come in from this side, it'll just be you versus Rubik, which usually would be okay. With no mana, it's a little scary, but you could do that. And then the sentry block at the last second is also doable. But this is also part of why like you maybe do it at the start of the game, so then you don't have to like, you ended up taking a good chunk of damage there, right? So if you're a squishy hero like Crystal Maiden and you're scared to come up to do this camp, you should usually block it earlier. Downside of this kind of block, which I respect because it's like, oh shit, I'm not gonna make it, like let me just do it, fine, don't worry about it. The downside though is that they're pretty close. So if he ends up trying to unblock his camp and he like sticks it here, he may get this as well for free, or like he blocks your camp, he may end up getting everything for free. All right, so this, we're going to have to think about pulling. As soon as it comes under the tower, we need to think about it because this is going to shove. Oh no, they're blocked. So this one's okay. I know that Rubik body blocked it. So I don't have to worry about like getting it open with a sentry. I just, hopefully he won't body block it again at 2 minutes and it'll respawn. And then this one we did block. So possibly depending on the matchup, you could consider unblocking this yourself. I would say in this case, it's okay. What's more likely to happen, or like your response here can be, okay, we're just gonna have to shove the lane together, which going back to it, if you get the mangoes, you'll have a little bit more mana to do this. Now, actually, your build, I'm kind of okay with this, though I may change it. So usually Crystal Nova and then Arcane Aura at level 2 is your safest build for we're playing very passive, and I'm just going to use Crystal Nova to harass and secure range creeps. QW is for aggressive plays to get kills. And then WE is the rarest version, which is like I 1v1 trade with someone, usually the support, and then the core is okay in the like one-on-one matchup in the lane. It can be good, but it's usually the rarest, and QE is usually like you can still trade, but also have the option to get lasted. So slight build adjustment there. I'll throw out. I like that you're denying your creeps, since we can't really do much else. Oh, last attack, nice. All right, and then because he successfully blocked it, we're just like straight back to the lane. If you shove this in, it will reset. So these are all the creeps that need to die right here. Let me switch to free cam. So this creep wave and this creep wave are supposed to meet here, but instead they're gonna like clash here. Well, depending on what he does, actually, if you focus on denying right now, it could work out where it ends up pushing back because you'll have more creeps meeting here and it'll make its way back here. But the other option is to push this really quickly so it goes under the tower, and then either your next creep wave will also go under this tower, or it will end up shoving out because it was under tower and like push back a little further over here. Those are kind of your options since the pull camps are dead. Oh wait, this isn't free cam. Go back. Rubik's now back, so now it's a little scary. Here's why I say like it depends what happens. You guys got him to anchor smash a couple times, so it actually killed the creep wave. So this has effectively reset now. This creep wave is supposed to meet this one right here. It's gonna meet a little further, but this isn't that bad. You can deal with that. And now we're just laning again. You don't have to do what you're doing here. You can just like be in the lane poking. And then you could have maybe helped get the Lotus as well. You did end up securing, okay, Lotus aside, if you're in the lane, instead of sitting here, you'll be able to do a couple auto attacks. And then you can choose between the Lotus and the camps. If you're the weaker lane, your choice is fine. If you think you're strong enough to do this, you could do that as well. I'd say for this matchup, it's okay to do this one. And then we're still okay. How is Medusa farming? Let's see. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good, not bad. Okay, this pull though, this is bad. Let's go back. All right, we now activate our skill. 2 skills required here. 1, the map awareness to just check the lane. So even though our hero is here, we got to take a look over. And then we must count. We must use our arithmetic and our fingers. So how many creeps are here? It's 2 on 2, which means equilibrium is right here. And it's not going this way, it's not going this way. The next waves, if I don't pull, right, they're supposed to meet here, which means their creep wave is gonna get to it first, and then ours will arrive a second or 2 later. It's not that big of a deal, and it's so minor with this health difference that if we just focus on denying creeps, we can get it to push into us. With that said, if we don't do that and they focus on denying creeps, they could potentially get the lane to push out this way. And then if we accidentally draw too much creep aggro, we use too many AoE spells, right? That could also influence the lane direction. But if no one does any of that and you just focus on lasts and denies, it'll actually sit here and it has a slight pressure this way because their creeps are meeting first. If you pull... Well, actually, let's just show you, right? So when you pull, it is now 5 creeps versus 2, soon to be 1 creep. And then if the creeps are here, this is a good rule of thumb. When the creep wave is here, your creeps have to die at the same time the small camp has to die, because for these creeps to walk to here is about the same time it takes for their creeps to walk to here. So now we're at a different position. Now we're over here. So now the time to walk from here to here is 1 second. So these creeps have to be here when this melee creep dies, right? Because if our creeps are here when this melee creep dies, then these guys will move forward, and then we'll end up meeting here, which is our preferred equilibrium. They actually just need to be walking right now. And in fact, it's still going to be really close. They need to be speed boosted forward to make it on time here. Because they're not, and actually they're sidetracking because of the pull, it's now way longer, right? Now we have to kill this camp, then they have to come back to the lane, then they have to walk over here. So this is now going to come under the tower, like so. And even if we were to do our best, and you're killing the small camp, if we were to focus our creeps, right, we would only deny one here. Even by focusing the camp, you can see we can't kill it fast enough, and then here's the creep wave. And now this creep wave, okay, so here's, now things are getting messy again. If this creep wave had walked back, they would have fought under the tower, probably taken long enough that this wave gets delayed too, and then the next wave ends up under tower. That would be the worst case that you would push the hardest, but best case that it would probably solve itself without you realizing what you need to do. It would be such a big wave, it would push itself under tower and reset without you even thinking about it. Or it goes under tower, it dies, your wave pushes up a little bit, and then you push like 7 creeps into 4 creeps, and then that slowly pushes, and then that does not fix itself. Tide is now creep dragging to the side, intentionally or not, I don't know. So things are really weird. Carry players, you actually need to drag this wave through the tower and meet this wave back here, or have kept the creeps outside the tower earlier. Previously on this small pull, you don't want to do this pull, or you have to do a half pull, because this camp can kill half the creeps. They can kill 2 creeps if they're only fighting 2 creeps. They'll only kill 1 creep if they fight all 4 creeps at the same time, but if you only bring 2 creeps, they'll kill those 2 creeps. It doesn't matter which 2, front 2, back 2, I don't care. The other 2 creeps will go to lane, and they'll die to this creep wave. So then you're good. All the creeps will be dealt with, and your equilibrium will be here. But if you pull the whole wave, these creeps, all of them won't die, and then these are all going to die under the tower, and then we're pushing. Kind of like that. And then carry players, if you're being pressured, support players, you can do this too, actually. So like, let's say you do a pull, and the carry is lower, they're here, and you're like, okay, you go farm. Support players, you can run out when you see this happening, and especially if it's further out. You wait here and drag it.
Thank you. What?
Thank you for the prime sub. I don't know, I'm TG Sayaman. Thank you, Sayaman. I really struggle with symbols, not symbols, the letters in the front, the consonants. Support players, drag it around like this to the camp would be number 1 and then the most dangerous, and you probably can't do that. Holding it right here and dragging it like down and around is another option, but they might pressure you under the tower. Dragging the creep wave through the tower is going to tank too much damage to fix your own equilibrium, but it is the safest because the enemies aren't going to dive you at like 3 minutes into the game. And you can imagine if a half pull happened, those 2 creeps are up here right now fighting outside the tower. They're going to die to these 5 creeps, and then these 2 creeps would die to the small camp. So now we have to think about how to fix equilibrium. And if this camp actually spawns, like if you had the choice between blocking this camp or letting it spawn, you could choose to let it spawn so that you have access to the hard camp to try to fix this lane. You can kind of see these 4 creeps are supposed to be fighting these 4 creeps, but instead we have a bonus 3 creeps here that are dying, and it's going to leave like 1 or 2 creeps here to fight these 4 creeps, and that's just not going to work unless the enemy screws it up and they use all their AoE spells, which can always happen in a lot of pub games. Your other option is to do another pull, but that's going to force you to be out of the lane, and sometimes the first pull doesn't die in time, sometimes it gets blocked. Kind of like in this case, you actually don't have a small camp now. In theory, if you did another small full pull coming up here with this wave, that would probably fix itself. It requires you to do 2 back-to-back pulls, and instead of the equilibrium just staying here the whole time, it will move up and down. In you will see pro players intentionally do that, but it's harder to coordinate in a pub game, so I don't usually recommend it. And here's where you actually want to drag this down. This is going to be too soon because of the leash time, and then you end up farming it. So now all the camps are dead, and we're actually going to sit here for a while. Let's see what they do. So they don't seem to be trying to hold this out at all. Tidehunter, he's missing a bit of health, so I don't understand if he doesn't want to. Rubik could hit this creep wave and drag them out here like this and try to hold it until their creep wave shows up. You should not let him do that. You should pressure him under the tower if it's safe to do so. If this creep wave goes under tower and dies, we're good, because this creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave right here. The issue is these 4 creeps are not going to die to the tower fast enough, right? As we can see, they're going to come under the tower, and this is going to cause them to delay. So all this delay time, we're going from here, starting to move up, 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 the longer things are going. And then this creep is getting low, too. So even if it does meet now, right, Tide's even denying it. So this equilibrium is not bad, but it's 4 creeps versus 3 creeps. If you can bait the enemy to use an AoE spell in lane, you can fix it from here. If you and Medusa have really good, or you, the support and the carry, have really good attack animations, which I'd say you two don't really, you can sometimes fix a 4 versus 3 creep lane. Heroes like Anti-Mage, Lifestealer, Juggernaut, who can, they're really good at denying their own creeps. They can sometimes fix this if the enemies don't like mess them up. But usually this is hard to fix and will require, it'll like keep pushing forward until a nether pull happens, which this camp is up. A half pull will probably fix your equilibrium. So if you wanted to do a half pull, it could work. If you want to do a full pull, you have to shove this lane a little bit. So for example, right now, especially if you were coordinating with your carry, Crystal Nova, use the snake, you nuke all these creeps to shove it forward, and then you do a full pull while keeping an eye on what they're doing. A lot of pub offlaners will just drag this creep wave under tower. It will do the same thing we just saw, where it'll probably meet these creeps, and these creeps will win because they're fighting under tower, and they'll push up as a weakened lane, which you're doing the same thing with these creeps that are supposed to meet this one. You're pulling them to the camp. You're not killing them all. You're reducing them, and then they're coming back to lane. So then you're going to get 2 weakened creep waves around this area if you push this now. If you don't push this now, then you're going to get stuck in the cycle that we're kind of seeing. Ignoring the death, right? We're pushing forward 4 creeps. Here they go. They fight under the tower. We can actually speed up a little bit here, right? Our full health creep wave fights a weak creep wave, so it's pushing forward again. It goes under the tower, fights, dies, weakens this creep wave. They come up, fight the full health creep wave, except now we're doing a pull. But it's a little messy, right? For ideal equilibrium, these creeps actually need to be here right now. So I didn't know you respawned and you were doing this. Let's go back to when you did this pull. So right before you pull, you check the lane. How many creeps do we have here? Catapult, 1 ranged, and then 1 melee under tower. This one's going to be dead already. So I need all of these creeps to be dead. Or when those creeps are dead, I need this small camp to be dead. That actually looks pretty doable. So we pull, we check in again, and I look at this. The issue with the catapult wave is that the creeps will prioritize Medusa over the catapult wave. So if Medusa steps away, and in fact she should, carry players in this situation, you should step away and come to the small camp and farm this yourself, and the support should come here and catch the wave when it pushes in. Because if you don't do anything, the catapult will actually hold the creep wave for a long time, because creeps are really bad at killing catapults. So they'll sit here for a long time, and you have time to finish this small camp, and then hopefully this catapult is dead by that point. Realistically, it's actually going to be alive if the enemies don't do anything to it. Medusa, if she stands here and does this, Now they don't stay on the catapult, they ignore the catapult, and now we need the small camp to be dead already, and we need it to be here. Medusa's correct choice is to walk this way if it is safe to do so, and you can go towards her to meet her to make it a little safer. Her other option is to tell you, like, okay, kill these creeps really quickly, and you can identify it. You can look yourself, right? You don't even need her to say it. You focus on killing the small camp more than you focus on denying, and she has to buy a little time. She has to, like, snake her way through, like, the tree line, up and down, whatever. If she just goes straight down, these creeps won't make it in time for how long it takes you to kill this camp. But if she buys you, like, 3 seconds, you can probably finish this creep camp, maybe use a spell if you have to. The creeps will move in, and then you meet here, and then you're good to go. Except for this catapult. This catapult will be, like, throwing you off a little bit. Or Medusa can nuke the creep wave, and then still bring it under tower. So now we have a new can of worms, which is that this creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave that is somewhere around here right now. Actually, it's a little further. It's, like, here. And we have a whole extra ass creep wave in here. So this is now... This is really hard to fix with a pull when you have this many creeps, and to do it, you kind of just have to shove it all the way into the tower really early and then let it die. At least we killed the Tide Hunter. This is the perfect case to shove it in. Rubik dragged this wave. Okay, things are really bizarre now. He will probably get these creeps killed. It's out of our control what happens to these creeps at this point. For you, ignoring the pulls, this is actually the right time for you to just leave the lane. It's not the focus of today, but you should just, like, drop an observer if you have one and then head out. Go back mid with sniper, gank the Huskar, or you're like, damn, that's a Huskar, no thank you, and then, like, twin gate over to these guys. Just leave Medusa alone, go stack. You can try for a Wisdom Shrine steal, maybe that's what you guys are thinking. If you didn't think you could do it, then I would go with one of the things we talked about. At this point, Medusa's level 5, so actually the fact that you don't have Equilibrium is not really the end of the world. She should actually be shoving it and then jungling. Terranon, thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the timestamps. I do hope they're helpful. And as for how much they generate from ads, it's like, it's fine. I don't plan to paywall these, like, on-stream coaching sessions. Even if the ads, one day I hope we can just turn off ads because I won't have to care. That'll be ideal. But I think it's fine to leave them open. I like the whole reason we do these free coaching sessions is that I don't want knowledge to be paywalled, even as much as I need to, like, you know, be a business and whatever. There's a lot of kind viewers who come by and donate gift subs and stuff that helped keep all of it free. But also I feel like it would defeat the purpose of doing these free coaching sessions and then paywalling the VOD. That would be, like, not the point. I think we're done with this one. I think we can move on to the next. How long into the game do we want to maintain Equilibrium? Right around now is pretty good. The threshold is either you win or you lose the lane, and you are switching into farming mode. If you're winning the lane, Medusa should shove the lane and then jungle these camps. If you're losing the lane, Medusa should kill the creeps under the tower and then farm the small camp or do her own pulls and then come over here and farm this stuff. Or, like, which one you choose is up to you. So, like, you can do this and then go this way. You can go this way and farm this stuff. Some heroes can do ancients. Medusa actually could. Drow can do it, right? Where you, like, farm back here and you just kite them. Melee heroes can't usually do it. And then you just stay here. And at that point, you don't want Equilibrium, because if you hold Equilibrium, the carry can only farm 2 creep waves a minute, and they don't have time for anything else. To increase your farm, you need to reduce the time it takes to deal with creep waves, which means you have to shove it. Auto-attacking all the time, or intentionally bring it under tower, so that the tower helps speed up the creep kills, and then with the time you save, you can then go do the jungling, and that's how you actually increase your money. I'm gonna pull up the next one. How do you balance equilibrium and pushing for Lotus? It depends on what your goal in the lane is. The Lotus is always nice to get, so if you can make any reasonable case that you think you could do it, feel free to shove the lane and go for it. There are some that are just no good though. Like, you try to shove the lane and they're so strong, they just tank the wave and still beat you at the Lotus fight. At that point, we're losing on every front. You know, we're not going to get the Lotus, and I have lost equilibrium. So what am I doing at that point, you know? So in those cases, when you're losing really badly, it's probably better to just maintain equilibrium and give up the Lotus. But if you are the strong lane, it can be worth shoving the lane to make sure you get the Lotus. With that said, if you are so strong of a lane, it goes back to what we just said earlier, which is I don't need to shove the lane because I can actually just ignore the creeps for a little bit, walk over, fight them at the Lotus. Even if we tank enemy creeps for a little bit, I'll beat them. And then we can come back to farming in good equilibrium that continues to threaten them. So it's mostly the extremes. You're really weak or you're really strong. You can just leave the lane where it is and go for the Lotus. It's the lanes that are closer together where you need that slight advantage of like, oh, 2 creeps make the difference. That's where it's kind of worth pushing the lane to go for the Lotus. I will say, though, I think most pub games, you don't actually need to think about any of this. Until you get pretty high, I would say like Divine and higher, I don't actually think you really need to think about pushing lanes and then going for Lotuses. Because what is actually way more likely to happen is one of these scenarios. One, nobody's even thinking about the Lotus. The whole balance of the lane does not matter, because if one person is in the Lotus pool unnoticed, everyone else forgot until they go, oh shit, that guy's grabbing the Lotus. And by the time they get there, it's too late. So none of the lane equilibrium matters in that case. 2, someone gets the Lotus, and then the lane continues to be super passive, and you never really need the Lotus. It's better to be in that situation than to not have the Lotus, but I guess the point is the Lotus is hotly contested at Pro Dota because that's like a free ability and they're going to use it, right? The amount of healing you get from that, they will capitalize on it very quickly. Most pubs will not. So actually losing the Lotus is not that big of a deal until you get to a high enough rank where there's actually action in the lane. And then 3, the cost of pushing the lane to get the Lotus, like there's a trade-off, right? If we assign a gold value to the Lotus, which it's a bit better than like a Mango and Fairy Fires, so like let's call it 100 something gold. We'll just say it's the same as a creep wave to make it easy. If a Lotus is the same as a creep wave, okay, I shove this lane and I go get the Lotus. So that part's paying off. And then I don't know how to fix equilibrium, so we lane in a bad spot for 2 more minutes, and I lose more than a creep wave, then I'm now gold negative. So you have to, like, if you're going to intentionally shove the lane, you have to know how to make use of the Lotus and fix your equilibrium to actually get a gold advantage from this Lotus. Otherwise, just keeping equilibrium in the same place is easier for more pub random teams to deal with, right? Because like, hey, sit here and farm. Like, oh, okay, I know how to do that, right? Like, that one's easier. I think the whole, like, what we're going to see today is a whole bunch of people not knowing how to fix equilibrium smoothly, which is the challenge with intention. Okay, IO5 unranked. Do I coach anyone right now? There's a couple people I coach. It's on signups are through Patreon. I'm not gonna really. Some of them don't care like if it's brought up. Some do, so I don't really have to go through it. But the free coaching is streams like this. It's like mini coaching, all of that. Unfortunately, as much as I would like to just help random people, I am a business at some point, and I unfortunately don't have time to like do endless free coaching. Streams like this are like the middle ground where there is free coaching, but I also, benefit from it. I hate having to do that, but that's also just the reality of having quit a job and making it YOLOing the full time in content creation. Are you only analyzing NA games? No, God, no. I certainly hope not. Please bring all the other regions in. I'd be happy to have them. It tends to happen that we have mostly NA and EU games, I would say, and like SA. Just because like time zone wise of when I stream, those are probably the majority of the audience, but there's no like limitation, no discrimination here. I'm happy to see all the regions. Okay, we're gonna do this IO game. Hey, John, I remember that. I didn't mean for everyone to, I left it anonymous, so I hope it wasn't, I hope nothing got directed at you personally. I just thought it was pretty educational, even though people lashed on to the toxicity part. But I'm glad it sounds like you like reflected on it and improved a lot, so I'm happy to hear that. I have to do this one first. This one's donated, and then we're going to pick from random people again, and we may get to one of yours. But first we'll do this one. I'm gonna timestamp it so we can get going on it. The IO game, we threw at the end, but hope there was a point where I could have changed the outcome such that it didn't go so late. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you, getting IO information is kind of hard nowadays. Speaking of the coaching, actually, I have someone who loves actually, funny enough, multiple coaching students who actually really like IO. So I've covered a lot of IO in my time. I'm gonna change the zoom. I don't even know if I can zoom in replays anymore, but I'm gonna change the hotkeys while we're doing this. Cause can I do it? Oh, we can't. Isn't there a way to do this nowadays? How come I lost the ability to zoom? I want to be able to zoom out in the replay to show you guys like the whole lane moving. Wait, is it because I'm in player perspective? Oh, it was. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, we're gonna look at your laning stage and focus on the pulling first, since that's the topic of the day. If you have some egregious pulls that grief your lane, then we'll cover that and we'll be good to go. If all of your pulls are good, everything's fine, then I'll look further until we find a major mistake for you to actually address your question, since you donated for this. I'd hate to ignore your question completely. I would probably still recommend some basic stats rather than immediate ring of regen, but I am open to it. I know there's been discussion on is a headdress worth it, and Io is actually one of the heroes that I think you could make the case for. So I am open to it, but do notice your health pool is 588, and that's with a blood grenade, right? So with no stats, and then after we throw this blood grenade, you're actually very low health, which is kind of dangerous in the lane. Plus, you're a universal hero, right? That didn't get changed back. Yeah, still a universal hero. And your laning stage, we don't have useful abilities. All we do is auto attack as Io. And I know regen is part of it, but you still want to auto attack. So Iron Branches will give you a bit more damage to get more value out of your auto attacks. It'll tank you up a little bit. And Overcharge is based on your max HP. So you'll still get a little bit more regen from those Iron Branches. And then you can go back for the Ring of Regen as well and still go for a very fast headdress. And personally, I think that's probably a little safer than to rush this very bare minimum stat build. You also have a Luna on your team, so you're even more inclined to auto attack a little bit. Matchup wise, you and Luna. versus getting first blood. Nice. That might be an Earthshaker 4, so Darkseer +1. I wouldn't even bother healing the Phoenix personally, but I understand why you wanted to do it a little bit since they took damage from the start. But this is the cost of being late to lane. Sometimes it's healing the Phoenix, which, oh man, maybe I'm kind of wishing I had healed the Phoenix a little bit more now. Sometimes it's going for a first blood down here, and then we're walking to lane and being slow. Sometimes it's like, oh, I got killed. Do I walk? And then I'm like a little late. Should I TP? You know, should I head home? Should I go to lane? Whatever. I typically recommend we try to get to lane as quickly as possible because stuff like this happens, right? Where because we aren't there, the very first wave of equilibrium could get disrupted. And this is actually very important in this kind of matchup because Earthshaker position 4 is the king of manipulating creep waves. And until a camp spawns, I know it's today's focus is the pulling. Pulling is not an element until these camps spawn. And it is very possible to not let the camp spawn for the entire laning stage, right? You can bring sentries, you can lose the sentry war, people can creep drag through here, they can body block. It is very possible to never have these camps for like the first couple minutes. And so the very first few waves are very important because they're going to start at equilibrium, ignoring like some of the tricks they could do. And there's no guarantee that we will ever be able to fix it if it goes wrong. So trying to be in lane right away, and even if it costs like, oh, I couldn't heal my mid a little, you know, usually I think it's worth it. I do understand like stuff comes up. Sometimes we're just a little late. It happens. But that's why I usually harp on it so much for you guys. And now at this point, it's awkward to ward. If you're going to ward, I recommend you do it earlier. So actually for a while, you guys sat here. I would say run up here first as a team, place your observer. And versus an Earthshaker, I would say you have a couple options. One, somewhere in the lane could be good. Somewhere further out to see when Earthshaker is roaming away from you guys and going mid, although you have a Phoenix, so it's not as worrisome if that happens. And then somewhere in this area to see him doing creep dragging stuff could also be a thing. This was an unranked game. I'm not sure how highly, high MMR this game ends up being, so maybe creep dragging is not going to be that likely to happen. I would probably do something like here as my default. Who warded back here? How dare? Or was that you? Oh god, it's messy. It's so messy. Alright, this is not really your fault though. Like, they're making it messy. So Luna is... side tip. When this happens, going back actually a little bit, if your Luna could drag this creep wave through and then you prepare to catch the next creep wave out here, that could be one way you regain equilibrium control. If you guys can run the creep wave outside, that could be another. It doesn't have to be the full wave either, because I see that Ion Shell is killing these creeps. So you can let the tower kill like 2 to 3 creeps and then just keep 1 alive. Because usually creeps are supposed to be 4-on-4. So even just 1 extra creep makes the difference to apply a little bit of pressure towards you to help you maintain equilibrium. And now if you're worried about being dived because of a Darkseer, that is a legitimate concern and you may want to trim off more creeps, but I think 1 will not make or break you. Then you just poke. You can play very aggressive because you have the tether away. This guy, you don't have to worry about harassing as much. I would focus on the creeps and the Darkseer. When you're next to Luna, you'll get like the bonus damage as well. So just like stick in lane and auto attack. Io actually happens to be a hero who doesn't need to pull as often, though if you do, it's not that bad. Because you can always tether back to lane pretty quickly. But if you sit in lane, because all we do is auto attack, and we even have like bonus... Oh, you want Metagun? I didn't even realize. Okay, the default build is to have extra attack speed, which you can use to either harass people in the lane or then like hit your own creeps. And because you hit your own creeps enough, you can often just maintain the lane here without even needing to do any pulls. I am open to this on as a exploration thing. I don't actually think you need to do it this game. I think Luna is tanky enough and would prefer the usual, what is it, Kritzkrieg or something? Whatever it's called. I think she would prefer that more than Metagun. I went Metagun because they had so much burst. It ended up working pretty well this game. Okay, we can take a look at it. We can see how it goes. She get a second kill, pretty nice. Okay, at this point, we just shove in the lane, and we don't actually have... If you do a pull, you can. You just have to keep an eye on what's going on here. You could also do a half pull, and that would most likely work out. If you don't pull, I think if you shove this lane in right now, it may be okay. It may be fixable, because I think this amount of creeps will mostly die to the tower before the next wave shows up. And then it'll affect it a little bit, but I think you'll be able to auto attack as an Io Luna combo to fix it from the... Looks like we are attacking, but you're not also attacking. If your plan is to shove, you should also attack. You're just kind of like walking around. Because of that, we don't shove fast enough, so we're now outside. So now we have a 3.5 creeps versus 4 creeps with 4 extra health, full health creeps coming into the lane. So at this point, let's pretend you were pulling right now. This is where you just have to keep checking on the creeps. And when this creep wave dies, this small camp needs to die. And because you have so many creeps here, actually, it's unlikely that this camp will live long enough to do that. But that'll be okay then. It won't perfectly fix equilibrium, but we will still have delayed and reduced these creeps. So it'll improve our current state. If you want to stack the camp, that could also work. Like, play here for a little bit, stack the camp, then have multiple denies to work with, although these guys are kind of good at dealing with stacks. But that is sometimes an option as well. Seeing a very similar cycle onto the tower. Okay, wait, I just want to clarify. When I say shove onto the tower, it needs to be fast enough. Just because it's probably, in case it's confusing, because it's like, Zach, it went under tower, it didn't fix. All right. By the time it goes under tower, like this camp, this creep wave is too close. So then they engage like pretty much right away once these creeps go under tower. When I say shove to the tower to reset, I need this creep wave to be like still somewhere back here. And then our creeps enter the tower now, and there's like 5 to 15 seconds without this creep wave getting involved. That's where it's enough to reset. If we don't push fast enough, then this happens, and this is what locks us in like this area. We go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but it never like stabilizes over here. Ion Shell could shove the wave, but there's no guarantee he uses it. For example, he's not been using it, and I would say that's correct. Because he's in a really good spot. He doesn't need to shove the wave. He's really happy just farming here. So there's no guarantee the enemy ever holds or shoves a wave. Because, like, who knows? There's so many mistakes in pub games. I actually think it's fine if Darkseer doesn't. And Earthshaker, I don't think he even needs to be here. I think Earthshaker should be like stacking right now and then just making sure these camps remain blocked, because this is how you two will fix it, is blocking this stuff or pulling with this stuff. So if he blocks it, then like they're fine. And then you can Ion Shell the Earthshaker. It's not needed in the lane. Earthshaker can go like jungle for the Darkseer. Let's see how long we stay here. Push up, push back out. Darkseer Ion Shell is helping you fix it now, actually. That's why he shouldn't have done it. He was gonna stay here forever. Luna and Io hadn't done anything to fix it yet. Darkseer just fixed it for them by using the Ion Shell like he did. And now this wave will meet here. So that's a mistake from Darkseer. We'll take it, you know. Sure, for free, give me Equilibrium. But to fix it ourselves, we need to take one of those choices. We need to push into the tower faster or prepare for a pull. Adventure class. I did a live coaching with somebody, and I'm pretty sure they played against you. I forget your name in game. I don't think, maybe it was Adventure class in game. I can't remember. But I was like, I'm pretty sure I have someone in my stream who is named Adventure class or had your name in game from previous replays. I can't remember what it was. And loved Io. You were a Grandmaster Io. And I was like, I think this is it. I can't remember what game it was. I think you won though. I think. You were in the off lane versus the guy. Oh, I can't remember what heroes were being played. Before I get too sidetracked by that, IO related gameplay along with just general supporting principles. Luna has leveled Moonglaves. It's pretty much impossible to balance the wave at this point. And it's sort of okay because power treads are pretty much done as soon as they arrive. Looks like your Luna is actually going to skip it and go straight for Morbid Mask. Either way, jungling is now viable for the Luna. And so balancing the wave no longer matters that much. Luna will intentionally push the wave, whether she wants to or not. Intentionally push the wave and then jungle these camps if she's feeling brave, or immediately run back and farm this stuff. So as a support, not talking about Io specifically, just supporting, that's your mindset. You don't have to be worried anymore. You could do it like a little bit more, right? There's like, oh, until power treads are done, until Morbid Mask is done. Sure, if you want to push it a little further, it's fine. But Luna is entering that mode of, I don't need you to fix Equilibrium, so you don't need to be worrying about like, oh, let me do small pulls till I get the lane to come back and whatever. At this point, the situation has changed. At the start of the game, Luna's money is in the lane and she really can't jungle. So this is just like free money. This is Luna's money. Once the carry can jungle, this is all Luna's money. And if we are using it to do pulls, we're actually subtracting from the Luna rather than helping her. So now you want to switch as a support. You want to start going to do other stuff. Stack, roam, whatever. Like go play another lane. Io specifically, because you are a carry enabler, you will put more emphasis into stacking for the Luna and farming with her. So for example, at 445, she might come and do her own small camp pull or small camp stack, and you would actually be over here potentially stacking these ancients. If you don't feel your carry can do ancients, that's okay. You could come over here, stack this camp, whatever, right? You focus on stacking now, and Luna manages this. You, after your stack, you just come back to her anyways, and then you repeat. If your carry is not the kind who pairs with Io, then your party draft has messed up. But you could possibly play with like another hero. This game, you really don't have another good pairing besides Luna though, so you're pretty much with her for this entire game. I would unblock this camp at this point, by the way, as well. Okay, that works. You did a half pull. You could actually do a full pull here in the interest of, like, I just want Luna to farm well. But, yeah, I guess it's fine. Actually, it doesn't even matter that much. You should stop doing this, though, and run over here. Because as this creep dies, this is about to push on her tower. Luna's still over here, and then you might miss a creep. If you're here sooner, you can catch it and keep it out of the tower, drag it around for Luna, especially if she wanted to, like, go a different route. In this case, actually, it looks like she might make it in time. All right, big deal over nothing. She's here. She's gonna shove this. Because you have a stacked camp, you can keep pulling it in. This would be really good earlier, like 2, 3, 4 minutes. This is really good. At this point, it's okay. It's not bad. It's just okay. Because Luna can do this herself. She doesn't actually care. We're denying a little bit of gold from the enemy, we can say. But if there are ways to accelerate yourself without having to do this, for example, we're denying from the enemy, but also the fact that these creeps are killing these stuff and we're not there to get the last hits, we're kind of denying from ourselves as well, when Luna can just do this on her own. So it's like we're denying all of us. And I'm probably benefiting a little bit more, which is why I'm saying, like, it's okay. But if we're solely interested in, like, how do I maximize Luna's farm, then I actually don't need to pull, right? Like, Luna just shoves. We give farm to Darkseer as well, but Luna is getting more farm on top of that. So this is like, we're all being denied, but I'm slightly winning. And then shoving the lane without doing this stuff is we are all free farming, but I am free farming the most. So depending on the situation, how good your carry is in the game versus how good their offlaner is in the game, you can adjust this. I would say for an IO pairing, you're usually banking on we're all free farming, but we are doing it better. That's usually IO's thing. Right here, IO gameplay, get away. Well, support gameplay, general hard support gameplay is just leave this area and leave Luna alone. IO gameplay is I still need to be near Luna, so let me stack, right? Come stack this ancient camp, leave a little early, come stack this stuff if you want. I really don't care which camp it is, but the goal is stacking for Luna. IO gameplay is like, because I have to be next to this carry all the time, how do I maximize it? When I have relocate, we're gonna be farming and showing up to fights, right? That's level 1 IO gameplay, is I'm with the carry, we're farming, but we show up to fights. Level 2 IO is actually improving the farming while you are next to the Luna. So it could be attacking with her. There's a lot of IOs who just sit next to the carry and heal, but you can actually also attack to speed things up. And then the other thing is stacking for the carry, or especially for like melee carries, bringing camps towards them. So for example, the carry is farming this, and you don't have to be here farming with them the whole time because you don't need the last hits. You help them a little bit, and then you go and like aggro the next camp into them. So then the carry never even needs to stop farming. They're just constantly doing it, and you are the expediter. You're just like bringing the next dish over, and the guy's just like, he's shoveling the hot dogs down his mouth. He's going for the food competition, and you just need to be the hot dog delivery guy. That's IO gameplay. If you want to try to steal the Wisdom Shrine, you can, especially because I see a lot of heroes down here. Same deal though, if you just ended up like going to go stack because it's a typical minute mark, that'd be okay. Woohoo, we're alive. I don't think you guys actually need to rotate up here. We did end up with a kill. As a team, if you guys didn't rotate here, you're probably not rotating. The way to punish this is that they brought 3 heroes to stop Luna from farming, and then you made sure Luna gained health throughout this, which credit to Medigun. I mean, you made it work. Actually, Adventure Class, you love it. What are your thoughts on Medigun? I think the other one is still better in my opinion, but I haven't been playing IO lately, so happy to hear a Grandmaster IO opinion. The way to punish this move up here of like, let's kill Luna, and then, oh, we didn't kill Luna, is to maximize farm in the other areas. So if you now like delayed rotate up top, we lose that option. And in fact, we're now subtracting from Luna because we're all clumped up here. So actually, once Luna lives and you guys are like under tower, Phoenix can just stay here and then, or like rotate somewhere else instead. And then Luna farms this and then you fall back. You can't push forward. That's the big thing. If you want to, then yes, you do have to rotate heroes. But you don't need to. Like, you are a Luna level 5, you're an IO. Like, this is not the timing. The timing is later. So we're content to farm up here and just do this. The problem with rotating now is that we lose the option to min-max farm elsewhere on the map while 3 heroes are grouped up here. And we just, we win by not dying and just farming. If we show up here, we have to win the fight now. We have to win a fight. And there's no guarantee these guys are done grouping. They might scatter and you guys pick up a kill on the Earthshaker like you did. They might stay in this kind of formation and more heroes show up. And then we go, ah, shit, like we really can't win this fight. And, oh, we also don't have the option to farm anywhere else because we also rotated up here. So until they commit to die further, I actually don't think you need to bring anyone up here. And then after this, anytime you get a kill, minimap time. Oh shit, 754. Run over here, see if you can get the stack. You probably can't, and it's okay. You went for an Earthshaker kill. This takes priority. But it's a great habit to build, and sometimes you will get the like last second stack by a camp that's nearby. Okay, I want to take a quick look. We kind of already talked through like the pulling or lack thereof for when the lane was shoved up. You guys mentioned you felt you threw at the end. How can we prevent that? I mean, we did highlight a couple areas your lane could go better. Trying to think of what's a good place we could just take. I still want to address your question since you donated for it of like, where could I have done better? The Holy Locket's at the end. Funny enough, your build, because of Medigun, and this is me like theory crafting a little bit, as a general principle, you want to balance raw healing with resistances to maximize effective healing. I think Medigun actually covers armor and magic resistance to some degree. So you may actually want the Holy Locket faster if you're going for this. Because, yeah, I mean, it's like 13 armor, 30 magic resistance, right? So actually, more raw healing early is probably the way to balance this, rather than like Mech Glimmer. I think this covers Kritzkrieg's lack of resistances, and this is resistances for you to keep you alive plus general value. I don't think you should usually get a Glimmer and a Pipe on the same hero. There are games for it. It's usually against anti-heal, I would say, is when I feel drawn towards it. Otherwise, this ends up being a lot of overlap that I don't like. Probably skip one of these to do the Holy Locket sooner. And actually, by the time you get the Pipe, it's pretty late. So you're probably just skipping Pipe at this point. You're either doing Pipe instead of Glimmer, or doing Glimmer Holy Locket. I know you guys don't really have an aura builder on your team, and they have a lot of magic, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it feels weird to be at that point and getting it. Team was like, oh shit, no pipe, and I was the one who drew the short stick. Yeah, that definitely happens. I'm not really gonna worry about it in this game particular, but as a team, if you guys like to play together, it really does help to envision it ahead of time. Like, as soon as the draft is happening, you know, you can decide, hey, I think we need a pipe, hey, I think we need mech, whatever, and start to divvy it up with, like, who's gonna build it. That way you don't end up in those late game situations like you just mentioned. I'm just gonna let this play a little bit. Let's keep focusing on the early stuff, because that's where I think we can smoothen our gameplay out the most. Notice this relocate. We're not doing anything new for Luna with this move. But if you actually stayed over here and stacked, that's new for Luna, right? That's a little bit more money for her. And then you come over here and help her farm. Maybe that's what we can do. We can just let it play for the next few minutes and just see how many times are we doing something new for Luna. For example, I mentioned, right? Sometimes we just sit and watch. That's what we're doing right now. But we could speed her up. Instead of like 5 seconds to kill a camp, we help auto attack and turn it to 4 seconds. That's actually probably a little too quick at this phase of the game. This is probably like a 10-second clear, turn into an 8-second clear, because I am also attacking. So that's one way to save her a little bit of time every single camp. Looks like you're positioned to like drag this camp over to her next, so that's something. And then after you do that, you would break away from the Luna and go stack. I know you have relocate, so we're like a little bit more tempted to stick near her. But so far, since we started zooming, right, we haven't really done enough stacking. Ah, spoke too soon. We did one stacking. We did some stacking, but had the option for a little bit more. And then this is actually a little backwards. Rubik coming to you, and then you going with the Rubik. You actually should just continue to stay with Luna, and if they make a play happen, we relocate in. But there's no real reason to leave the Luna. You stick with the best pairing. Well, I mean, there's time to do other stuff, but mostly as your guiding light, we stick to the Luna. I would drop an observer in this. That's actually a little too deep for you guys. Probably like over here while you're here. We're already in pretty far. The odds that they have a observer on this cliff when no towers are down is very rare. They may have something here. But then did you, as the action ends, did you ward here, 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 somewhere in this ledge, right? You at least have a shot at not being found. And that's assuming they are like clicking you and checking for observers. Let's see. Yeah, one up here. So once we're back here, we could ward without them seeing exactly where we ward. And then you could also not ward. Like if you want a sentry here first, looking for that kind of sentry observer, you could, and then ward somewhere else. But it's adding a lot of extra time at that point. We still want to be with Luna at this point. And then just speeding up her farm and then stacking. It's just like repeat cycle. And then when this happens, you're relocating the Luna in. You don't want to relocate Phoenix in, because Phoenix should already want to be here. The ideal relocate is that you take a farming hero and let them fight as well. If a active hero, Phoenix is supposed to be an active hero, not a heavy farmer. If you're using it to move active heroes around and the farming heroes are still being left alone, then we're kind of missing the mark, because those active heroes should already be in the fight. So we're not getting a numbers advantage. It's the fact that we have a farming hero, they have a farming hero. Their farming hero doesn't show up at the fights, but my farming hero does show up to fights because I make them show up to fight. It's whether they want to or not. Hello, friend, you're coming in with me. And then I will say sorry if I get you killed, but that is the goal. Oh my god. As a general rule, I wouldn't use twin gates versus techies. They should just always be heavily mined like this. You have to be super careful. I've done all your Minesweeper gameplay earlier. Okay, we're back with the Luna. 1540, so figure out the nearest camps to stack, and then start heading over there. So right now, you would head over here, stack these, since she just cleared this stuff. And she should shove this lane and then jungle this stuff. So then you come over here, stack this. When she finishes jungling this, she runs over to you. You guys farm this stuff. You see what's happening to the creeps. If the creeps are still staying here, you guys are just continuing to jungle, and you move like this way. And then the creeps push back, either because they went into the tower, so they're starting to push back, or the enemy came and dealt with it, they shoved it back. So then you and Luna return together, and then you just kind of reevaluate from that point. What is the time? Did I break away from Luna over here to stack this stuff and then rejoin, right? Those are the times the carry plays alone, but we're still relatively near. Like, we're playing this area stacking for a moment to come back to her, as opposed to most supports, which are like down here with Rubik and Pango right now, sieging this tower. And then usually the support's here, and so it's a 3 on whatever, but then the IO, right, you guys are 2 on whatever for a moment, but when the key fight actually happens, IO relocates in to bring 4 heroes in total for that fight. And I know it is kind of high level for carries to be able to like twin gate over and join, which is possible, but that's only possible for here, really. As you guys, let's say you successfully do this, you start moving in here, right? Now, how's a carry going to go from here to like in the middle of their jungle? Not really. That's where the relocate has to come into play. I'm here for Treant and I never see one. You'll have to submit it. I don't know. By chance. I don't really, I don't avoid it. It's just whoever brings in the replays. We must be the Treant we want to see in the world. Okay, I think that is enough for this one. IO gameplay is totally different. Maybe not totally, but it's pretty different from a lot of other supports. And the way you're playing is very much like other supports. There's some like IO basics in there of like, I'm tethering and I'm healing and stuff like that. But you are missing the bigger picture of, I expedite this guy. I let Luna farm and fight. Like that's the biggest thing. How do I make them farm faster and drag them to fights? When it's wise to do so, right? Don't just like bring them to the worst fights ever. But that's the unique element of IO that no other support can really. Maybe Keeper the Light with recall can kind of do, but usually most supports cannot do that. I'm drilling myself for not stacking enough. Yeah, stacking is a great place to begin. Stacking is a good one. And then, how did I phrase it before? Oh, feel free to submit replays, guys. We'll pick some more match IDs to go through here. Focusing on pulling. This one we went a little further for it, but most of them we're just going to focus on that like first 5 to 7 minutes. So ignoring the relocate for a moment, most other supports. No, wait, maybe I shouldn't skip that either. Okay, hold on. When you play IO and you pair with a carry, your carry is going to end up under leveled. And you are going to end up over leveled compared to most other carry support pairings, right? Where the carry is usually high level, the support's usually low level. This is important though, because in fights, if you have an IO who is that under leveled and under farmed, he will just die. He will die and not live through the fight and not be able to get the value out of the tether, overcharge, healing items, blah, blah, blah. Like, because of the way IO works, you're not like an Oracle Dazzle hanging at the edge of the fight, really fragile, but still being able to heal. you are in the fight and you have to live. So that's why it's okay for IO to steal farm and XP from the carry. And you might go, oh, but now my carry is under-leveled and under-farmed compared to the enemy carry, but that's the IO difference. IO is like, oh no, you have way more attack speed and healing and damage, or in your case, armor and magic resistance, right? Whatever the buff is, if you think like this facet's better for a given game, that wasn't really the focus here. But the point is, you provide the extra stats. So your carry who's like down here with you is actually up here. But as soon as you get killed in the fight, the carry's back down here. So it's really important for IO to not die. And that's why, going back to the way you're playing, when you play with Luna, I would like to mitigate that, right? Rather than have to be down here and then boost the carry up here, the more I can do to raise my carry up, the better. The easier it is to be like really far up when we're together. But if I do get killed for whatever reason, like this is much better than like being down here. So that's why you speed up their farm as much as possible, right? If it takes 1 minute to clear 2 camps and 2 creep waves, if you just sit next to the Luna, it will still take that same amount of time. But the more we do for that Luna, now she has 2 creep waves and 3 camps, 4 camps, whatever, right? That's the extra efficiency we are looking to add, and then show up to the fights as well. And hopefully our carry never even ends up under-leveled because we win fights and we recover the golden XP that way. But if it doesn't, that's okay. But we still look to min-max our time together. Yuzaru, congratulations. Thank you for watching the vids. I'm glad they were helpful. I'm sure the climb has only just begun. Hi, Zowie. My day's pretty good. I woke up early to try to shift my sleep schedule a little bit, so I'm a little tired compared to usual, but otherwise good. I was feeling a little burnt out yesterday because I am working on the Largo guide, and I redid the entire thing yesterday. I just didn't like what I did. I redid the whole thing. It's still 50 minutes, but I pretty much spent the entire time doing that. It's pretty much done. I might try to find a little bit to adjust to it, but after today's stream, I need to render it and upload and all that stuff. So at least that'll be coming out. Zoop. Zoop. Any ranks? Oh shit, some Immortals in here. Ancients? It's a pretty high unranked game. Alright, still a lot of unranked though. I will just estimate the rank at like Divine, I suppose. Since we saw some Immortals and an Ancient. Yeah, I did see. I've seen October play a little bit of Largo mid. I know that anytime a new hero comes out, October is going to have that hero in the mid lane, whether it should be or not. I actually this morning I was thinking about the Largo off lane again. I think we might try some at some point. Now that the Largo guide is just about done, I want to still play some Largo, but I will also visit other supports. And once we round that out, I think we'll start queuing up off lane at least to start. Support and off lane. And Largo will be one of the people we try on the off lane role. The average for this game is like 9K. Damn.
Molly Pulavo gifted a tier 1 sub to Zabitini.
We'll bump it up higher to Immortal then. Molly Palervo, thank you so much. Sorry, I zoned out the voice. Getting used to zoning out voices in my head. Thank you so much. I had to reprocess that. More Treant, less boring heroes. All right, after this one, if there's a Treant game, I'll try to look for one. Though it does depend on just whoever brings it forward. Oh, should have pressed download. Are we? Yeah, we're in range. All right, this one, tiny position 4. It's unranked, but I've been told the average is probably 9K. It's at least high Immortal. Sounds good to me. We gotta lock in then and worry about the more itty bitty details for the pulls and all that. The player we're looking at, you're about 6K, but you were partied with some higher people. Okay. And then lane was difficult. I wanted to drag wave, but the other support was responding well and owning me. Okay, yeah, it can be tough to drag the wave sometimes. Who are we are tiny plus. Who's your offlane? Is it offlane Largo? Are we gonna get to see it? Oh, yo, I think we're gonna get to see it. Or maybe it's support. Nah, surely it's got to be like support Maiden, right? Offlane Largo? Heck yeah. Noise. And then who are we versus? Lone Druid Silencer, perhaps? Certainly tough. Okay, so I'm on board for the creep dragging. I might say you should even start Boots or the Windlace, because Magic Stick, like, especially the Magic Stick is like, hey, we're gonna play the lane, you know? You good? You're kind of far. I think you like did it from like right here. That made me nervous. Okay, I think you did it from outside. You're good. You're good. Usually I do it from more like this side so that in case people are walking to lane, they won't notice you. But I mean, you did it outside. I guess it's fine. The benefit of running in like this is that it's the fastest. I feel like I'm getting mixed messages here a little bit of I'm blocking the camp as if we're gonna play the lane, and I'm buying items that are like, we'll play the lane, but then you mentioned the creep dragging, and looking at the matchup, I suppose I don't know the strength of Largo offlane still, but forgot to buy boots and went to the bathroom and then didn't look at their heroes. Classic. A classic. All right, we'll just adjust from here. I would say, okay, well, actually, for most ranks, I would usually say, well, it's fine. You know, like sometimes we have a vision, maybe we mess up in the lane and it becomes a creep dragging lane, even though we didn't plan for it. So we could treat it that way. But because this is a pretty high ranked game, I think if we do approach with the wrong items and all that, it actually will be quite punishing if everyone is playing to like the rank. Yeah, I would definitely do the body blocks early. I'm a big fan of letting the one creep go through. I guess there is some like philosophy difference on that. But for example, if you guys had done that, one creep would have, the lane would have met here temporarily, but it would be pushing this way. And I think that would be good. If you do these kind of tricks, I actually don't think you need to creep drag. Because if we look at the wave, right, there's no actual need to creep drag anymore. It's already going to meet here, and we're going to lane here. And your job will be to make sure pulls don't happen. So you'll leave to go body block. But for example, Silencer's zoning the Largo, and I don't think you should have left the lane yet. Because once you see... Okay, so if you block the 3 back creeps and one goes forward, we could identify it a little sooner. At this point, it was a little vague, but because these creeps ended up on the range creep, and this guy hit it once, and then this side only has the 1 melee creep on the 1 range creep, our range creep will die a lot sooner, and then they had to kill it. As soon as your range creep dies and theirs is still full health, it will almost certainly push towards you guys. How much it'll push will depend exactly what happens. But I think at this point, you want to stay by a little more to either do some creep aggro and hit stuff and whatever, or make sure that Silencer can't just zone Largo one-on-one like this, because it is range versus melee. But with 2 melee heroes here, especially like you're bouncing between the trees on this side, and then Largo's over here, Silencer has to be a lot more careful of like, oh, well, I want to like zone Largo like this, but then what if Tiny runs out and then like tosses me back to Largo? Holy shit, I'm gonna feed, you know? So because you're closer and you're showing a little bit, he has to respect it more and be further back. When you're like camping over here, I suppose if he doesn't know you're there, he might still respect you even though you're over here, but like we're not actually threatening anything over here. And then once you creep drag like this, I still don't think you need to. We'll see if Silencer wants to grab this wave and drag it around, but I think it's okay if he doesn't, because this is already pushing up. Maybe he still should, actually. I would say he should. And it looks like he's going to. Oh. And then you just cut this way. All right, little bit too much trading there. Ends up costing us pretty heavily. I would say right here. So once you identified, actually, I'll go back even further. All right, so we're creep dragging, and then you need to look over here, and you're also partying with the Largo, so Largo could say it. Once Silencer is contesting, you could say, oh, we will chase him and we'll fight 2v1 plus a creep wave, but you will lose this creep wave as a result. Which brings us back to, we probably shouldn't be creep dragging right now. If you are creep dragging, you probably don't want to fight anyways. Like, as your default is we'll have no interest in fighting, even if there are some moments that are like, this would usually be a good fight. Like, if we're pushed into creep dragging, it's because our matchups are so bad that that's not enough. I think anyways, back to the original point. Let's say we do need to creep drag, and this is being dealt with properly, and there's no extra creep wave here. Once you see Silencer doing this, I think you need to turn around and like either take a much wider path, and you are a melee hero with move speed at that point, so you don't take much damage, whereas Silencer is like a slower ranged hero, so he does tank more creep damage for having to chase you further into the jungle. But then you could always adjust and do the like build up of the waves like you mentioned. Like you circle back around and then just like lose him on a high ground or teleport out, whatever. And I suppose Silencer can try to do the same thing, but again, it'll just be harder for him because he's like the ranged hero. And then once this wave connects, you should run this way. Because we just can't let Lone Druid get close to us, which is what ends up happening. We're fighting with Silencer too much. But it goes back to, I have no interest in fighting. If I think I need to creep drag, I cannot fight. And then what did Largo do with that last creep wave? What happened to it? Okay, I don't think Largo should kill this creep. Because if, going back to, again, the idea of like, if we have to creep drag because our lane match was so bad, we need every trick in the book to maintain equilibrium here. And this is currently 1 free creep. Even though this is like weird, the laning is weird, it is 4 creeps versus 4 creeps and then 1 bonus creep. So this bonus creep will make the difference on laning here versus laning here. And if we just kill it for free right off the bat, I think we're losing it. A couple options. He follows behind you, loses the melee creep on the range creep. That could be one thing. I also think just like running in circles with this melee creep to delay this one could work. If you want to bring it behind, maybe, but this is where I also don't get involved in much creep dragging, so I'm not 100% sure on how that one would work out, but I think it could, because you could meet the one in the front if it somehow delayed that long. I think the average rank is actually Crusader to Archon. Maybe that's different from the past, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's at. Okay, reevaluating, looking at this, we're good. So things got weird, but they have 2 range creeps and some melee creeps to tank for them. So it's not like the 2 range creeps are going to get killed by... Like, if we had, like, 4 creeps here versus this, our 4 creeps will kill these and then, like, kill the range creeps and fix itself. But this will not. So this lane is pushing, and Lone Druid is pretty good at fixing that kind of thing, especially as these 2 creeps are both below 50. Like, if all 3 of their heroes just hit the creeps, they could maybe fix it. But I don't think... It'll be hard, and I think it will still end up pushing. So now our job as Tiny is to just make sure pulls don't happen, and then Largo just needs to live, because this... He can't last hit here, but it will push up, and he'll get to last hit back here if he has enough health. So, like, right now he's got to, like, really focus on healing up. Can't take more casual harass right now. This is not the time to do this, by the way, because, as you can see, they are in position. Like, your lane is pushing forward. That means these heroes are free to stop you. If you know they're doing something somewhere else, like they're on the left side, they're showing whatever, and you think you have time, you can do this. But once you put the sentry, you have to have enough time to circle around the entire place looking for the observer sentry and attack twice. And for Tiny, that's like super long. And then, you know, maybe you can tank a little bit of damage, but this is Silencer Lone Druid. So I think because of that, you don't actually want to do this right now.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub earlier and now subscribing yourself as well. I appreciate it. So here's the creep wave. This is why we just had to be careful for a bit. And then Silencer should actually be like trying to fix shit right now with pulls, in my opinion. Or you could send like just the bear to go do it. And then you would be... You're kind of positioned in between, and because you would have the move speed, you would be less punished for what you decide to commit to. You either commit to this and stop them from pulling, and Largo just deals with the one-on-one, or you see them going over and you decide, okay, we'll 2v1 in this window, and Silencer has a longer time getting back. This is why like the move speed start is important. But if you're in lane like where you are and then you start moving this way, like he'll be able to react in time and go this way. We're still laning here though, so this is pretty good, all things considered. This split is getting messy, and we brought this under tower for a moment there. I think we also attacked once more than necessary. So at this point, you still don't have to do anything. Like Largo will handle this on his own. If there's truly nothing else to do, you can hit creeps as they get low. Otherwise, we just need to make sure no pulls are happening again. So like still positioning in this area and then getting any XP from stuff up here. So Silencer started to move this way. Is he coming back, or is he doing a pull? So this is where, let's pretend we don't do anything. If we just look at the amount of creeps here, there's 2 of our creeps and 4 of theirs. So even if this was a completely empty lane, this would push. Like, they cannot fix this. So when you leave, Largo will get zoned by Lone Druid, and he won't get any CS for now, but 2 to 3 creeps are going to move forward, and Largo will farm those at that time. And 4 more creeps will show up because the lane is staying here, and then we will continue to get this process of getting some farm here if those creeps ever show up. So that's our job. We got to be here to stop this. So Silencer probably did a pull and then showed up back to lane right away. And then they can just tank this outside for a little bit. Or he can kill them. Oh, here it is. Wait, what happened? What were they fighting? How'd they take so long? Oh, this was stacked from earlier. Oh, that's even worse than I thought. I was wondering what happened. Bringing this around. Bring it around town. This is fine. You can just let him deal with this. If you actually stopped trying, because this actually worked out really well for you. If all 3 of these creeps fought, it would get stuck here for a while and then eventually free, but it's just like one creep is really weird. The fact that Silencer actually dragged 2 back with him, this is like, okay, let these guys do it. Let them just kill this creep, and then you start punching it when it drops below 50. And if he tries to reconnect, it's still a better situation because it's 4 versus 2 instead of 4 versus 3. But by continuing to try to drag them, you actually end up losing this range creep, and then this has taken a lot of damage from you having to like do that repeatedly. Largo will at least get these 3. But now Silencer still has a couple as well to fix it over here. Okay, I think this is like the end of pulling. At this point, they'll all be minor rather than significant impacts to the game. Where's my thing? Oops, not that one, this one. Oh shit! Oh, we got him! The throw is real at all ranks. Okay, I'm gonna get more water. You guys submit more match IDs, and then we will, any Treant players? If we have any Treant players, we can do one of those. Molly really wants one. I'll be right back. Who's that? Thank you. Whoa, what? One second, guys. I have to respond to something for working. Get that out of the way. Okay. Let me see. What did you guys put in? Well, the creep dragging might be underexplained. Oh, like a little bit more information onto it. Let me think. How could I add to that real quick? Essentially, oh, Blucher, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I missed that while I was walking away, I guess. Essentially, the Lone Druid Silencer. Let's take it back. When the safe lane is so strong compared to the off lane, all right, the creep waves show up. Ideally, it's like a 50-50 split, you know? We're getting our farm, they're getting their farm, and then we fight to deny, you know? So like, ooh, it came out a little bit ahead. I got 60%, they got 40%, something like that. When it is so extreme of a difference that the enemy is going to get, you know, 90% and you get 10%, that's bad. You know, like the more that happens, the more you're going to lose. So then you do the creep dragging, because we're all going to get less farm, because I'm dragging creeps and denying a wave here. They're bringing a wave, denying it here. So everyone's getting less farm total, but of that total, our percentages are way better now, because it's like 50-50 split compared to like the enemy dominating everything and us getting nothing. If you mean for the exact creep path, that one adjusts a lot. Ideally, you're dragging the wave like here, maybe here. But when the Silencer does what he's doing, which was a really high-level play from Silencer, you have to adjust where you go. Adventure class. Today, we're trying to focus on pulling only. If you have a game with pulling, we can add that in. I can maybe like answer some mid to late game questions as they come up, but I'm trying to every coaching session. Well, actually, I think we will have some like general coaching sessions, which is just like free for all, whatever. But I'm trying to do a theme where every day we have an emphasis on, or every replay day, not like every literal day, but like we have a focus on a topic. And that way down the line, when people are like, I need help with X, Y, Z, it's easy to direct it to like either a video or, oh, we just did a stream on X, Y, Z topic. Okay, Ringmaster. I think we'll have a lot of examples here. I am hopeful to grab, I didn't expect to actually end up seeing a game from such a high ranked game, but I was hoping to cover the general ranks today. Oh, sorry. You are Guardian. I saw the Heralds in and I wrote Herald, but disrespected you. You're not like that, Herald trash. This is a Guardian game. All right, let's pull it up. Let's pull this one up. I don't think you had a specific question, so I'll just hop in. We'll focus on our polling like we've been doing. Hey, Gonks, I'm doing well. I'm, well, as you see, we're locking in on polling today, and Hopefully we're going to get some examples of, oh, you know, I haven't been filling out my Word doc of stuff. After this game, I will take a moment to throw in some of the match IDs we just did into relevant things we saw. Where are we? Ringmaster. Okay, so what are we? Ringmaster 5 with, God, what is this draft? I guess a Spectre, and then their lineup could be equally confusing, but either way, there's a lot of annoying heroes there. Pudge is the only one we easily harass out, but if we get hooked, that could be a problem. Everyone else is like pretty tanky, could be a lot of damage, very annoying. So in terms of planning for pulls, this is one I actually am interested in a double sentry start, because I want my small camp available and I want their hard camp blocked. If we are going to start with the Observer, I would make sure to go place it fairly early. Yeah, I feel you, dude. I'm sweating for this Ursa. Why are you standing there, man? Oh, God. Oh, God. Just leave him, though. If you're going to place this Observer in your lane, you'd have to do it earlier and then somewhere like out here to see, in case you're worried about Pudge being here, to see him, because what would kill you guys is in between pulls and like maintaining balance and stuff, Pudge hooks you out, you know? That would wreck you as a weak lane. So seeing him in this area would be really strong. And hopefully we don't care if he's ever in this area, because we're hoping to maintain good equilibrium and not have to do with that. So a lane Observer here is like the most obvious if like that's what you're looking for, but this stuff tends to die early, especially if we are the ones who are like, we're gonna block this camp, unblock this camp. That's inviting a lot of sentry fighting in this area, which means Observers here will die, which is why when you put the Observers further out and it still sees a glimpse into here, it's not perfect. I don't know when Pudge is like over here and stuff, but it's way more likely to survive, and that's really important. Dire side doesn't have a great place to put further out to see Pudge roaming between here, because anything in this area will just die to this. The Radiant, you can do stuff like here and back here, and those tend to live even as people fight over this stuff, just because it's so awkward to walk to and check those things, even if the sentry actually is in range. I guess that's about all. I think you probably only need one blood grenade, because you're actually not going to play aggressively. The one is for the lane, or like these bounty fights, sorry. And then in the lane, if something happens, we'll do it. But otherwise, whatever, you know. I would just, I would leave. I wouldn't even worry about that. What's her name? Quap. You either, if you think it's safe, you are standing on that rune to beat her. Because you shouldn't bait the Ursa. Like, even if Ursa was not just, like, sitting there, Ursa walking into the rune while you use Tame the Beast and then he gets hooked by Pudge is actually worse. Like, if you want to take the risk, we need to be the ones who die as the support rather than the Ursa dying. But I will actually step back and say, shouldn't go for that at all. We didn't see anybody on the enemy team that was extremely dangerous. And they have a better level 1 lineup. Funny enough, they don't have all the strongest heroes that are level 1, but we have some really bad heroes in like Spectre, and then actually this guy didn't go Learning Curve. Usually they do, and then Learning Curve Ogre provides nothing. I guess he was a little stronger than usual, but even then wouldn't feel great. I am now reevaluating because it's actually Ursa carry. So we have more power up here than I thought. Now I'm not as worried about having to unblock and block their camp, because I feel much stronger with an Ursa than a Spectre. And then because of that, I think I would skip one of these sentries for now. You can buy it later, but I'd be willing to skip it. I guess I'm much more open to the double blood grenade now that I see we have Ursa. I would still only get one and leave it for the other lane in case they want to take one. But maybe no one did and you decided to buy it, then that's fine. It's usually better to split the blood grenades, though, between the different lanes. I was going to say you should not walk into this, because if he actually turns around and stuns you, you're going to die. You should actually be very careful. I do like this, though you can place that without actually walking in there. Hopefully you would do it sooner. So for example, instead of all this posturing, notice we pretty much AFK'd here for a minute. And now when things are happening, we're actually late because we're doing this stuff now. So earlier, if you knew you wanted this one, most people, especially for your rank, they'll never check this. So you can just like walk out here at the start, place this, and then walk over here. And then when this is done, you walk straight to lane and you can be here with the Ursa playing this out right now rather than being out here doing all this stuff still. You did end up blocking this camp as well. I don't really mind. It won't be as necessary this game. Do this. All right, here we are. And what has happened? The lane has been determined already for you. So while you're in the middle of doing all this, 2v1, they could have gotten the creeps under the tower. Ursa could have been messing it up. Who knows? So then you get to lane and you're like, don't worry, the hard camp's blocked. And you're actually shoving a whole creep wave forward. And you go, ah, shit, I wish that hard camp would spawn now because I need to use it to fix the lane. And especially if Pudge then body blocks a small camp, now we have no camps available to us as the Ursa screwed it up. So, well, maybe he didn't screw it up. Maybe it's they did a good job while we weren't in the lane. So that's why if you can do this stuff earlier, it's better. So you can show up here. And then if you don't want to do this camp till you actually see what happens, that would also be a high level choice. I think it's fair to block early, especially when you're the weaker lane, like with Spectre. But with Ursa, I could see it going both ways. So you can be here, play the lane, and then, okay, I do want to block the camp. We walk in and body block. Okay, I'm too scared to do that, but I have a sentry. I place it at 59 seconds into this corner. And even if they see me do it, it will block the first spawn, which is the most important spawn to block. You don't want to use Tame the Beast for general. You can use it for like one general harass if you want. But try to use it to combo the range creep secure with with a hero. So like, for example, this Dragonite standing next to this range creep, you try to get both. If you were just going to use it to harass, Impalement Art is actually better than Tame the Beast, which is something I was thinking about telling you, but then I thought, oh, Ursa is not the greatest carry at securing range creep, so actually I am okay with Tame the Beast if we use it that way. So I'll mention it now. You accidentally drew creep aggro under tower. So now we really need to think about pull camps. 107. We made sure this camp spawned. So this will push, and you should walk over in about, we have a little less than 10 seconds. Like 8 seconds from now, you can walk over here, do a pull. We will have to evaluate the lane at that time to determine if it should be a full pull or a half pull, but I have a feeling it should be a half pull based on what I'm seeing right now. Right now, because I know we need to fix the lane, focus on denying your creep, get that killed off fast. Even if Dragonite, I'm saying deny, but even if Dragonite secures the last hit, rather than secure it 3 seconds from now, make him secure it 1 second from now. We're just trying to get the creeps killed faster to affect equilibrium. And then here you see we have 2 melees, 2 range. So if we don't do a pull, this 2 range in particular will keep the lane pushing. If you have an extra melee creep, that is easier to fix. An extra range creep is almost never possible to fix because the range creeps do bonus damage to the lane creeps. You are headed over. Pudge maybe hooked something. Never mind. He's just looking around. But we didn't actually do a pull. Okay, so if we don't do a pull, this is where the lane's at. And what's likely to happen is you're going to bounce back and forth like this. That can be fixed over time, but probably not in one creep wave given the amount we have. But maybe. For example, if you kill this creep wave as quickly as you can, you and Ursa just non-stop attack and even use spells to finish the job, you'll both hit level 2, and then you can try to play a little aggressively, but you probably won't really play that aggressively because here's the tower. But what it will do is that these, by the time you guys kill all these creep waves, it might be just 3 creeps, might be 2 creeps, but then also these 4 creeps. I need all of these creeps under the tower as quickly as possible to die before the next wave gets here and interacts with them. And right now, it's 128. So the creep wave will spawn at 30 seconds and then have to walk all the way here. And by the time they get here, I want all of these creeps dead, which is why your options are to either pull some of this creep wave, like half pull it, kill the back two while the front two get killed by this wave and these get killed by this wave, or shove everything into the tower and the tower kills it. If you don't shove it, I think it will take too long, and the next creep wave will make it here before all this stuff dies. Let's find out. Tame the Beast hit multiple heroes, but it didn't actually secure you a range creep. Things are shoving, but if we had intentionally done it, they'd already be on under the tower. Now, they finally get to the tower. Dragon Knight actually tries to hold it a little bit, and then here's the creep wave, right? So I said we want all of these creeps dead by the time these get here, and we have, I think, 1 or 2 creeps died, and actually the rest are still alive. Which means this creep wave is supposed to fight this creep wave right now. If both camps are up, you can attempt a pull through. This doesn't usually happen nowadays. It's just too easy to contest compared to the past. But if you could kill off this entire creep wave, that would fix the problem for you. With a single small camp, that's never doable. Even a single hard camp, it's usually tough. You're going to need a stacked camp or to do both. I would probably say you have options here. You continue to have bad equilibrium for another 30 seconds.
Use your prime subs.
Hell yeah, use your prime subs. Thank you, One Shot. Use your prime subs. Use your prime subs, and then if you stack this camp at 2 minutes, you can then pull at around 220, and then your equilibrium will be fixed from there on, and you'll have a remaining stacked camp to use, which is quite a powerful tool to have. But you will have to continue laning here for another 30, 40 seconds, which is like, it's doable. If you do a full pull, and that's it, you will kill off 1 or 2 creeps. This is a Harpy camp, so probably about 2 creeps. And then we have to hope the 2 surviving creeps get killed off by whatever remains of this wave, which, because you have 3 ranged creeps here, I actually think a lot of this will die unless these guys screw up here. And so we're going to push 2 creeps forward, which is going to continue to get our lane moving forward. If you do a half pull, well, because this camp is strong enough, it's going to be the same as the full pull, but less time delay. So whereas these 2 creeps that go forward on a full pull, they are here the whole time and they're going forward delayed. So you might end up meeting here, and we're hoping that fights this creep wave out here, whatever remains of it, somewhere out here. If you do a half pull, you'll still deny the back 2 creeps, but these 2 creeps walk forward the entire time. So they might actually also make it under the tower before this pushes out, depending on how many creeps are here. Otherwise, you'll fight further up here rather than like out here. Which could also make a bit of a difference. Now look at these range creeps chugging through this stuff. The melee creeps are supposed to tank, and they've already killed 1. Killing another. Dragon Knight's helping you out here. They're doing some damage here. So if they hadn't done that, there's a higher chance this thing is at half health or dead. But here is our 2 remaining creeps, so it actually went better than I thought. And then at this moment, you need to be keeping an eye on this. As you do this pull, you need to be checking over here. How are they doing with the creeps? Did they start using spells and auto attacks for no reason? Then I got to speed this up. I need these creeps dead right now so that these creeps walk back to lane and they get to here at the same time it takes these creeps to walk up to here. So you have 1 second to get this killed off right now. So here's where you just start auto attacking nonstop. Carry players, what are you doing over here? Nothing. So you should also be here watching this, and you help kill this, and then because you have that extra time, you could maybe even help deny this. Here, if Ringmaster wants to speed this up, he has a hard time, right? If he's going for the last hit, he can't be working on this other creep. If he wants to work on denying, he can't do that because he needs to speed up this camp dying. If Ursa comes over and helps, you guys can do both. The range creep actually broke away. And because we did a full pull, and it looks like you actually had to kill the camp. Let me go back and double check. So you did the pull. Oh, and you nuked it, actually. So that's why we didn't kill any creeps, but that was actually, in the end, that was the correct choice, and maybe you were looking over. Hold on, I'm on free cam. Let me double check. I want to see if you looked at the creep wave before you did this. Okay, you didn't. This is actually the correct choice, but you may have ended up here at random. You need to make sure you take a look to see if you should have done this or not. Otherwise, I was gonna give you a lot of credit for knowing to do this. Though I was gonna say you should swap it. You should auto attack and then do the whip to finish the job if needed. If it turns out it's not needed, then you can just auto attack. Great. If you check and you're like, oh, they've got to die, then you channel the spell, and it'll be easier to secure last hits that way. But because we were forced to do this, so I guess a half pull may have worked out better in this case because it would have denied the back two while the front two walked forward. From here, this is where if Ursa had helped, we could have killed this creep. And then the fact that the range creep is forward is actually quite convenient for us. You actually could have fixed this. Usually that won't happen. So I don't think we could have really planned for it. And we would have had about 3 to 4 creeps versus these 2 creeps. So we are pushing forward. And then you realize we run into a weird spot, right? Where it's 212 and this camp is dead. So now we're going to be pushing forward and no camps are available. The next earliest pull is 317, 320-ish, that time frame. So now we have to lane in a bad spot for quite a while. So then our only option is to shove it. We can try to deny, but this amount of creeps, it'll be very difficult. The enemy could screw it up too. Then we take that. But we're probably looking at a minute of laning up here coming up. Doesn't look like we're forcing it. This is where you do want to be, so you'd be here just auto-attacking nonstop. Which, by the way, you're using Tame the Beast a little bit much. It's not the focus of today's topic, so I'm not zooming in on it, but you should just be here in the lane. And you see you like walked over, but oh, there's nothing to pull. Now, it looks like you're thinking about stacking, but when is he gonna clear this stack? This is an Ursa we're talking about. He will not be able to do a stack for like 10 more minutes at minimum. So there's actually no point in doing it this early. So you would just be here to play with him. Because here's the payoff. We get the stack, he does it eventually. Okay, cool. He dies, that death invalidates the stack. In fact, it invalidates like 4 different stacks to make up the money that he's gonna lose for dying. So just being here gives him more safety. Whether he should be here or not, debatable, but like he's gonna be here because it's a pub game. So we might as well also be here with him, helping to shove in the lane to reset because we don't have pull camps available. You can try to do this body blocking, actually. Maybe that's what you were thinking about. That is one tool you have that I kind of forgot to mention. That's actually, hold on. Let me add this in. This is a good call. Body blocking a wave is something you have, but it is very slight pressure on equilibrium usually when it's not like right here. Then it has a very high possibility of impacting. But where you did it, you kind of see we delay a little bit. Where was it? When we start? Right here. Okay, so usually the wave is like do 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 do. It's a little further in front of you, like do 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 do. So it'd already be fighting the next creep wave, which, yes, we delayed it a little bit, but you can see why it has very mild pressure. Like, it really only makes the difference if you need half a creep worth of health time bought, if that makes sense. So body blocking is possible tool, but it's usually quite mild. Okay. We're walking over for a pull. So right now, you want to do a quick double check. We're in position a little early. That's okay. Quick double check. What are we looking like? Here's the next wave. Here's our wave. If I do this pull, I need this camp to die at the same time my wave dies. That looks kind of doable. So let's get in position. There's the hit, drag it in. Right here, if you guys can, and I know this is hard, so my advice, let me go back to your perspective. Auto attack, right click here, and then once you do the right click, move your mouse, check this. If you go, oh shit, I need to stop doing this pull, without even going back to my hero, and I evaluate this, I can just press S on my keyboard, stop. Whatever button you have it bound to, stop, hold, whatever, right? You can just stop doing the pull. You'll tank a little bit of damage, but then you can snap back to your hero and then just like run a different path to make sure you don't pull. So it's a really good habit to build to double check at the last moment, should I actually be doing this pull or not? And to free yourself up to do it, you just need to click once. I see you spam clicking, but the one click would have been okay. There's about 10 extra clicks there that don't really do much. And then before you walk over, after you finish the pull, you try to check again. Do I have time to just sit here and deal with this? Or do I have to return to the lane? If you are sitting here, okay, am I waiting for these creeps to do as much damage as possible and then working on denying my creeps? Or do I have to be killing this camp as quickly as possible and attacking? How do I know? I look over. And when these creeps die, I need this camp to be dead. So I'm looking at this, and 2 melee creeps are pretty low. These guys could kill them faster, potentially. That always happens at random. And then it's 1 range creep, which does not live very long. So here, I need this small camp to be dead. I need to be attacking right now. Attack, attack, attack. Get them killed off. And then Ursa should actually be helping. Because, like, what is Ursa doing right now? Carry players, what are you doing right now? Are you getting any last hits? Nothing here is even going to die. 2 melee creeps are low. At worst, Ursa will miss a single creep if he backs away from here. At worst, he dies. That's actually the worst case scenario. He dies, and then he misses this entire wave. Carry players, full health, low health, I don't care. There's 60 gold over here. That's more than 1 missed creep. Come over here and farm this, and let your support risk their life standing here to get XP. Why are you up here? Come over here. And then you also do the same habits. You keep looking, and as necessary, you hit these creeps faster, or you let them, you just let your creeps do the work. You buy as much time as possible. Boom. This camp needs to be dead. Ah, shit. Only 1 creep is dead. So what's going to happen? If we don't get into a fight right now, which is a bad time to get into a fight because they have a bunch of creeps, this creep wave is moving forward. We'll end up under the tower. This camp will then finish. They'll fight under the tower a little bit, but the tower will have done the job. You're going to have 3 creeps, maybe 2 creeps, let's say. 2 creeps pushing forward. We're going to run into the same situation. The small camp is dead. The hard camp is blocked. We're pushing 2 creeps forward. We're going to end up laning here. I'm going to have to wait till 420 to pull again. So I'm trapped in a cycle right now. I am pulling, but I'm not doing the fine-tune adjustments to make the pull actually fix equilibrium. I'm only doing step 1, but there's like step 2, step 3 to make sure we're actually meeting back here. If we get into a fight, or if we drag this creep wave around, we then enter an alternate path. We're going to find out. Let me see. All right, so we walk it back. Now, if you can just tank it around, that could fix it. But note the danger. When there's this many creeps, if the enemy follows, we are going to tank a lot of damage. Even if Ursa was full health, it would be pretty risky. You'd have to pay a lot of health to maintain equilibrium here. And then at that point, it may not be worth it because you're so low you can't even approach, even at a safe spot. Ursa kind of tries, kind of stops trying. Yeah, he's done trying. So here we are. We are now under the tower. Those 2 creeps survive. 3 creeps actually survive, though there's stuff here that we could deny, which is something we could be working on to reduce how much we are pushing. Though at this point, you actually do want to shove all the way into the towers, like year 1 option. So it's outside the equilibrium a little bit, but notice See, Dragonite's trying to fix it for us. He's breathing firing into the entire freaking creep wave. He's trying to help you out. Alas, this wave is actually too powerful, so it will push. So we have some pausing issues. Perhaps a dog has peed in the house. From the other perspective, I feel trapped as the 4 and can't contest these pulls. Hang on, let me go back to that in a moment once we... Let's finish this. There's like another minute or two of replay time, and then we're gonna move on to the next one. Well, he never unblocked this camp, so I suppose this observer will live. But I would recommend you push it further in the lane to live. At this point, I would be in the lane with Ursa, and actually you see the opportunity right here, right? We'd be wanting to fight the Dragon Knight. And this goes back to, as you get a better understanding of pulling and how much of an effect it will have, you can figure out, should I be over here doing the pull, or, oh, there's nothing for me to do, this pull won't matter, the pull camp's not there, whatever, so all I can do is in the lane, and you'll put more dedicated focus here rather than like spend time walking back and forth, which doesn't really accomplish much. Close. Yeah, maybe we get that kill on the Dragon Knight sooner, and Ursa does not pay the ultimate price for it. I'm already a master of pulling, so I don't need to replay. Amazing. Minor tip there, but the slow on Impalement Arts is more likely to get you a kill than Tame the Beast. Tame the Beast is crowd control, but it fears people away. And then after that, it's done. It's a very short duration. Ursa wants the longer duration slow on Impalement Arts to maybe finish a kill. I guess it's not that much longer, actually, because it's like... The slow is actually quite short. The duration of the rest is longer. But at least it doesn't push you away. I think it's still better. But I forgot the slow duration was actually quite low. Okay, let's go back to... I don't exactly remember when it happened, but we had a good question from Sanzusi about like, okay, I'm the position 4, and then they're doing these small pulls. I don't feel like I can stop them. I think actually one happened at 220, around like now. Was it? No. No, one did happen earlier. One happened like now, right? Okay, so let's say you're position 4. How do I go contest this pull? So from where Pudge is, it's too late, right? Oh, if I walk through here, I'm going to aggro creeps. I'm going to run to the Ursa, right? They're going to see me coming. They're going to get me. I'm going to die. So yes. At this point, it's too late. We need to go back further. Now, around here, we need to identify equilibrium is really, really good. I am very happy right now, and I will continue to be happy so long as they don't do any form of pulling. They may mess up the pulling, as we've seen, but they might get it right as well and then set us back here. So as the position 4, I'm very happy. If I think I can fight here, then you might choose to stay here, and if they go to do a pull, try to do like a 2-on-1 fight, something like that. But if you're weaker, especially, now is the window where you have a little longer, because the pull, we know, everyone knows the pull timings for like the different camps. We have a little longer. You then walk over. If this is too scary, depending on where the heroes are standing, like where they're standing, I'm pretty scared. You walk like all the way around. And they might see you and react, but what do they do, right? If Ursa and Ringmaster chase you, okay, I made space for Dragonite to farm this, so that's okay. Maybe just Ringmaster comes over. At the start of the game, supports should not be able to kill each other. So you then just tank a bit of damage. You come over here, you tango this tree in particular, so that you can run through here and just Fog of War the Ringmaster. You might tank this camp a little bit, but it's fine. As long as you stop the pull, it's worth it. And then you run this way, you TP out. If he doesn't chase you all the way, you can still like pop in at the last second, whatever. But you have to take a wider path. If you try to like cut through here, you'll end up dying. Right here would actually, a little sooner would be great. Like instead of going for this deny, whatever, give it to the Ursa. Dragonite is about to get so much farm, and then we're going to see that pattern we've seen a bunch where it just bounces back and forth. So Pudge right now heads over, stops this stuff. This is where you play a different hero and you have a better build. For example, Boots, if you're really like a weak lane and you're focused on creep dragging or just preventing the stuff, even if you have a more standard build or even with his bracer, you can still do what we're talking about as long as you head over early. Buying a sentry would give you another option, which is Ringmaster did a small pull, but I got my hard camp open, so I did a hard pull. I guess he did try, actually, but he just put it in a terrible, terrible spot. And then I think there was another pull. Let's see that one as well. It's going to be pretty much the exact same thing. When he did this, actually, just to talk through it. Okay, we didn't go over early. If Ringmaster leaves, you're either trying to fight this right now, or you should be trying to sneak over. So like Pudge is just not being useful. If you are going to be here, you best be hitting your own creeps right now. Like Pudge players, position 4 players, if you messed up, you missed the timing, it happens, hit your own creeps. Do not just like AFK doing nothing. But as this is dealt with, and you saw Ursa run away, like, oh, what could they possibly be doing right now? Pulling. Notice these creeps are all still alive as like Pudge continues to be here. So at any moment after Ursa had ran away, Pudge could be making his way over. And then once you're standing about, well, actually, I'll use Ringmaster to show. This is XP range from where Ringmaster's standing. So you can then very easily imagine that Pudge just needs to stand somewhere around here, and he will get XP of this pull. He may get denied some as they deny creeps. He may not get last hits, but you're not missing the XP, which is very important because last hits get missed all the time in the lane, denies happen, stuff like that. But if you miss the XP, that's the biggest problem when the enemy does these pulls. So as long as Pudge is standing somewhere here, and it can be all the way like over here as well, going back to like taking a wide path around. As long as you're getting XP, that is decent. I won't say it's like good because like, yeah, they're pulling. I didn't want them to pull, but at least we're getting XP. And we've seen where people mess up the pulls and then it ends up shoving too soon. It doesn't really fix equilibrium. So you can play for that or like hope for that. And then I think there was one more pull. Let's see that exact same situation break out. Wasn't here, it was this one. So Ringmaster about to do this pull. So going back to the Pudge player, right? You should be trying to fight around this window, or if you're too scared to fight, it's the exact same thing. Run around to this way. If you have escapes, you can sometimes take like a more direct path. It just depends on like the matchups. But it's the same deal. Okay, if I'm over here, I can maybe mess with Ringmaster, right? He needs to do the pull right now. And then this is where I am popping out here and I'm like getting in his face. I'm hooking him. He tries to aggro the camp. I aggro it back, right? Really scared, tango this tree. Like play this angle, drag these creeps out. Ringmaster, he's trying to like drag him this way. You keep walking back in, aggro them back. He just misses the pull timing, you know? Or you fight like this. And punish the fact that a pull happened, but Ursa is losing all his health. So we lose equilibrium. We play here, Ursa has 300 health. I don't really care that we're playing in a bad spot. We're going to be able to kill Ursa. That's Ursa's mistake. All right, let's get another match ID. I was playing a Treant game for review and my game crashed. No. Joy K is trying to do it. He is trying to do it. Oh, wait. Okay, as you guys submit the games, I will just let this, I mean, we already saw him do it. Here, I'll let you guys watch the other side. Here, take a look at this ogre. What's he up to? Let me fill in some of my Word document examples. Okay, I said I would do that, but I'm immediately swapping over. When did Ringmaster body block? It was at like 3 minutes or something, I think. Oh yeah, right there, 250. Okay. Back to the ogre. All right, 250, and then where should I put this? Actually, maybe instead of filling it out, I'll just write what happened in the replay here. Maybe that's easier for me. Pulls. All these pauses are pulling my cursor out. Okay, and then what else? What else did we cover earlier? We saw creep dragging from the Immortal game, which I don't think I have the timestamp saved, or like the match ID saved. Oh well, maybe I can scroll up high enough. Okay, here's actually we got the creep dragging one again. Creep dragging, and then that was also a good example of stopping the enemies from pulling, because they actually were given equilibrium pretty early on. I'll put that there too. What else did we see today? Well, maybe it's fine. We're going to see a lot more examples. If I miss the first two, I think it's okay. All right, let me see what you guys sent in. Okay, great. We have several great questions around pulling. So hopefully we'll be able to get to everybody. Because it's just like the first 10-ish minutes. Or like, well, not the full 10 minutes, but you know what I mean. I think it's going faster than usual. Is that true? Oh God, we're already at 2 minutes. I've only done the 4. Maybe it's not true. Maybe I'm still taking a long time rambling on pulls. Unranked. Let's see if we can snipe some ranks here. Anybody? Anybody? Just to have a rough idea. Doesn't look like it. Hey, Bale. Hello from Idaho. What's up? Person I'm laning with is my friend. Okay. We flame them both at the same time. Nice. Okay, Largo is an okay laner. You guys are gonna hear more about this in the guide. I'll give you a tip ahead of time. Rather than 2 tangos, buy 1 tango and a salve. You get a little bit more efficiency from, you get 5 more health at level 1 with the salve, and then a little bit more as you level up, compared to the tangos. Jug is a decent laner. Can be strong. Largo pairing is a little funny since you don't like actually have hard lockdown, so you're both trying to keep them stay still, and they're trying to run away from Frog Stomp and the spin, but it could still work. It looks like maybe Jakiro 4 plus Centaur. Could be like Jakiro mid with Sniper. It's probably Warlock with Spectre, but there is a chance Warlock support in the off lane as well. With that in mind, I don't feel super scared of the lane. I think we can play it. So 1 sentry to either block or unblock is fine with me. I would say block. Like if I wasn't doing this, you're here with Jug. I would actually, you guys are doing like 3 separate things. I thought you guys were partied. You guys should get together, smoke as a group, and like do an aggressive or defensive play depending on your lineup. You guys are currently like, well, if they're grouped up, we'll lose wherever they go, and that's just not a winning formula. Hopefully they're also scattered, because otherwise this is just rough start. So it kind of works out. We still end up with 2 for 2. Fortunately, they weren't doing a coordinated effort either. All right, we come over here. Don't you dare. Turn around. Spin on those Jandals right now. Do not block this first wave. If you want to block the first wave, it must be the back 3. If you block this first wave, this first creep, our equilibrium is done. We're so cooked. We're done. All right, we've made our life infinitely harder. Rat dude. Don't worry. With this tip, you now know, and your laning stage just massively improved. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to fix this, because this does happen. Sometimes it's not you. You will never do it again now that this has happened. So now you're good. Sometimes it'll be your random carry doing it. Sometimes the enemy will get the creep wave to go under. So it's fine. It's still a great learning moment here. We can talk about how to fix it with pulling. If this happens, hot take. It's not like a hot take. It's a risky, but I am for it type play. Don't block this camp. Instead, prioritize unblocking this camp. Because the lane is shoving, we are going to need to fix it as soon as possible, which the camps aren't spawning till 1 minute, so the soonest I'll be able to pull is 120. What if they body block my small camp or block it with a sentry, and I sentry block their hard camp? Now there's no camps, and we're laning up here. So we continue to lane up here. You guys are actually fairly strong, so I think you'll be okay laning here, but it's not really what we want, right? We'd like to be back here. So that's the danger of blocking this camp, and then this camp may or may not spawn depending what the enemy does. So I would prioritize unblocking this camp with a sentry to make sure they didn't block it in the night, depending what you saw, which you could probably take the bet that they didn't get here, because they ended up showing in like other places. So I think they were there rather than blocking early. So if you want to wait, I'm open to that. I would be more open to it if we met here like normal and we were going to see if the camp was available or not. Because we're pushing and I need this camp to spawn, I am very inclined to either try to unblock it now or try at like 55 seconds. Maybe a little sooner. Because if I do it now and then I go lane, they might now show up, walk over, block it, and then kill my sentry. So I may now just have to wait, come here, and sentry late. Our final option is to shove this, right? Okay, it's happening. It's happening. We do it, we play, and we need to get this under the tower as quickly as possible. So the next wave will probably meet you around like here. We kill that wave too. Attack it nonstop and hope that you kill it so fast that this wave also goes under tower and dies. And then the third wave will meet here and will never have needed to do a pull. If you don't do that and you just like let things happen, you're gonna be stuck here for quite a while. If you're gonna ward, by the way, when you block camps, people tend to like bring the sentries as well, so you're likely to lose this observer over time. Same deal with the Pudge. If you do end up with your observer and you want it to help you in the lane a little bit more, I recommend out here, because the most, like if this guy's gonna unblock his camp, up here is the most common, or the safest. But sometimes they put it a little lower, somewhere around here. Sometimes they block your camps from like here. And notice a lot of those sentries in this area will reach to about right around here. This, like, you see the path If you use a map, then I don't know if it looks the same, but a terrain, I mean. But the default map, like the pathway, most sentries, like lower sentries that still unblock the camp, reach about the curve of the path. So if you put your observer in the path or on this side, it's usually safe. Radiant does have some other options. So this cliff is pretty good, and then this one is actually in the sentry ranges, but it's very difficult to see this corner. So it can still provide you useful vision. You don't see as much in the lane, though, compared to this one. But you see, especially with this one, you can see people moving in this area, and you can see, like, rotations between mid and this lane. Okay, so continuing our study of the creep wave, here we go. We have pushed 3 creeps forward, and then it's going to meet the next wave somewhere around here. Yep. This will die. Mostly, you're going to end up with, like, probably like 5 versus 3 creeps by the time the next wave shows up. Centaur's doing a couple extra auto attacks, helping us out a little. Oh, some fighting has gone on, so it's making it a little messy, but here's our 5 versus 3. And so here is ideally, so that spin could have worked. If you guys spin, auto attack, spin, whatever, commit, stay in the wave, all of this is dying already. It's already dead. And this creep wave is pushing forward, and we are hoping that it dies to the tower before the next creep wave shows up. It's pretty hard to do that at level 1 just because, like, we don't have a lot of damage, a lot of abilities. So the next wave actually is getting kind of close. It's like right here. So even if this was moving, if this was already under the tower, it's probably not killing this many creeps before this shows up. But you get the idea. It would be better than what's happening here, which is, oh, maybe Centaur will hold it out, actually. Okay, this is the best case for Centaur. If he didn't hold this and this went under the tower, you would just see the pattern we see a lot. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until a pull happens or something else happens. He actually held it outside. So we readjust. We are now about to lane 4 creeps coming in, supposed to deal with these 4, and then there's a bonus 4. So we have twice the amount of creeps, and Centaur's holding it. Same deal. Fight, shove it in. Notice this is really hard now. How do you kill this range creep quickly? We maybe don't. How do we kill these melee creeps quickly? Well, they're at the very edge of the tower, so maybe we could, but boy, is that scary. Like, we're right next to the tower. That's why it feels better when the lane's a little further out to just commit at that point, shove it out. If it ends up right here, it starts to get really scary to try to kill this wave quickly to force this under tower. But what you can try to do is creep aggro in the same way the off lane does it here. They try to creep aggro out. You try to creep aggro these melee creeps out and hope yours go under the tower, and you'll lose the range creep, but the tower will get to work a lot sooner than it would otherwise. We could do a pull, and for example, if you were here a little earlier, you could be pulling right now, and you could do a full pull, same usual deal. If this creep wave dies, I need this camp dead. With the way this is set up, I don't think it's happening. So I'm not going to damage these creeps at all. I'm going to be waiting for them to get something low, and I'm going to bash its head in from behind and get it killed off instantly. And then I'm going to wait for them to get the next creep, and then I'm going to try to deny as much as I can here and make it take as long as possible to delay them from entering the lane if we're doing a full pull. You could also do a half pull. You could also maybe wait to stack, but that means we're going to lane here till like 220, which is a lot further. Not doing too bad on lasses despite laning up here. I didn't even know half pulls existed. They are harder to do. What you do is you'd be waiting here right now, and then pulling the front two is a lot harder. But for example, if an attack hit you right here, when you were standing here, you're within 500 range of these 2 melee creeps, but not within this one. So only these 2 would aggro to you, or aggro to this, and then the back 2 would go. Except in practice, that almost never happens, because when these guys then attack these creeps who are running in, these creeps are within 500 range of these guys, so then it aggroes the whole wave. So it's usually much easier to aggro the back 2 creeps, since these guys just run forward. So for example, I guess we don't get it because you did the full. I don't know what I was expecting. But if this creep wave cut and pasted a little further to the right, you get the idea. Something like you get hit by an attack while you're standing back here, or like in here-ish, right? That would catch the back two. So you would be waiting here, let it go a little further. You might even be a little further back, and then like walk in. It just takes a little practice, but once you get it, it's pretty good. And it's hard to give an exact time of when to do it because it really varies depending on when the creeps are attacking, how the creeps are moving, day, night, whatever. So usually it's done by feel, just estimating the like 500 range. Okay, this pull. So right now, wait, sorry, I shouldn't have sped so fast. So practice. Okay, I want to do a pull right before I aggro the wave or the camp. Look over. Am I still doing a pull? I think I can still get away with it. Okay. Because I think all of their creeps will die, and I hope our creeps will die to the tower, and I'm just trying to get this creep wave killed off as much as possible. Because these are all extra creeps. Every other creep is dealt with. It's just... I'm sorry. Hold on, I've gotten confused. No, all of these are not dealt with. I'm getting confused because we're going back and forth. These are the creeps that are supposed to fight these creeps. So right now I'm hitting this and I'm walking in and I have to come check. And I have to estimate. Okay, I have 5-ish creeps fighting 3-ish creeps. But one is about to die, so it's actually 2 creeps. And then the range creep is actually in the front. This is actually unfortunate for you. If it was in the back, that would definitely shove. Unfortunately, it's in the front dying really quickly. So it's going to be about the regular 4 creeps versus 2 creeps. So this pull can happen, but I may need to trim this off fairly quickly. A half pull here is actually pretty good because front 2 keep going. These will kill the back 2. Front 2 walk up. These creeps kill all this, and then they'll kill the next 2. And then you either hold them out or they die to the tower. So that's all those creeps dealt with. And then these 2 got killed to this. So then the next wave comes and it meets here. So a half pull would work out really well. And then the only downside is that you have a reduced camp here. And you're either going to have to stack it at some point or just clear it off. Because once this becomes a weakened camp, we can't really use it for very much. Though these guys are kind of ballers. These are like the best ones to do a half pull with. These and the ghosts, because they tend to destroy the back 2 creeps pretty quickly, and they stay healthy enough that you could do another half pull. A lot of the other camps, you get 1 half pull, and then they're like not as good. So full pull, okay, we reevaluate. Oh shit, I think I did the math wrong, right? Okay, start attacking. So kill whatever they are focusing. It's better to kill 1 creep at a time rather than 2 creeps at a time. Sometimes it gets a little iffy if like they start to focus this one. It's like, oh, should I have killed that one? Oh, you know, I don't know. At that point, take your best guess. But here, I would just start hitting this creep with them. You could probably get 2, 3 auto attacks in. Still try to get the last hit if possible. I think you could get 2 auto attacks and then wait for the 3rd auto attack to get the last hit. And then we're moving on to this creep. Okay, start hitting this one and check back in. The range creep's about to die. So right here, I need this small camp dead. So you can see if I attack that first creep a little bit, and then I had already jumped over to this one is close to dying at this point with 1 auto attack, 2 auto attacks from me. And then maybe I need to use a spell if I really want to finish the job. I hit this, I spell, like whatever. Notice Juggernaut has just been sitting in this area, not doing anything. So this is where your friend can come over and help you. If both of you were to attack this stuff, right, it's much easier to deal with. Oh, Zach, we would have missed some XP. Okay, in that case, pick who is best for the job. Who could kill this camp the fastest if necessary? Most cases, it's actually the carry, right? People who have right-click items, right-click heroes, faster base attack time on the Juggernaut. Largo actually hits pretty hard, so you're not too bad at it. But who should risk their life here, right? Absorbing the XP, the carry or the support? Who should pick up what gold there is here? 60 gold, right? Carry or support. If we're like really scrapping for anything here, right? We should actually swap spots. The most important thing is trimming this though. So while Juggernaut runs over, you're doing this, and then the last second you move over. If you lose a little bit of XP, it's okay because you are also denying 1 creep from the enemy, so it bounces out. Juggernaut needs to hold this outside for 7 seconds, I would say. Probably takes you 2 seconds to kill this creep, and then about 5 seconds for them walk out. So if they don't, sometimes the off lane will just immediately head over here. That's when the carry can do it. You run it around. In fact, this one loop here is probably the time you need. Offlaners, or one of you, support or offlane, this is why I do recommend you walk with the creeps and don't let Jug do it. Make Jug have to bring it under the tower. And now with this, despite having done a pull when the lane was shoving, it will now push back out again. I'm going to speed us forward. It's under the tower. Unless the enemy uses a bunch of spells. But they did a couple, not enough. So in the end, we have 7. We can say 6.5 if we focus this guy down. 6 creeps versus 4. Unfixable because we have 2 range creeps. So it will shove. It'll be really hard. We have to think about doing another pull. And this is where I'm going back to wishing I had that hard camp, right? It is a double-edged sword. It can backfire, but okay, 6 creeps is pushing really hard. Well, what if I drag this in as we finish that wave? Now we can use our creep advantage to at least get us some gold. And if they try to fight us, only we have creeps here. And if they don't fight us, then maybe the hard camp can kill off the creeps. Depends how many are actually alive. Unintentionally damaging the creep wave. This is getting really messy, though. Yeah, you guys should fight here. Or at least you should. Juggernaut got kind of low earlier. You should definitely fight here, though. Look how many creeps this is. Juggernaut is not participating, but it's like he was for how many creeps are tanking Jakiro. So I would chase him. And then Centaur, if he was full health, I'd be scared. But with him being this low, you're actually the strongest hero here right now. So you should just run in and fight. You also have 6 wand charges. Ooh, maybe trying to shove the wave. Under tower. Let's see if this was fast enough. Where's the... Here's the next creep wave. And this is the hard part, because from the base to the offlane tower is relatively short, which is why it's hard to get the... I know I've been pitching it, like shove the wave into the tower to get it to reset, but it's actually a little tough to do because this is a very short walk time compared to this. This is actually a longer walk than from here to here. Wait, why are we... I gotta give you feedback. Oh, Juggernaut's here this time. Nice. Okay, same deal. I'm going to do a poll. Let me check. These are all the creeps. These creeps are supposed to be fighting my creeps here. And I have a shitload in the lane, so I actually think most of these creeps are going to die. Maybe 2 to 3 live, depending on what... I mean, Centaur's kind of tanking for them right now, even though he has no health. Very generous of him. So we'll see how many of their creeps live, but I need to keep taking a look. As we come to do a pull, keep peeking in. How are we doing? Same trick earlier I mentioned, where you just have to right-click out once, and then you can go look. All right, so we're killing creeps. What's happening here? 1 more range creep. I need all of these creeps done. So let's get to go. Let's get to work. You start hitting this creep right now. In the meantime, you notice you were just kind of like standing and walking earlier. If you have the time, you should be killing this melee creep. And if you need to be killing this sooner, then you need to be killing this creep. And if you're not doing either of those, you need to be out here absorbing XP if you think it's safe to do so, and then making sure this creep wave does not go under tower. If this ends up taking longer than you think for whatever reason, one of you needs to be here to catch the wave and then try to keep it outside the tower if we want it to fix equilibrium. Because if it goes under tower, we are just re-entering the cycle. Oh my god, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. You're 1 pixel from being under the tower. Holy shit, amazing. But you can see where if you were out here, it'd be a lot safer. You'd be way more comfortable. Hold the creep wave like a little further outside the tower, and then you're not in a bad spot. Unfortunately, it's 3 versus 2 creeps, which is pushing a little bit. This is where if we go back to if you had hit that other creep, killed it off sooner, your creeps would have taken a little bit more damage, and it might still be 3 versus 2, but it could be fixable. This is actually potentially still fixable as long as it doesn't go into the tower, because Juggernaut and Largo have good attack animations. So as long as you two start focusing creeps as soon as they drop below 50, this will push a little bit, but I think you can fix it depending on how they respond. Now, we need to be hitting this instantly. Okay, this is you're gonna kill Centaur, and that's better. But in terms of creep equilibrium, you can see where we are pushing forward. If this creep wave, in part, you need this range creep to die, especially. The range creep is the pusher. If you can get this creep wave to kill this range creep in time before this wave shows up, even if you end up with a slightly damaged wave here, like 4 full health creeps versus 3.5 creeps, that's usually manageable. Because you just need to start auto-attacking a lot, and you will balance out. It'll be a little higher than usual, but it will balance out, and then you're good to go from there. Oh god, we kill him, right? Whew. Thank goodness. That does cost us equilibrium, though. And we're starting to miss some important creeps. You guys should probably end that aggression a little bit sooner. If the hard camp was available, he could pull it in. Small camp not up because we did it earlier. So notice we have been in this cycle back and forth this entire time, and it all comes back to your original initial body block plus blocking this hard camp. Like, this entire laning stage has been determined by that. And it's not like you guys got completely shut down, although actually now I'm looking at it, Jug is missing a good chunk of last hits. You did just manage to pick up a kill at least, so gold wise, yeah, it's like not the end of the world, but also we see we're down 500-ish. So this is where a little bit of creep equilibrium stuff makes a huge difference. Someone needs to hold, okay, because the range creep walked further out, he's actually going to get targeted here, right? So now this range creep will die. Centaur is actually trying to help you out. The range creep may not die now. The range creep is living. Once you get this wall of melee creeps in front of the range creep, you're good. And this is usually more applicable to the off lane trying to make this happen rather than the safe lane doing it right in front of their tower. Usually it's like stuff up here where you're trying to get it. Once this range creep lives and it's above 50, you're good to go. Even if this, like, take this creep wave and copy and paste it up here, it would push because they have 2 range creeps and we have 1. So that's why when, like, you're getting partial health creep waves and I'm throwing out, like, try to kill the range creep or get it killed, because that will strongly determine which way the lane is going. I was going to see if I could find an example up here, but alas. Okay, I think that's probably good to go. I think that was actually a... I guess it's a little pull adjacent, because it was the choice to block the camp plus doing this body block. But I think it was still a really useful example to show what happens where it can just end up bouncing back and forth. Even though pulls are happening at theoretically decent times, like, oh, the lane is going, I'm doing a pull, there's still a little bit more fine-tuning that needs to happen to truly fix equilibrium. I have this match ID? I do, okay. Which the enemy can do. I know Largo did it himself this time, and we've now taught the lesson. Largo will never do it again. The off lane can do this to you, right? They can come and body block this, and you can't make it in time, and you end up shoving the lane right away. So everything we talked about is still very legitimate. even if you are not the one doing it yourself. Like, that part's the easy fix, but having this knowledge is still really useful. This is like a side lesson to say, you know, sometimes people say like, oh, this guy griefed me and the game is now like pointless. So let's pretend Largo griefed, right? Maybe the Juggernaut griefed. They griefed themselves. And we go like, okay, this whole laning stage is pointless. But that's not true because the enemy can do this. So the lesson is exactly the same. Whether it came from Largo and Jug making this mistake or the off lane making a good play, once you learn how to address the lane shoving out right away, that is applicable in a griefed game like this or a non-griefed game where the enemy is just playing really well. So a lot of the knowledge in Dota is still useful to practice and to learn from in games where teammates are bad, this guy's feeding, whatever. Like, you can have so-called legitimate games where that situation arises. Okay, I like this. I'm happy to have that example. All right. There were other people I wanted to go back up to make sure we got. Sansusi, oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm glad you are enjoying the streams. Did you want I don't think we even did a replay for you. If you want one with that donation, let me know. I'll be happy to do it. I'm going to scroll up real quick to grab one of the other games I wanted to cover because a couple people came in at the same time with some good pulling questions. I actually wanted to try to get to all of you. How to get the right timing for half pulls. Okay, before we load the next one, let me start the download. I will try to show this to you in the demo mode. I think that'll be fine if we back out now. Who shall we use? Shall we use Largo? Why not? This should be okay. Sometimes the demo mode, the creeps spawn at like weird times and such, but I think this is still fine. Let me do a timestamp for this. How to half pull. All right. So let us. I got to get this set up. The neutrals don't spawn in the demo mode for whatever reason. And usually you won't have an observer, but I'm going to... never mind, we don't need to. I was going to put one just to help show what's happening, but, I mean, you can do the half pulls without it. Okay, so the goal of the half pull... I'm not going to do this next wave because usually you wouldn't be able to... maybe it doesn't matter. We'll just pretend. The easiest is a range creep to attack you and for the attack to land while you are... So for this creep wave, let's let them get off the hill first because it's kind of weird. Okay, so if you walk through, you're obviously going to aggro everything. Range creeps have a 600 acquisition range. Melee creeps have a 500 acquisition range. I can't draw the circles nowadays, but if you go find the old video I had, I edited it in circles to show you what it would look like to make the visualization easier. If I think Io is who I used in the past. I believe Io has a 500 attack range. Damn, I'm good. All right, so Io... Oops, wrong button. This is the acquisition range of a melee creep. If you imagine Io as the melee creep. I need the ranged attack or a melee attack or the creep to walk in. It's just harder to make that one work than the ranged attack. I need that to hit me when I am in this circle of the melee creep. So like out here, it would work. Rather than try to hit this and run out perfectly, hit it a little early, wait around where we are waiting, but a little further back. I'm not going to pull this wave. I'm going to use it to show where to stand. So like Io, if we imagine this attack range, can I... Okay, let me do it myself. Let me change my hero to IO. Get out of here. So this is my range indicator. So you can imagine as the melee creeps walk through like here, if I'm standing here and I get hit, I will aggro them. So I actually want to wait like maybe a little further back. It depends exactly where people are standing. And then I walk in at the final moments. So here we wait. I'm going to hit. And then because these guys, you saw him in the circle as an attack landed, I drew in the back two. And then I just kill off these guys and we're good to go. It's hardest to do with like the kobolds because they are all melee. And if you overextend in the slightest with the melee creep, it walks into everything else and then it's done. The ranged is easier because like the attack is a one and done. If you try to time it perfectly, it's a lot harder. I managed to get it there. I never do on like trying to get it perfectly timed of like hit it, walk out, you'll always get the half pull. It's way too finicky. Sometimes the creeps like block each other a little bit. Sometimes, you know, they stand a little bit different in the camp. You kind of have to do it purely off of this. Like you have to practice this and you have to feel it, the 500 and 600 range. And you can do it a little differently. Like I'm doing this path right here. Technically you could go a separate path. And it's probably possible to pull the front 500 at the max leash range. It would just be a lot trickier. What do we have? We have kobolds. Okay, let's see what we can do with the kobolds, the melee example. Oh yeah, IO. Yeah, that's a good call out, adventure class. IO or other heroes who have a movement ability that doesn't disjoint. Oh, I forgot what I was gonna do this, right? Yeah, we got it. If you have a movement ability, you can let them attack you, and if you've missed the timing for just walking in, you can like use the ability to get a little closer. If you don't have to do that, I guess that's better because you're not gonna like burn your mana, but it is a nice one to have. Okay, does that make sense for the half pulls before we move on? What's our next camp? Oh, that's the match ID. Lol. I think half pulls. So I have not bothered trying to learn this because it's not as necessary with the hard camp, but I've been debating if learning how to do a half pull on the hard camp, I guess I don't need to learn, it would be the same concepts, but to like hammer that could be worth it. Again, I don't think it's as necessary for map positioning reasons, but it wasn't really doable in the past, so I never bothered to try. In the same reason, someone earlier asked about like how do you do this hard camp pull, and I like briefly practiced it, but I never got it down because it was never doable in the past. But maybe it is something I should do. Make sense? Awesome. What's the purpose of a half pull over a full creep pull? Ooh, game crashed, or did I do that? Did I close the game, or was that crash? So maybe we will see an example of it come up. I can try to orchestrate an example if we need to, but I do want to load up the match. If we don't find one in this next game, I will create an example to demonstrate it. But if you think about it, when you do a full pull, 4 lane creeps attack the small camp at once. So you're doing the most damage to the small camp possible, even without the heroes contributing at all. The lane creeps are doing a lot of damage to the small camp. You can cut that in half, essentially. I know it's not perfect because range creeps, blah, 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 whatever. We'll just say half for easy math. Half the damage will be dealt to the small camp, which gives them more time to do more damage to your creeps, so they more consistently kill the creeps. In fact, they almost always do, except for the kobolds. They will kill the back 2 creeps every time, which if you've done enough pulls, when you do full pulls, sometimes you kill 2 creeps, sometimes you kill 1, sometimes the creeps change focus, sometimes they walk back and forth, right? It's a little inconsistent. The half pull is pretty much guaranteed to deny the back 2 creeps. The other thing, pulling part of it is not just to kill creeps and get them low. It is a time delay tactic for when the creeps enter the lane and at what position they are at. Doing a full pull delays every single creep. A half pull delays the back two, but the front two go at the same regular time. Because of that, it leads to some different manipulation stuff, which is much easier to show, which is why I'm going to hope we find it in this example coming up here. And other ways, I will try to create the example. But by doing so, you typically, it tends to work out easier. Some of these replays you missed, I guess, because you joined late, which is why you're asking. But we have been seeing a lot of examples where people are doing full pulls at the right time. The lane is shoving, I do a full pull, but they aren't doing the exact adjustments necessary to make it work. Like kill the camp right now, make sure you body block here, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Those extra adjustments determine if it'll work or not. A half pull is more brain dead. Even if you don't do further fine tuning, a half pull is very likely to work out for you in the short term where it will balance out. The long term where it might backfire is that the small camp is not dead and you need to go back and finish it or stack it. So it requires a second move to the small camp to make it useful again. Otherwise, you are stuck with half a camp, which is not that useful. It can still be used, but just not as good. I have to scroll back up. I forgot. I copied the match ID, but then I forgot your actual questions. Okay, I found it. You were playing Silencer, you said. Another unranked game. Can we... Anybody? One Guardian. Ooh, one Legend. Crusader. Immortal. We all over the place. All right, let's call this Archon. Okay. If you stack the camp, the small full pull can kill the wave. Yes, yes. If you stack the small camp, it will kill the entire wave unless you get really unlucky. I don't think it's even possible. I think someone would have to come in to interrupt to have a small stacked camp not clear an entire wave. If you had a reduced camp, it may not. Like you did a half pull into a stack, that might not work. Did we random? Got a mango and a fairy fire here. Okay, so should we even think about stacking and pulling and whatever? We are Silencer and Kez. That is a pretty strong lane, though I am not sure who you are laning versus. If this is an off-lane Huskar, I am not feeling very good. Wind Ranger core or support would be a little annoying, but more manageable. Pudge, manageable. The other two also manageable. Couldn't tell from those items. Or not enough to make me super confident. By the way, versus Pudge, you should not be waiting here, because if they have an observer here, he could just like hook you over. Versus Pudge, you should just be like much further back. All right, guys, with a Pudge, you should be on his side of the map. If Pudge is up here, you do not contest this rune. You go and stand next to the Pudge. And that way, when you bait a fight, Pudge then hooks and either saves you or kills them, or more likely just misses the hook and then you report him. But that only works if you're on his side. If you are positioning away from the Pudge, what are you doing? All right, back to being silencer. We got a kill, or not us, but like the team, and actually did go to Kez, so that helps. Blocked this camp on your way in, which is okay, but for the path you took, you might as well push it a little further. Notice this overlap. This is pretty common to block the small camp in this area, and then you're just gonna lose your sentry. So you want to push it a little further up. Since you already went this way, I would try to put it up here. If you teleport to lane and you're trying to like do it real quick before the creeps meet and then show, and then you do it down here, that's fine with me. Though in those cases, I usually would pick the far bottom right corner rather than the closer left corner because of this stuff. The reason to do this bottom left corner is because you're checking, you are hoping to get the overlap that they blocked in this area, and you're trying to like, boop, check it real quick. I don't know. Did you do the check? We didn't. So you may have caught the sentry, but then just didn't know it was there. So if you're going to do this bottom left corner to hope for the overlap, you should go wrap around and check. And depending what you see, you can decide if that's worth it or not. If you think they were in this area earlier, you can do this. Okay, so snipers here, and then Wraith King. Okay, so this is actually like, of all the heroes I was worried about, this is actually now going to be the easiest to deal with, I feel. So you just harass Wraith King or Sniper, and at some point, you guys can maybe take a good fight. After you harass him down a little bit, Kez can do the damage here. The main thing you got to be careful is, holy shit, he took ghillie suit. I don't know if we need to be careful anymore, actually. I guess we'll still respect shrapnel, but I'm feeling way better that this guy didn't take the scatter shot. Okay, things went under tower, but they also shrapneled in here, so we just need to fix. We just need to auto attack a little bit. Your range creep. I think there was room for a little bit more denying there, but otherwise it's okay. And then you should do it from this left side. So if he's gonna pull, it's gonna happen around now. So you wanna be over here to contest this. Because we didn't, we have to go up right now. So you should already know, when you don't see the creeps and you're standing around here, they should already be here. You guys gotta start heading over right away. You're kind of doing it. So here we are. And then these are the pulls you kind of need to be a little careful of, guys, as the offlane. This is not terrible, but there is a cost to this, which is that part of the idea of pulling is to deny the enemy golden XP. There's also the equilibrium component. And as we see these creeps walk forward, we see like, okay, check mark on the equilibrium. One creep died. So we lost, what is it, 35 gold? 35-ish gold and about 60 XP. The hard camp is here, and the hard camp is worth pretty much twice to 3 times that amount. So if the safe lane is strong enough to now get both these last hits, you've kind of given the safe lane gold that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do this camp. They're only doing it because this pull happened. So you must get equilibrium out of this. You're trading, giving the enemy golden XP. Gold at least. XP, you should be able to hang in the area, split 4 ways. Gold, whoever has the strongest to zone people out, or the best nuking spell to secure it, should get the gold. Equilibrium, if this goes under tower, you will lose equilibrium. You need to reconnect it into this camp, or be willing to hold it out. Let's find out. He's holding it out. So then here is where, as a support carry, you like split duties. Someone comes and pressures this guy because he's tanking a whole wave and can't fight you, or you decide the hard camp is worth more money. Let's do that. The next thing to consider is what camp was here. Hellbears are one of the best hard camps to kill creeps, and you can see it. All the melee creeps are dead here. The range creep will live. We'll see if it actually lives. If they reconnect this wave in and kill this range creep, it doesn't help us. If this range creep lives through this camp, these show up, and you end up with 2 range creeps with 3 melee creeps in front, there's actually a pretty solid chance of this fixing itself. Even though it's technically like 5 creeps versus 4 here and then another 4 here, the 2 range creeps and 3 melee can kill the 3 melee and 1 range creep and then get to the next 3 melee and 1 range creep, because that's how strong the double ranged is. It won't finish the second wave, but it'll damage it enough that the third wave can then be used to potentially fix it. Or you do a pull with a third wave and then like, well, fix it. Don't do too much damage, but you can do some damage as the Wraith King here. I wouldn't kill the range creep though. I would kill a melee creep. If you want to trim down the amount of creeps here, kill the melee. Oh, look how much damage this guy took. This was a 2v1 fight, and Silencer got an equal trade on the Wraith King. That's the power of the melee creep helping to tank. Okay, you actually got your range creep killed. So, reevaluating. Do I need to pull or not? Our range creep, or that bonus range creep, did die, and I'm a little sad about that. These guys are put in a weird position. You could aggro to get these melee creeps on the range creep, but then they're going to tank the tower, and that's going to shove out. So they're just going to leave it, I imagine. This range creep will help kill this stuff off. If you are a ranged hero, you can safely help out. Kez will be in danger going for these denies, right? But you as the ranged hero can help kill off your creeps faster. And then these won't take that much damage because you only have melee creeps here. So then very possible to push like 2.5 melee creeps and a full health range creep into a full health creep wave, which with more auto attacks from us is fixable without a pull. So you don't have to come over here if you don't want to. If you wanted to, and you wanted to play it safe, now would be a great time. Let's say they didn't give you a trade, maybe you're a weaker lane or whatever. This could be a great time to stack. If you tried to do a pull here, that could work as well. If you stack, you continue to lane here for 30 seconds, but then you have a stacked camp to work with. If you pull, you could fix equilibrium faster, but then you probably won't have a camp to work with. So you choose what you think is better. How bad it is to lane up here. How soon do you need to pull it back? How likely are you to get value out of that stacked camp? If Kez attacks a little bit extra like he is just going to put more forward pressure, but not enough to be under the tower really quickly. So depending what you're trying to do, I would recommend against that. But if you are trying to kill them off quicker, like, yeah, it's fair. But usually that is paired with someone doing a pull, which we see we miss the timing a little bit. So here's where you got to be really aware. Keep looking at the clock. This is what I mean where sometimes it's fixable depending on what spells get used. So this is a partially damaged creep wave versus a mostly full health creep wave. If it depends how the damage has been split. So the killer here is that this melee creep is already below 50. So if the enemies focus this down, they could very quickly turn it into a 4-on-3, and this one's taking damage. So then you end up pushing pretty hard. If you have evenly split the damage between all the melee creeps, and then your creeps also split their focus between the 3 melee creeps, but their creeps are focused on one of your creeps, that's where it's sometimes fixable. And that's kind of happening here, where I think 3 creeps are focused on this middle one, and one of them is on the side one. As soon as this drops below 50, if you guys start killing this one, notice they haven't killed these 2 melee creeps. If you two focus this, it very quickly becomes a 4-on-3 in your favor. Even though the health is not in your favor, you only need 1 health to do full damage. So they are not killing their own creeps, and they should be to keep the pressure going this way and to stay in a good spot, but they're not. So if we are doing the correct thing and attacking this and taking use of the fact that they're not doing it, we, just through auto-attacking, have a chance here to actually fix this and get it to come back this way, even though by all accounts it really shouldn't. We didn't really do it, neither did they, so neither side is capitalizing on that opportunity. This is where, let's see if this comes up. This might be some really good examples. Okay, perfect. The range creep is being focused first. I'm gonna write this down. This is a good example of this. All right, because this range creep is being killed, this is another such situation where right clicks can fix this lane. If this creep was a little further back, if the melee creeps had lived a little longer and you get 2 range creeps with 3 melee creeps versus 1 range creep and 3 melee creeps, it's sometimes doable, but it's really hard. It's really hard to fix with auto attacks. Because this range creep dies, dead, we have mostly full health creep wave versus 3 and 1 damaged one and a little bit more damage. So it's the same situation we just saw. If they don't jump on this melee creep, and if this melee creep does not get focused by these guys, he's actually, barely. If this guy was a little healthier, he can't be denied, but he does full damage. And maybe your creeps happen to focus the 1 full health melee creep. This is where it's very random on how the creeps meet, and you have to adjust on the fly. As soon as their creeps get one of yours below 50, if they are focusing 1 creep, you all can attack that creep. It will die. You'll get 4 enemy creeps versus 3 of yours. So even though this looks like it should be pushing, and it kind of is, it is maybe doable. New element. We are now aggroing creeps around. So what's likely to happen here, let's say both teams disengage. So these 3 creeps come to this one. These 3 creeps are on this one. So we kill this range creep. They kill this range creep. We now hold this creep wave out here. We have 3, but 2 are pretty damaged. And they would have 3 relatively healthy creeps. I guess the range creep would do some damage. So we can say 2.5 versus like 2, really, if you were to like add up all the health at that point. So now if both sides just like hold it out here, it actually benefits them a little bit. But you can go for that and see. It's like a skill check. If they mess it up and just bring it under tower, you're golden. You've baited them into screwing up. If your carry runs it under your tower, you're screwed. They'll keep 3 creeps out here and then reestablish equilibrium here, and you won't be able to do anything about it. So it gets really messy. Let's see what happens. A fight's actually breaking out. Okay. More creeps got thrown around. Equilibrium is now very messy, but due to shrapnel... Oh god, it's all over the place. Where are we? Who am I? Okay, we need to de-aggro this range creep right away, and we kind of have a shot here. So, unattended, our wave pushes. This creep will die first. This creep will be next. One of their creeps will be next, and it'll snowball. It'll push this way. 1.5 creeps will move forward. But this creep, the 2 of us focus down. Kez gets this last hit. We focus this down. It'll become 3-on-3. Our creeps will be a little healthier. Our creep drops below 50 after theirs, but we focus it down. It will become 3-on-2, and then 2-on-2, and then slowly push towards us. There's another situation. It's fixable. Kez kind of did it on his own, but with your help, it would be better. And we see it. We still need more work here. This one is dropping below 50. If they work on it, we are pushing this way. I really need this creep to drop below 50, and then boom. We both need to work on this creep, and we can kill this creep before this banner creep actually dies. So then it's 3-on-2 for that brief moment, then 2-on-2. We keep working on it. Okay, kill off the next one, 2-on-1, and it works out. What's up? Oh, okay. Sniper has done another pull. You guys can walk up. Looks like you're trying to contest it. Okay, different things there. So first, if you helped earlier, you'd be free at this time. We're kind of still needed to help because we didn't do it earlier. If you're standing here, you can just stop what Sniper's doing right now. You walk up, you auto-attack Sniper, draw aggro the same way with lane creeps. These creeps will turn towards you, and then you mess up the pull. The other thing, Kez saw this was happening. He walked up. Same deal with Kez. He needs to walk a little further, aggro off the Wraith King or the Sniper or this top bar on anyone showing. That actually doesn't matter. Draw aggro, and then these creeps would have walked towards Kez, and stopped doing this pull. So you both kind of had a shot here to stop this and then go back to fixing the lane. See what Wraith King does. He's kind of damaging creeps, kind of holding them. This is where you can come up and force him under tower. Because the next waves, this wave, supposed to fight this wave, supposed to meet here. These are all bonus creeps. So they're in a good spot. It's going to hold here. You need to be here, auto attack him, force him to bring it under the tower. He's really close to, but he's not done it yet. And he doesn't. Good for him. This is the correct option for the off lane. And so even though this moves forward a little bit, here's yours. 4 versus 3. Hard to fix, even with some creep aggro. At some point in this sequence, you could have fixed it through auto attacks, but we also have not really done a small pull, which could have been an option. If you stack it at any moment, you can then just do full pulls without care. Otherwise, you have to do a little bit of we've been talking about, like adjusting, trimming, all that stuff. Okay. If you go for a pull, Kaz needs to back off. And then here, you can actually do either a half pull is safest in this case. You could do a full pull if Kez comes over and you both work on the small camp together. I think you alone will struggle to kill the small camp fast enough if you do a full pull. If you do a half pull, someone asked earlier about the difference. So these creeps are walking forward. Oh, okay. Yeah, we did end up getting a half pull. Nice. So this is actually what will happen. So these two creeps go forward, and it's a 4-on-2. So, of course, our creeps are going to die outside of everyone using a bunch of spells. And then, look, we've already lost the range creep because it happened to get focused down by the Vools, and then that means this creep gets killed too. So half pull splits ours apart, and that means we have now dealt with the entire wave, or we're about to. These are the next ones that spawned. So this wave will deal with this wave. So everything else in the middle is what needs to be solved. And by doing this half pull, getting our back 2 killed, our front 2 are now fighting here, and they're going to be killed. These can now walk under the tower, die, as long as they don't interact with that wave, and then we'll reestablish equilibrium right here. And to just show that again from here, if we were doing a full pull right now, these creeps are not walking forward. They're over here, and because of that, in this case, the range creep actually still got focused down, potentially, which is nice. You would have 3 creeps, 3 melee creeps versus the Vul Assassins. They're not doing much damage. You would have to do a lot of work to kill it, which means these creeps running forward would never run into these creeps right now. And so then they're here, 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 under tower. And at that moment, see, this camp is actually still alive, partly because, you know, we only did the half pull. Even with the full wave, we would have to be doing a lot of damage to kill this off so that this creep wave does not end up under the tower. And we've seen many examples of what happens when, you know, that happens. This goes under tower, this shows up late, we end up shoving out again. This half pull worked out pretty well. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it was pretty good. I'm going to add that as an example. 520 half pull. Okay, hold on. I said it was good, but we've made a mistake. This creep wave, I looked away, and what happened? Okay, because a little bit of aggro got drawn, and because these skeletons resummoned, so this is actually a bonus creep wave right now. If this camp was available, which silencer blocked now, this is actually a good time, ignoring things like going for kills and tower pressure and whatever, just thinking in terms of equilibrium and last hits. This is a great time for Sniper to do a pull, because the safe lane is distracted by this camp, so they can't really, or this creep wave, sorry, so they can't stop this pull. And they're either bringing these creeps to the fight, which lets them know, because they see it, and they have the advantage with those creeps there, or they're stuck under tower dealing with it. By the time they come over, they've already missed some of the pull. They've lost some creeps, lost some of the jungle camps. This is a good time to do it, and it will then give you equilibrium. So compared to the earlier hard pull where I tossed up the idea of like, we're getting equilibrium, but giving the enemy safe lane gold, this situation is one where you can hard pull, get equilibrium, and probably not give gold. It could still happen, I suppose, depending on exactly how the creeps engage, but you're much more likely to actually get gold yourself while denying things from the enemy. It would be a much better situation. This creep wave needs to be killed by the tower quickly, so rather than bring it in this far, they're going to stop walking soon and start fighting. So you actually want to do it at the edge, and then if this creep wave does not get killed in time, let's ignore this creep wave right now, right? You go, oh shit, this last creep or two that is on me is not going to be killed by the tower in time. It's going to delay these creeps. We're all going to end up under tower like what we're about to see. So what you do, because you hold it at the edge and the enemy didn't punish you for it, which doesn't happen a lot, you walk back out with your 1 or 2 creeps. You let things engage right here, and then you just walk back in, and now you have like 5 or 6 creeps versus your 4 creeps, and it's perfectly fine. This happens to be a catapult wave. So there's actually another school of thought that you intentionally do this. You bring your catapult wave late to lane, either through something like this, or more likely, more in your control, a small pull. It brings their creep wave under your tower, and that will get the catapult killed off quickly. Now their catapult is dead, yours is alive, and so you can coordinate a push if you want, or at the least you can now ignore this lane and not be worried about losing your tower because they bring in a couple heroes with this catapult. This is really only a consideration for pros and for really tempo lineups if you coordinate around this. The vast majority of pub games will never take advantage of this kind of technology of like playing mid with this catapult wave and then showing up bottom to push with this catapult wave. Or I guess the Dire maybe, well, Huskar doesn't really do it anymore nowadays. If we imagine a more tempo mid, like a Death Prophet, you push with the Death Prophet mid and the catapult, you finish it, you then like rush to your safe lane, like in this case, you rush here because this catapult is still alive and you killed their catapult wave, so your wave's actually pushing. So by the time you're done with your mid push, you show up here and you push another tower with the second catapult. If you want to try to do that when you play with friends, you can, but it's not really necessary. You can still do this. It's mostly just to make sure you don't screw up rather than some massive team coordinated play. It's more so just that, okay, we killed their catapult. We don't have to worry about losing our towers. Can I ask for some help learning ancient stacking? Safe lane, river, ancient seem hard to stack more than twice. These are kind of funny. This camp is a little iffy. I actually wouldn't even... If you can stack them 2 to 3 times, that's plenty. Usually this camp is not a high priority to stack a lot. As long as you can stack these ancients consistently, which is usually just hit them at like anywhere between 53 to 55, and then bump that a little sooner if there's like a bunch of creeps in there, and drag out. This one is easier to set up and protect and multi-stack. This one is more finicky and it's way more dangerous. So it's like the inverse, right? This is protected by 2 lanes. It's double high ground. You have an outpost here. You have a watcher here. Super safe relative to low ground, possibly even double low ground if you have someone here looking down. Double low ground. This is one of the most common places to push first. And then there's like Twin Gate that the enemies could come through and jump this area. So it's usually way safer to stack here rather than here. And if you can just do like 1 or 2 stacks here, I would say that's enough. I've actually never even tried to stack this more than like 3 or 4 times. I've just never had the situation to need to do it because the support's not usually here long enough. You don't want to be like playing this area that long typically. I would actually have to double check the exact timings. We can try it after this. We can go into a demo mode and check. I would imagine like it's a pretty small box. You can probably hit it like 55, 56 the first stack and then cut down half a second every time there's an extra camp in there. That's what I will try right after this. If I forget, that's my advice. It was intentional that time. Nice, Joe. That's perfect. This one, the catapult does not do a lot of damage to creeps, but it tanks a lot. So if your catapult is alive, it does become hard to, let's just pretend we're trying to fix it. You may be intentionally pushing or whatever, but just for the thought, as soon as a catapult is alive, it is hard to fix via killing things because it's very difficult to kill the catapult itself. A different way you can use it is in the earlier game we saw with the Medusa. I am forgetting which game that was. I'm going to write myself a note here to use check Medusa game for catapult example. I forget which one that was. But you can use it in reverse, where I've been talking a lot about like these creeps needing to make it to the lane at a certain time. If you have a catapult moving forward like this one, and let me just speed through and actually maybe it'll come up. Like right here, if you guys didn't draw this aggro, Kez is drawing one right now. These creeps will essentially sit here indefinitely. Whereas before, we are very time pressured of like, oh, I need this camp to die. Right as this camp is dying, you now have so much free time. You can just let the camp attack your creeps. You don't have to do anything because these guys will just be sitting, hitting the catapult wave forever. They do so little damage to it. And what you're kind of hoping in this situation is that you buy so much time that they stack range creeps going this way. And then the range creeps obliterate your creep wave. They finally kill the catapult and they start pushing this way. It's not usually a massive consideration because by this time, like laning stage is starting to break down. For a lot of pub games, I know it goes a little longer here. At a higher level, this is actually the window where the laning stage starts to end. And so you don't have to really think about balancing pulls with catapult waves too often. But for those of you that do need to, there you go. This is legit free coaching. For people that want, they can donate for a guaranteed one, $5. But otherwise, we're just picking random stuff from the chat, and we do this every Monday and Wednesday. So I can't guarantee we will get to like any one person's in particular, but if you show up to enough, then usually at some point something is reviewed. I will also say, even if your own particular game is not reviewed, usually a lot of the lessons are applicable across the board. Ooh, excuse me. We are trying to have topics to the streams, though. That's something new recently. And today is pulling. So if the questions and the replays can stick to like the laning stage, that would be good. This is a little late in this stage. I mentioned like a lot of the times the laning will end, but the concepts are very similar here. So you ended up with a half pull on this hard camp, unintentionally or not. You were just trying to like connect it into this camp. And I think you were trying to grab the full wave, which is fine. Which is a great, if you get this to work, this is a hard camp. 3 creeps should be killed. It depends. Centaurs are the weakest. These guys are pretty strong, so they can sometimes kill a full creep wave on their own with a little help. It's pretty consistent. 3 creeps, and then ended up being 2 creeps. Perfectly good. So this wave, supposed to fight this wave, supposed to meet here. So these are all the bonus creeps. Do we need to do this hard pull? If these guys walk forward and we walk with them to force it under tower, will it be killed by this tower in time before interacting with this creep wave? Probably not, because this creep wave is probably going to be here by the time these creeps walk under the tower. So they would have interacted. We would enter that cycle we've seen a lot where it just starts going back and forth until something else happens. So for equilibrium, something does need to happen like this hard pull. We just need to be careful that we don't run into the reverse of what we talked about earlier, which is we do this pull and maybe we get zoned by the enemy. Because one creep walked forward is actually kind of nice for us. This goes forward. It should actually be here a little sooner, right? And you may feel uncomfortable because this creep wave is pushing up. I can't fight into this creep wave in this area, and the enemy heroes are stronger than us. Maybe the matchup's bad. Maybe they just have more health, whatever. Okay, we better just be careful here. you're going to get equilibrium, but the enemy is going to push you off the hard camp. So then they didn't get denied anything. They're within XP range right now. This is the benefit of the hard camp. They're within XP range. They make it over. Maybe they missed a last hit or two, but then they get the hard camp because you get zoned off the camp. So it can backfire on you in that sense. Or maybe not backfire, but there's a cost to the pull. I would say it's still generally okay as the safe lane. You usually are trying to pull it back here. But for consideration, this time it didn't matter because it was a half pull. But there are times where you pull the wave and it does enough damage that the camp will die. You have to do a quick gut check of like, will I get pushed off this wave before that creep dies? If I don't want that to happen, I better help kill that creep. And you will secure the money, but it may hurt your equilibrium. And this is where it'll depend on the rank. Do they just take the creep wave, walk under tower? Then it's fine. Do they actually hold the creep wave? Then we're going to have equilibrium for a little bit, but then we're going to be back up here again. These are the things the off lane, it's less in control of the safe lane at this point and more in the off lane. Do they do the right steps to use this and get equilibrium back? Or do they let this be a successful pull and fix the lane and push it up here? This is where, hot take, guys. I've seen a lot of posts complaining about the offlane lately, but I feel like when we watch replays, I don't have this feeling that the offlane is that hard. I actually just watch offlaners grief themselves more than anything. I do recognize there are bad position fours that make it harder, but almost like at least once a laning stage, we watch offlaners grief themselves. And then I feel like it's those people who then go like, this offlane's impossible. They're so like, carries are overtuned, as if offlaners weren't just overtuned in the last patch. You know, it's like, this lane's not playable. And then like, I don't know, guys, we see a lot of replays where the offlaners grief themselves again and again and again and don't hold equilibrium here. Wraith King's actually done a pretty good job. He is someone who has not griefed himself. Oh, but carries are just overtuned. Look at this bullshit. Oh, that Wraith King deserves to complain. Now, that is a good matchup for Kez. He is all physical damage, and then Wraith King has not a bunch of armor. This is actually a bit of a harder matchup for Wraith King now that Kez is higher leveled.
For my favorite coach.
Aw, thank you, Primoist. I appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we can move on from this game. This is a little bit beyond the... If you get to 10 minutes and you're still in the save lane doing pulls, guys, you are missing the mark. Don't be in there anymore. It is not very useful. Are there any other good examples we should write down from that one? Let me think real quick. I've heard that you should half pull as a 5 almost anytime you can. Is that true? No. But I do recommend having the half pull in your toolbox. Pros and cons of the half pull. Wait, we can demo all this because I should use an actual support. I don't know why I'm doing it like this. Hopefully demo mode does not make this kind of funny. Okay, let me add another timestamp for this. Stacking and half pull talk. Okay, so for those that jump to this timestamp, seeing a second half pull timestamp, the first one was for about how to half pull, but we have more follow-up questions on should we always do it, should we not, whatever. So we're going to orchestrate some situations. Although some of the replays have talked about it, so I guess I don't know. Watch through them if you really want to see it. First, the stacking that you asked about. This is the easy. This is like real quick. We can knock it out. We're gonna have to cheat a little bit here because the neutrals don't spawn in this demo mode for whatever reason. But I will wait till 1 minute. We'll stack as if it was they would have spawned already. I believe it is just like 55. What is Dota Plus telling me here? Yeah, 55. This one, the box is small, so I'd say you could probably do it a little bit late. But let's just go with what they've got, and then I maybe did that a second early. But yeah, I can see that they don't get out of the box that far. So this one would be hard to multi-stack. Just to show the... look how far these guys walk. Holy shit, they're power walkers. They made it to like all the way here before they turned around. I think this was a shadow patch because I don't recall ever seeing a mechanics discussion on it, but I believe long ago the neutrals were supposed to have a set amount of time, like 5 seconds or something, and it was standard for all the boxes that like you walk for that amount of time and then you turn back. But that is not the case. Like these guys went for miles, and then this guy was like here, and then like, holy shit, I'm out of breath, let's go home. So I don't know. Nowadays it just is what it is. Every box is a little different. Here, let's hit this at 55. I was a little late. So if we imagine this was like 210, oh, actually that would have worked. I would have stacked it. If we had hit that at like 56, that would have stacked. Let's try again. I'll hit it at 25, and we'll see if they can make it out of the box now that we're at 3. I guess I have to hit a little early so my range attack makes it in time. 4. It's getting bulky. Okay, we'll hit it at 45, but we actually have to start the attack at like 44. I may be like milliseconds off on this, like pressing the spawn neutral since we're cheating. It looks like that one did make it in. So around 4, I guess it would start to get pretty tough. And if you go this way, the tree's probably in the way. I really don't think you should be in this area to stack this many times though, because you're either not playing the lane enough, which actually did come up in the Smurf video we broke down. I'm pretty sure the Smurf probably just told the silencer, like, just stack for me. I don't give a shit what you do. Just stack. But that's a very unique situation. Most of the time, if you're stacking this much, you're giving up, like, all the pulling, all the playing the lane, the rune rotations, whatever. And I wouldn't really recommend that at a high level. I think stacking once or twice every now and then, because sometimes, yeah, the camps are blocked. Yeah, bad rune, whatever. You can't do this. I think it's okay, but I actually don't think you should be spending that much time. Like, if you find you have so much free time to stack this every minute, you either are not doing enough in the lane, or the laning stage is over and you're supposed to be somewhere else, but you're just like here doing nothing and you're like, I guess I stack. So I wouldn't really worry if you can't like multi-stack too much. Okay, and then the other question about half pulling. Let me think about what the best way to create this scenario would be. Let's use this. Let's just go with what we have. So we push in a pretty big wave. It's gonna meet the enemy wave right now. I'm gonna humiliate myself by being unable to do a half pull. I got 3. That's actually okay. The harpies are strong enough. So I'm gonna help the harpies out since I accidentally got 3. And then while this is happening, we take a look over here. So these creeps are pushing forward and they're fighting 1, sometimes 2 creeps, right? But it's 3 versus 2 and I don't have a range creep there, so it would have worked out. I stopped helping because I got distracted. So this is killing my remaining range creep and we are now good to go. Like this tower will finish these creeps, and this is what I was talking about earlier. We keep it out front and then drag it back out to reconnect in. That range creep did not die, but if we had done a little bit more help, it would have died. And then here we are, right? I didn't have to do a bunch of... I didn't even keep track, right? We just like pushed some creeps forward, and I just knew if we do a half pull, this will mostly work out. And actually I did need to do a little bit trimming. But that's because I was trying to show like everything at once. So without me doing very much, it worked out. This was close to not working out, but it worked out. So there's really not a lot of pressure on me. That was with pulling 3 creeps as well. So maybe that's not even the greatest example. Perhaps we can create a new example here. This lane is pushing. Let's do another half pull and hopefully get actually half the creeps this time. Ah, shit, it's a catapult wave. I don't want catapult wave. okay, if you pretend to ignore the catapult wave, right? We killed the range creep, so that one's done. And because there's a range creep here, this will push in. Even if this had been a reduced wave before, it is likely to push in. The downside, especially if I had actually pulled more creeps and not just the range creep, if I had pulled the range and melee, we have a camp that looks like this. The small camp already can't do full pulls, right? It is reduced effect and we're having to manage it a lot. Now, I have a weakened small camp. If I do a half pull with a weakened small camp, that's kind of okay. But I cannot do a full pull. All that it is a time delay. There is no hope to deny any of my creeps and manipulate the number of creeps. So I have to come back to this camp to kill it again, or only do a half pull. That can work, but the downside is 2 full pulls, in theory, get me 120 gold if I get every last hit here. 2 half pulls get me 60 gold because it's the same camp every time. I am only getting the one camp. So I lose out in that sense. But each half pull was probably more likely to work out than each full pull, which we've seen has required moving parts of like, what is the carry doing? What are they doing? How are the creeps going? Am I killing this camp? Am I killing my creeps? Right? There's a whole bunch of adjustment to be done, and it can be done once you know how to do it and what you're doing, but it requires the adjustment. So I would say that's like the pros and cons of the full pull versus half pull. The half pull is idiot proof, but less benefit to you, and you have to go back a second time to the camp. The full pull is a one and done with some management potentially, but I need more people to know what's happening. I will benefit more though if we pull it off. That is like a very rough full pull versus half pull discussion. Does that make sense? If not, we can try to like create more scenarios and talk through it, because I think this is a good question. I didn't eat lunch. I was supposed to eat lunch in the middle of the stream. Perhaps I will. Or at this point, should I just keep going and then eat a really late meal? No, I've decided against that. Full pull, they can't come contest it. Full pull, they can come contest it, I think, is what you... Yeah. Okay. I think that was just a typo. Yeah, exactly. When you do a half pull, they also have to split up. And after a half pull, that's actually a good question. So, or a good follow-up, because I didn't mention this. When we do the full pull, and I mentioned, like, I have to manage it a little bit. Do I kill the creeps faster? Do I deny my own creeps? I have to do a little bit more management. Sometimes I don't have to, and I can come back. It depends how many creeps are in the lane. But usually you have to be here to deal stuff. The half pull, like I said, idiot proof. As soon as I do it, I can leave, and I know it will manage itself. So I can come straight back to the lane and play. And they can't ignore it, because there's still 2 creeps in the lane. So they could choose, like, oh, I come over, but we're starting to split XP, and we are together. So I have more agency at that point. 2 of us are playing the lane, and it's pushing in towards us, so we don't even have much pressure to do anything. But if we want to, we can. They have to deal with it. They're like, oh, I have to fix equilibrium, and I'm missing some stuff here. So they have to respond a little bit more. Can I donate for a game replay? You can. Today is focused on pulling. So if you're okay with that, that is what I would focus on. If you would prefer a different question, I might recommend waiting for a different stream. The next time we do this would be Wednesday, and either... No, I don't think I'm going to have time to do the warding video before Wednesday. So Wednesday, we can do general reviews. How about that? I won't limit it to a single topic. We'll just do whatever. Whatever you guys have questions for, we'll do it in Wednesday. Whereas today, we're trying to stay focused towards pulling related questions. But otherwise, yes. Thank you. And it's usually is like $5. Or bits or whatever you want to do. I'm not really that strict on it. But you can just join for free and then see if you get it. That's fine too. Prime sub, Mr. Willie Arms. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you for tuning in, supporting the channel. Okay, I think that has at least covered the second round of half pull questions. These are great questions, guys. Daedalus Vic has a question, or like a replay related. I don't actually see a match ID with that, Daedalus Vic. Can you add in the match ID and we can take a look at yours? Because you are asking about the potential ability of, like, our half pull is going to help solve my problem. Excited for team fighting tips? If you want, we did, one of the recent topics was mid to late game, mid and late game related. Now that I reflect on it, I actually think a lot of those were more focused on map reading and identifying good fights. I don't know if we did as much actual team fight breakdown. So that is a good question, or like a good topic. We can maybe make that another dedicated... I should write these down so I don't forget possible topics. Replay topics. Oops. Didn't mean to send that yet. So I have awarding focus day. I'm going to make a video on that first, and then we'll do a replay day for that. So that'll be down the line. I think it'll be after... Ricky and I are going to cast some stuff coming up, and I think I will use that time to, like, see if the pros have done any, like, if there's any cool new wards I've missed. I know there's some stuff going on right now. I haven't had a chance to dig into it, and I will be paid to do it later on. So I'm gonna do it after that, and then we'll do a warding related stream. Team fight is a good question, and maybe related to that, though I think it'll overlap, but potentially Roshan high ground pushes. Tormentor? Are we going to have enough replay examples of people? Do we have enough between everyone to bring in Tormentor examples? I don't know. We'll be able to do that one. Any other good topics that we haven't covered? We've done laning. We've done early game, mid game, late game. Today is pulling. I think there was one other topic that I forget about, but... Is Naga trash now since the illusions nerf? I actually think she's looking better. I think she's looking better than ever. More and more people are playing her as a carry again. A lot of items got nerfed that were good against illusions. I wasn't 100% sure if that was going to be enough, but I've been seeing a lot more people try the illusion heroes. And I suppose now that all the qualifiers are starting up in earnest, I haven't really been following them, so I'm sure the data is starting to come out already. But we will now officially see if the pros think like the illusions are back and if it's worth it. How to end game without throwing when you have a lead, something like this. Yeah, I think that one's a little bit related to the... One, the late game one we did, and then two, the video, the late game flowchart. I think the Roshan and high ground topics will cover ending the game without throwing. But maybe we could do another ending the game. I'll add it to the list, because why not? Because technically, if we just do Roche fights, maybe we're just looking at Roche and not really looking beyond. Ending the game can be a whole bigger picture. Plus, we'll revisit topics, right? Like, otherwise, we'll do it all and then be like, well, that's it, guys. We're done with coaching. Thank you for watching. I'm ending the channel. We're going to revisit topics anyway, so we can just title them differently as well to bait people. You know, they don't click the late game video, but they'll click the ending without throwing video. It's good. This is good. Itemization. Yeah, that can be another one. I've debated if drafting is worth it. We do have some people who actively play in the like amateur leagues and battle cups and stuff, so it could be kind of fun. I'll add it to the list just in case, but I know most people don't. It could also be like, well, the problem is this is mostly a support channel, right? So a lot of us just don't get to think about it. At most, you see one other hero and then you act on that. It could be useful for core discussion, like, hey, with these supports, you should think about these cores and whatever, or like, hey, your team is lacking this, think about picking this. You know, maybe it is true it's impactful, but I kind of might miss the audience on this one. It can be lower priority. We can add it to the list, but maybe won't get to it. Ending the game can feel very different to hero dependent. That is sort of true, which is why I would recommend like the flowchart video, which tried to cover those bases. At the same time, there are some overarching guiding principles that carry over between different drafts. And I feel like these replay days are for those people. You know, like if you want the 10-minute quick videos that keep it really overlapping topics and keep it shallow, then those are out there. But I think when you do want to get into the nitty gritty, it has to be long form and like really long form. Like here, not a 1 hour video. Like here we are streaming, looking at polls for like 6 hours, whatever, right? So for those, like for you guys who show up to that, I think this is us. This is our people of like, yeah, I want to see like all the unique different team fight drafts and the discussion on that. So it might be fine, the fact that it's so different between different games. I believe I opened this and then mentally checked out, but I believe this is a dataless fix game, right? Copy and paste of the right thing. Yes. Okay. Which doctor? Double bullfrog. I think that's a great idea. I have a upcoming video planned around that idea of like, I have been on the same drafting screen for a long time, and really I just pick from here nowadays. This was an old one I had made when you would still like ban heroes and all that. And now I don't even play a lot of this stuff. I just like, I am constantly trying new things to make videos and then moving on. So I don't even use it. And I wouldn't even use this one either, to be real. But I think making something like this could be good, where it's like, here's my blind pick heroes. If, you know, whatever meta hero at a given phase, like, oh, Dawnbreaker for a while, you know, oh, Dawnbreaker's still in the pool, then I'm going to pick Silencer. Like, oh, I see some of these picks coming up, you know, I want to pick Rubik. Something like this to help you. Really, you're going to pick from here most of the time, but then you're going to follow your like slight flow chart to make it a little easier to refine. And give yourself like a little bit higher odds of winning in a given game. All right, let's open this one. No ban set? Nah. There's some stuff that's annoying. Like, for example, I have been running into a lot of Ancient Apparition while playing Largo, so I could ban it. At the same time, getting to practice that and then learning how to deal with that matchup is useful to me, and then I can share it. For example, if some Largo player comes in, it's like, what do I do versus anti-heal? I just ban it. I don't know. You know, like it's not as helpful. Even though it's true, I would probably say like, yeah, ban it. It's a very annoying thing to deal with. But if I can give more direct feedback, then it's useful. You know, Clinks is kind of busted right now. I would say ban Clinks if you don't like it. I want to play versus Clinks, so I can tell you guys, here's how you can deal with it with all these Clinkses. No one in NA's freaking playing Clinks. I have not seen one this entire time he's been busted. No one wants to play Clinks. And I've been playing Largo. Otherwise, I would have tried position 4 Clinks, but I don't even think that's that good. I just want to do it. But that's why it's not banned, so that I can actually address the heroes. Okay, actually focusing. So for this, lane went poorly, then kind of well, but the pull seemed inconsistent in both cases. Ignore my clock mistake at 6:14. I got excited and thought it was closer to 7 minutes than it was. Okay, no worries. Let's see. By the way, at these bounty fights is a great time. If it's tough mechanically to do in the middle of the fight, it's okay. But as things break down, don't forget you can click through the top bar. So for example, this Hoodwink and this Crystal Maiden, oh, do they have, oh damn, this hook. Do they have sentries? Do they have whatever? I don't know. So then you click through and say, okay, she's got 1, Hoodwink, oh, none. And if you can do the math to calculate, like, should she have had 1? In this case, this is 200 gold, this is 300 gold. So she has 100 gold that perhaps she had spent on a sentry. I think she had a blood grenade earlier, so maybe it's 1 more. And so maybe she had it, maybe she blocked a camp before going in to these fights. Don't know for sure, but that is a good habit to pick up at the start here. And then what are we doing here? You're walking through the lane to Sven. What in the world? Sven mid? And then Bristle was just chilling with you for a bit. So you should definitely TP right away. Ignore, this is separate from the pulling, but notice Ursa is just freely laning down here, and he's it up. I would lose my shit if I was supporting him. Not actually, but I die inside a little. He better fix this. He better start denying and fix this. My God, if he pushes in an empty lane, I will lose my spirit. But you should TP in here and then help manage this. God, Ursa! 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 What have you done? Why are there any creeps here? There was no one in your lane! Oh my. The range creep will be killed. This is kind of what I've been talking about. If the range creep gets focused before the next set shows up, but you do see, with the help of Ursa as well, right? It is pushing a little bit. If the other support gets here, they can maybe fix it as enough damage happens. You just attack the creeps and they could fix it to come back. But if you do the same thing as the Witch Doctor, as who is our offlaner? Bristleback, he's finally getting here. If you attack your creeps as they get low, you will bring it in this way, guaranteed. Like right now, I believe this one should be below half. Yep, just barely. So you just throw a couple auto attacks. Even if you can't actually get the last hit, that's fine. You're getting it killed sooner, so it becomes a 4-on-3, 4-on-2, 3-on-2, whatever. It will push towards you. We don't even have to think about pulling. Which, you and Bristleback versus Ursa Crystal Maiden. I got distracted by the earlier level 1 stuff, so I wasn't even thinking about this. This is a pretty scary combo, the Bristle and the Crystal Maiden. Or sorry, the Ursa and Crystal Maiden. So let's say you had a weaker offlaner. I would say it's okay to just block this camp right off the bat. And if you have the money for a second sentry to unblock this preemptively, you could do it. And that way, when you have an Ursa who does not shove the lane right away off the bat and you have to earn equilibrium, then you have done your most to get this from the camps. Could do some of those early body blocking tricks as well, but that's a separate topic. If you only have 1 sentry, I'd say that's okay. I would prioritize blocking theirs. But if you really want to push it, you can hold it, play the lane a little, see how things go. Can I body block? Do I save it for this one? This is where if you check her items, it could also help inform your decisions. She has 2 sentries. I bought 1. If I place mine first, she's going to place 1 and beat me. And now I need 2 sentries. I need 1 sentry to kill her first sentry. And then she's going to use her second sentry to kill my second sentry. Then I need a 3rd sentry to kill that second sentry. But if I wait on the sentry, she may place 1 first. And then my first sentry breaks her first sentry. And then I only need a 2nd sentry to deal with her 2nd sentry. Ignoring like, oh, I actually killed both because I stunned her or whatever, right? Sure. But you can do some mind games around that. And if you are in that situation, 1 sentry versus 2, you may want to try to body block rather than sentry block. So anyways, we are getting equilibrium. You're doing some denies. Fantastic. So we're feeling pretty good here. So your job right now, please, Bristleback, do not balance it out for Ursa. But this should be pushing into us. I am pretty happy. Because of the level 1 stuff, we didn't get a chance to block this early, so I know this camp is up. And in fact, this camp should be up as well, unless Crystal Maiden managed to do it earlier. So now, when do they pull? It's coming up, right? So right about now, you actually want to start walking over and make sure they aren't pulling. Now, if Crystal Maiden is showing in the lane, good to go. You don't have to worry about it. You could, if you want to be real safe and you see her in this area, you might want to position over here in case you do see her, oh shit, the pull, run over, try to use a spell to get it over. If you're already here, you might be able to make it in time and stop. If you're over here and Crystal Maiden's here and you see her start to go over, then you go, oh, I'm late. You're too slow to get there. That changes a little bit if you're really scared of them. Like Clockwork, you're scared of getting close to, and you're like a really weak support. You maybe don't want to be engaging them over here, but I'd say you and Crystal Maiden, both level 1, should be okay. But mainly, as long as no pulls happen, this is good, right? It's coming here. Even if you step over here and Crystal Maiden and Ursa stay here, let's say you're blocking the camp. Let's say the timing was earlier. I'm body blocking this right now. It's 1v2. Bristleback is losing a creep or 2, and he's getting mad at Witch Doctor. That's a dumb Bristleback, because even though he is missing a couple last hits, the lane is pushing. So you give up a couple last hits now so that you can lane here for the next 2 to 3 minutes and get way more guaranteed money because we are in a good spot, as opposed to having to duke it out over here next to their tower versus Ursa Crystal Maiden. That's really scary. So it's short-term sacrifice, knowing that it's pushing up, then we're good. If it's not pushing up and we're doing that sacrifice, that's where it's a little iffier, but that's not the situation right now, so let's not worry about it. I need to refill my water. We're running out. See, even here, right? Let's pretend Witch Doctor was not here for whatever reason. Let's say he was like doing that body block. He's still coming back to lane. Uh-oh, I'm Bristleback. I'm going to miss these 2 last hits. This is not the creep wave. The one that it's supposed to meet is here, right? So you play it carefully. You lose those 2 creeps. What's the state of the lane? 4 versus 3. It continues to push up. And it was actually pretty close to being a much more severe push. If this range creep had been a little further back with a little bit more manipulation, this way, that way, whatever, right? It's pushing even harder. So I'm giving up these short-term creeps, knowing it's going to come back here. And I, as an offlaner, I just can't get too low because then they could dive and kill me here. So I'm just chilling, staying full health. And then I will get to farm when it comes up here. Whether or not Witch Doctor joins. Maybe Witch Doctor's griefing me. Maybe Witch Doctor's like over here jungling. Doesn't matter. This will make its way forward. Now, because he's griefing me, perhaps the Crystal Maiden will do pulls that I can't contest and then I'll have problems. But at least for the short term, I will get some money coming up here. And I shouldn't die now because it's going to be here soon. Get her! Get her! We may die for that. I am open to the heals. I would personally still go Maledict and Paralyzing Cask. I know people have been talking about shared tango change. You can be healer. And I do think that's true. I do think that's a legit way to play Witch Doctor, which is why I'm saying I think it's fine. I also think for a lot of pub games, though, people are going to goof and you have more snowball potential with the other build. But that's just my personal preference. Okay, we're pulling. Should we be? Take a quick look. Let's see. We have like 3 versus 2, but both of these are about to die, so it's 2 versus 1. We don't have to pull here, but we could. I believe Bristle needs to bring, one of you, actually, it doesn't have to be Bristle. One of you needs to bring not just these creeps, but the next creep wave that's like somewhere over here. Actually, it's like right here. You will need to bring it into this pull. Otherwise, you are going to let them farm a hard camp for free. And if you don't think you can contest this, and you're not brave enough to bring the creep wave in, you probably shouldn't do this pull. Or if you're feeling possible, like I can do a half pull, you could do that. Let's see how this works out though. So here's the full pull. So this lane was mildly pushing forward. Now it's going to be extremely pushing forward. So here is where I believe you should bring this wave into this pull. We don't. So now what's going to happen, there are 6 creeps here. 4 here, dying to the hard camp. Am I denying anything from the enemy right now? No, nothing has actually died yet. And they're all within XP range because we were just laning here. So they're actually all in XP range. And as they piece it together and they go, where are the creeps? They're going to realize a pull has happened. They're going to come over. They might miss one. And fortunately, it's the banner creep, so the best one for them to miss. But they won't have missed any XP. In fact, they're getting more than they would have otherwise because this creep's dying. And then gold-wise, if they manage to get this one, or at least the hard creep, the biggest one, they are gaining gold. So that's why it comes back to the question. We are splitting XP, so that part's fine. But what about gold? Are we losing too much gold? Can I contest? If you had more mana, I would definitely feel good about contesting. I actually think you have some on the way. I forget what you bought. Bristle Witch Doctor are usually strong enough to fight over this. Crystal Maiden Ursa, also a very scary pairing. There's a very strong lane. And in these strong lanes, I recommend you up front a bunch of consumables. Mangoes, salves. I don't think you need the Ring of Protection, by the way. I don't think if you're rushing Urn, then we can, that's separate, but you should get the Circlet first. In these very strong lanes, it's super volatile. Whoever wins the first fight usually wins the rest of the time. So get the salves, get the mangoes, make sure you win the early fights, and then heal up and keep winning. Okay, Bristleback might grief you. He might just run under the tower. At that point, we're just giving money and no equilibrium. Bristleback may have to tank 6 creeps out here. He's going to pay a health cost to now establish an equilibrium advantage. If he does that, you will be good in the long term. You're probably going to lose the Lotus because it's 230, and you're going to have a huge creep wave here. But it could free you to stack at 3 minutes here instead. So we're playing the long con, giving them upfront money, long-term equilibrium here, and long-term stack clearing later down the line. Bristleback, okay, so he tried to connect it in, but he didn't get all the waves. So this is just an execution thing. He had the right idea. Well, I think it's the right idea, but he missed this. This is really common to happen. So whether you're a support, offlane, carry, whatever, keep an eye for this. If you're the safe lane, you want this to happen. Because now you're faced under the pressure of like, oh shit, we did the pull, I'm missing gold, right? So you have to run back here, which then gives this over to the safe lane. So you have to make sure you catch this wave. The safe lane, notice you'd be pulling 6 creeps in. And once you do it, you're good. But in the midst of doing that, there are 6 creeps chasing you, potentially through a tree line where you can get body blocked. So if it is a good matchup for you as the safe lane, that's actually a great time to take the fight if you have the resources to do it while they're bringing the 6 creeps over. That's the danger of this kind of pull. One of you should go back. One of you should stay here. I'd say you have the better nuke if you took Paralyzing Cask. Now neither of you actually really has a nuke, so none of you are really the best. Okay, so kind of fought over this. They end up with it, I believe. They kill you. The kill could have maybe not happened if we were more careful and definitely give it to them. So that's where we're seeing the downsides. Gave them this hard camp. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait, let me... Thank you so much for the donation. I will take a look at that one next. We have the match ID now. Okay, thank you so much. What are they just saying? Oh, okay. Short term lost. Short term gave them this camp. Long term, what was a slight push is now a much heavier push, except for the fact that we lost some creeps and things got messy, so now it's here. It's not supposed to be here. We were supposed to keep the wave out and keep it here. But actually, we have these 3 creeps. We can fix this. So if you now bring this creep wave back into here, you have to be patient again, but it's 7 creeps versus 4. These are low, but they're coming in from a weird angle. At the same time, we have to be careful. We might miss more, which is why not losing these earlier creeps was a really big deal. But it is still doable. You reconnect it, it'll push back in, and then we're here for a while. If Bristleback just clears all of it, then the pull was bad. Because now, all I really did was give them the hard camp. We all got XP. They got gold. We all farmed the same lane creeps. And the lane equilibrium is here. So pulls are always about like who's getting money or denying money, and then where's equilibrium. If equilibrium ends up here because the offlaner clears out, then alas, I am very sad. And now he's dying. No! Disaster. I don't understand how def aggro to ally range helps equilibrium since it's always the same for enemy. Oh, the defensive aggro where like the melee creeps split. So if you just do it where they both split and they both die, that can be bad. Or not bad, but like kind of neutral where, okay, I have 3 melee creeps and they have 3 melee creeps. The pros and cons of that play. Equilibrium is supposed to be here. So if I drag 3 melee creeps up here and they chase after me, I'm now in better equilibrium. Okay, so they hold equilibrium here, or the 3 creeps, I bring my 3 creeps meet the next wave, their 3 creeps meet the next wave. We're all farming and denying from each other, which might be better for me as the offlane, because I was in a worse spot here. I was having a harder time, especially if I was a worse matchup. So the offlane, or I'll take that back. Whoever is in worse equilibrium, so the offlane when it's here, or the safe lane when it's up here, tends to benefit more from that trick, and then the weaker matchup tends to benefit from that trick. But you can time it well, and I can't really just create this situation out of the blue, but creeps meet differently, different stuff happens. If you time it well, and you do that trick where either you can secure the range creep because you have a long range nuke, and then you deny their creep or your creep because you're nearby. That could be one way to get ahead with that trick. If you pull the creeps away right before they drop one of the creeps below deny range. Oh God, we're getting really messy here without a visual example. Okay, long story short, you can manipulate equilibrium at the right time where you use that trick and get everything. It is very hard to show without a visual example because we're just talking about a bunch of theoretical creeps in our mind, and like some are getting high and some are getting low. It's really hard. And honestly, I'm not that good at it because I am not a core player. I'm not usually the one doing this trick. But you time it where the creeps you want killed off are dropping below 50, and then you draw the equilibrium, or sorry, you draw the aggro so the creeps stop hitting each other for other creeps and they stay above 50. So ideally, you can now deny things and the enemy can't. That is another way to use that trick. That is very hard to explain without seeing a visual, so maybe it'll come up later and we can use it. Okay, let's go backwards a little bit because I see a very similar hard pull. Let's look at this. Okay, so Ursa brought this in off of a small pull from happening. Depending how many small creeps are here, this may actually be pushing. We've seen that many a time. It looks like this time the creeps were dealt with. The neutral creeps killed the lane creeps. So as this creep wave dies, this wave, let's do free cam. This wave and this wave are supposed to meet here. And only if they get interrupted will that be changed. Ursa, this is one of those moments where if Ursa keeps pulling it back, it actually will delay this creep wave, which will then bring the next one in their tower, and then it'll shove out. That's bad. So that's why Ursa should keep these creeps on this side of the tower, and they hopefully die before this creep wave gets here, or he runs them back out and then back in outside the tower so that there's no delay at all here. That's what Ursa is supposed to do right now, or the safe lane in general, right? Like Ursa or Crystal Maiden, who cares? That is what they should do to maintain equilibrium. Your hard pull, we're in that same situation. I'm going to have to give up short-term gold if I can't fight this, but get long-term equilibrium. Except last time we messed it up because some of the creeps went under tower, so we just lost. But this time, you know, if we make sure we catch all the creeps, we can do it. Short-term loss, long-term gain. To minimize the short-term loss, as you do this pull, try to kill the centaur as quickly as you can. Because let me paint you a different picture. The creeps are supposed to meet here, but we fissure block. These creeps don't take any damage, but what happens? These creeps just walk forward, and then you end up meeting them like somewhere in this area, right? So it's still a 4-on-4, but instead of meeting here, it's meeting here. Sometimes the hard camp is low from earlier, and it's like, oh, well, what's the point? I'm not going to deny any creeps. It's a time delay, right? We take out this big centaur and this little centaur. I pull one little centaur that's damaged because I hit it. I drag it in. Maybe they even kill it here, but they sit here for 3 seconds, which goes from here to here. If they chase it to the camp, kill it, and then walk back out and move here, we go from here to up to here. So if we do this pull and we start killing the centaur camp, that can be fine. It depends a little bit on exactly what's happening, but we are using it just as a time delay tactic, not to deny creeps. I'm just moving the line of scrimmage from here to here. Can you sum up? I'm lost. Which part's lost? The part I just explained, or the earlier melee range creep split? That one I definitely understand if people got lost. This time we did a lot better. So let's finish explaining this one though before we sidetrack. This time we are reconnecting the wave in. We didn't lose any creeps. What's the situation? We're here to fight over the biggest centaur. Actually, it just got killed. But in theory, we're here to fight over it. In this case, Ursa got it, but you can see how maybe we could have gotten it. Our creeps fought this hard camp longer and are now being flanked by the Radiant creeps. So our creeps are going to die, and we're going to end up with bonus Radiant creeps that we will now hang around here. Even if we happen to lose them and they walk back here, these creeps, supposed to meet here. 4-4. Ours are dead. However many of theirs live is all in my favor. 1 creep, 2 creeps, 3 creeps, all helps me. Now, if we get into a huge fight, this is where things get messy. Let's see what happens. If you guys didn't fight, it would favor you over time. Bristleback is unfortunately using a lot of quill sprays. And also notice, we didn't kill it. We didn't deal with this fast enough to come back here. And these guys are walking by. Whereas if we kill this a little faster, our creeps get killed off. It's just this like one melee creep screwing you guys over. You need these guys dead to keep these here. One way you can orchestrate this is actually to draw aggro intentionally and drag, because they're here, so these guys are just walking by. If you can get at least 1 creep to move over here, then these guys will wait here, they'll finish this up, it'll reconnect, you'll be in a good spot. So you're really close to getting good equilibrium here, except Bristleback is doing the quill sprays, and then he killed the 1 creep that might draw these guys over and get you some help. So we end up with another hard pull passing where we are here. Oh, interesting development going on here, actually. But pretend it's supposed to be back here, even, so I didn't get equilibrium, and then we fought over this. Everyone is getting XP, so you're going to be a higher level game than if no one was doing pulls. You're even, because we're all getting it, but we're just all higher level. Sometimes that benefits one lane more than the other, depending who scales better. And then in terms of gold, so far it keeps being Ursa, so that's not as nice. Ursa has screwed himself over again. He has drawn these creeps away, he is damaging them, and this range creep is going to die. They have to do emergency creep aggro here to get these creeps off of the range creep and onto this. But you can't really do that because it's It's their own creeps. It's really weird. So you are good. You have equilibrium right now. Not literally right now, short term. Long term, it is 4 versus 2, range creeps out. Pull camps, gone. Free. Witch Doctor is free. He can now leave to go stack. Double stack, rotate, twin gate, whatever. Because if everyone leaves the lane, like all of us leave, they do their damnedest to manipulate equilibrium. They can't. This will push forward. It may push 4 creeps. It may push 2 creeps. Creeps are coming forward. And then, even on your own, I'm being griefed by my support. My off lane's a feeder. Whoever's sitting on their own can wait here. Creeps will come here. And then you will maintain equilibrium here. At least until 5 minutes when stuff then respawns, and then they might do pulls. So, with 2 of us working together, Bristleback would manage and absorb XP. Witch Doctor would make sure the pulls don't happen. Oh, I blocked this camp. Fantastic. So, then I could also weigh this. Oh, well, what if we let them have a pull camp so they can do a pull to fix equilibrium? Is that worth a double stack in the triangle? I would say so for where you guys are at. We're getting to the point where people could start doing these stacks, like a Bristleback. Well, maybe not quite yet. It would have to take longer. But we're getting to the point where maintaining equilibrium one way or the other is not as important. Still kind of is, depending on your rank. So if you didn't want to do the double stack, you just wanted to like, I really want to make sure this doesn't spawn, and so we stay here, that's fine with me. I don't know this song, Pazmatty. That's so funny. I'm gonna have to look it up later. Uh-oh. Oh, barely living. She's paying off. Nice. All part of the plan. Huge mega brain. Okay, but let's actually go back. Here, let's pretend that wasn't... Perhaps that was an accident. Let's pretend, shall we? Do I need to do anything here as the Witch Doctor? Thinking about equilibrium, right? 2 range creeps, that's the big indicator. More range creeps than we have. If we both had 2, right, it would balance out. So it's gonna push. Plus we then have more, or they have more melee creeps than we do. So this is pushing. So even if we do nothing, it's coming into a good spot. Who is pressured to make something happen? They are. They should be the ones who are like, shit, if we don't do anything, equilibrium is going to be up here. Do I have a pull camp to work with? Like, what do I have? So that's what we do. We just make sure we move over here and make sure she can't do this hard camp pull, because I know she can't do a small camp pull because I blocked that one. If you got a really good opportunity to fight, I guess you could, but we are down a level, right? Ursa is level 4. Crystal Maiden's actually pretty close to 4 because more of our creeps are dying than theirs, so they're going to have an XP advantage. And you don't always know when they're exactly about to hit a level, but you should have a rough feeling. So we're getting close to that point, so we actually just want to chill here. And you're like moving forward, that's where it's oops. All right, I'm trying to do too much. I'm actually very happy with what I have right now. So I shouldn't feel the need to like, I gotta go find what they're doing. I gotta harass, I gotta do this stuff. Yeah. If I literally AFK'd, I'd be okay. I'll try to find something to do, you know, hit your own creeps, do a little bit of safe harassing, stop the pull like we talked about. Like, it's very passive. It's as active as it needs to be, but it's not like, let's start a fight active, which this was more of a mistake than like intentionally doing, that then worked out. But I think you should get what I'm saying. Oh, thank you, John and Hashim. Hopefully I'm not butchering that pronunciation. I'm sure I am. Hashim, maybe that's better. Thank you so much for finding the channel and deciding to drop by the stream. Hope it continues to be useful. We are focusing on polling today, kind of hyper-fixated on this topic for the replays, but we usually bounce between different topics. You can kind of see it in the VODs. The coaching streams lately have had a dedicated topic for the day. Wait, I should see this one. Do we need to do this pull? Yeah, we could do it. Same deal we've talked about. It would have met here. You could pull it back if you clear it fast enough. Short-term loss, long-term game. Unless you can, if you can fight it, then it's no short-term loss. Like you're just getting equilibrium and then you're fighting for it. This one is not necessary. So this is why you always got to keep checking your like as you do the pull, player perspective. Where are you? Yeah, right. As you hit this, you're kind of doing it. It's just like, it's just out of sight, right? Okay, so I need to walk a certain angle. You're actually going at a bit steep of an angle. If you just went across, it'd be okay. So we click once, move down. Oh, I don't need to do this. Press stop, right? You stop yourself in the trees, turn around, give up on it. Because right now, 3 creeps versus 1, it's pushing forward. 4 creeps here. The other 4 are somewhere in this area right now. So I'm actually good to go. If you do this pull that you're doing, what you'll end up doing is giving XP to the enemy. Well, you maybe could fight it, but you'd have to fight it tanking 7 creeps. In the way we saw earlier. You got to tank this creep wave, and then you got to tank the next creep wave coming up. You got to catch both of them. You got to bring them over. You got to fight over it. I'm kind of glad they stopped you. Actually, 1 creep still went over. That's actually amazing for you. It worked out to be like a half pull. But because no pull happened, and maybe that 1 creep went over, made it a little better. But you see, it just came back. And then because a fight happened, we ended up killing it. So that is coming back now. This is that idea of shoving it into the tower to reset, or getting the enemy to kill it, I guess, through like, ooh, we got scared, through my abilities. Understandable. I'm not flaming. I'm just saying the result is the creep wave has died, so it's actually pushing back out. So the safe lane reestablished equilibrium from where it could have sat here by getting you to kill it or drag it under tower, whatever, right? It has now reset itself out here. Okay, I'm gonna let this one keep playing out. I see we actually have a couple people donating for the replays, which if you're new here, it's random and free. I just pick from chat, unless people donate, then I'll do it guaranteed. So we have a couple to do. To do them, I need more water. So I'm gonna let this play. You guys can give feedback. I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot to, here, I'll unmute that. need some tea as well. Okay, first, let me download this one. Got a couple kind donations for the guaranteed replays. Oops. And start this download. My friend's replay. Okay. Who is he playing here? Did you send that earlier? Maybe I missed it. I don't see it in the original message. Let me scroll up and look. He's playing Lion. Okay. I'm scrolling up trying to find it, but I may have missed it. 70 minutes still in a Treant game. Oh, we have to do that when you're done. You committed to it. I will be here waiting. All right. So Lion 5 Herald. Okay, for Herald. Well, let me do the timestamp before I start talking about it. Okay, so for Herald, what laning fundamentals can he improve on to get out of Herald trenches, and how can he make better decisions mid-game to not throw? Okay, we're going to focus more on the lane initially, which, even if today's focus wasn't on pulling, is actually what I would recommend for Herald. So your friend, I don't know if he's seen the how to get out of Herald video, but the lessons there, and there's more detail there, but the quick version here is focus on the laning stage, whether you're a core or support. So I know cores are technically the ones that go in for last hits and all that stuff. Supports, you can focus a little bit more on how to harass well in the laning stage, but also your cores are going to miss CS. They're going to mess up equilibrium. Like, you know, last game I was semi-joking, semi-serious, flaming the Ursa for pushing out the lane, and that was what? That was like a Crusader plus game. So in Herald, it's going to happen all the time. People are going to mess up equilibrium left and right, and the pulling that we can think about and we've been trying to focus on, it both does and doesn't matter. It matters in the sense, oh, my teammate just, you know, threw the lane, so I gotta bring it back with this pull. Yes, they're gonna throw it again. And also, if you don't do the pull, the enemy might just throw it back to you anyways. They will nuke the wave for no reason, and then you don't need to do the pull. They gave it back to you. So if you do less pulling in Herald and emphasize being in the lane a little bit more, I actually think that's okay. Holy shit, a smoke. I don't know if you even need to do this, but I actually replay bug, or not replay bug, but through the replays, we can see they smoked as well. What kind of Herald game is this? Everyone's smoking for the runes? Damn. Your friend got rated at 300. You don't think he's that bad. On Herald is a mixed bag. If you end up in Herald, don't even feel like you are that bad. Nowadays, Herald, there's a big range because you can't go below 1, right? So like there are some really, really bad players at that very low end. But then once you start climbing, you get a huge mixed bag of skills, players from other games coming to Dota. Dota players have played for ages and have never improved. New players. It's left and right. The skills are all over the place. So you can actually be decent, but just not good enough to fully carry your way out of Herald. So like a Herald 5, Guardian 1 could struggle to get out of Herald. So you just have to like power chamber train in Herald until you can shoot out. And then you'll actually like fly up to Guardian 5 because that gave you enough power to carry Herald and then like through Guardian. So if you find you get stuck here for a while, it can happen, and it doesn't mean like you're like atrocious at the game. You could be. There could be some atrocious people in this game, but it doesn't strictly mean like everyone is. Herald has a very, very wide range of players. Look at that, you just walk up for the smoke, it breaks, and you turn around at the high ground. Like, is that a Herald decision? I don't think so. Solo queue, right? Yeah. Sitting on your own up here when your team's over here. Could be Herald, could be an Immortal player, who knows? All right, you are hard support. We played bottom. I'm actually fine with everything they did. I would be careful of walking through here. So my first tip to you, TP in. And we'll actually see if this matters in about 10 seconds. If you start bottom, it is perfectly fine to TP top. I know you're gonna use the TP. Just be careful to not die, like right away. And then if you die after that, you'll get a new teleport. You'll be able to come up. You just have to make sure for 80 seconds you don't feed. So like the first minute, don't feed once you teleport. Usually fine, right? Especially as a ranged hero. Should be able to do something. But it means you'll be in the lane right away. So for example, we have a sentry. Could be doing the blocking if we think we have a weak lane. Could be unblocking preemptively to make sure this is available for us. Could just be here to make sure this guy doesn't grief ourselves. Just like we saw that Ursa in a much higher ranked game grief himself in an empty lane. As the support, I need to take responsibility for this guy's ability to ruin our own game. So I got to get there right away. Walking over means we'll be late, but it's also dangerous because they were here earlier and sometimes they are slow to leave and they're actually waiting for you and they'll kill you. So we get here to the lane. What has happened? Tiny, for better for worse, dragged it under. Let me see. Oh, for worse. I was thinking, oh, God, it's everything. He's blocking his own wave. He's blocking his own wave blindly. Lucked out that Ogre was also doing the same, and then draws the aggro under the tower. He doesn't want to lane here, so that's why I need to be there. I don't trust that man. I must be there. So TP in here, and you can try to fix some of this, or at least capitalize on it. Like, okay, we're shoving the lane. Well, can I at least take a really good trade here? Because we have a whole creep wave. A whole creep wave is pushing forward. But what does Ogre do? Lion, you deserve better. Allow me to nuke the creep wave for you so that we don't push too hard and get a good time. This is what I mean in Herald, right? Tiny tries to grief himself. Ogre, the gentleman, please, no. Allow me. Let us lane here as God decided. This is the right place to be. I won't take none of this. I won't allow you to give me the lane too soon. Just as a... you know, just to see. I think she tried to grief herself too. Okay, Jakiro. Okay, see? Jakiro TP's in. Look at that. ZQuixotix Watcher. I messed up my own name. ZQuixotix Watcher right here. Blocks the back three to let the first one go. He is instantly trying to improve his lane standing. PA, no, Jakiro, what are you doing? We're supposed to grief ourselves. Let me block that one a little bit. Tries to grief herself, lucks out. He's here harassing, so they can't 2v1 the PA. Instant benefit, doesn't go into the tower. Separate issue. If you're Mirana in this lane and Jakiro's not, you see how close it is to meeting here because PA tried to grief herself? You just aggro. Like Slardar, if he drew creep aggro intentionally, there's a very high chance his melee creeps would walk under the tower, and very first wave, they're now in a good spot. It's gonna come up here, they're good to go. Slardar doesn't know how to do it. Mirana can do it if she walks up and does this stuff. So these are all just like a bunch of little things that anybody could do, but we have to take power into our own hands. Like, I'm support, I'm not supposed to do it. I'm a core, I'm not supposed to do it. It doesn't matter. Just do it. Just get out of Herald. Get out of whatever trench you're in, right? We just have to do it. Do these different tricks. And the tricks are at the very first wave especially. Oops. Okay. The focus is pulling, but I will mention here real quick. So this goes back to learning how to harass well. This one's a little advanced. Think of this as a safety line. Because when you are behind your creeps and you draw aggro, the enemy creeps have to like scatter around to get to you. So you have an extra 2 seconds or so to save yourself. And you only draw aggro for about 3 seconds. So the first second or two is wasted moving around the creeps to get to you. If you pass that line and you draw aggro, they will instantly run to you and surround you. So the whole time they'll be targeting you. And at the start of the game, 3 to 4 creeps hitting you is like a third hero is in the lane attacking you. So that's what happens here. If you have stun, you can be a little bit more aggressive because they run at you like this, you stun, you back out. Since you have used the stun, you have to be extra cautious. So be a little careful. What do I do in that time? You just stand back and hit your own creeps. None of them have dropped below 50 yet. You just wait a little bit. Here's one. This creep, now below 50 health, so you would hit it. This one's a little far out. I don't feel comfortable going that far. Okay, that's cool. I just wait here. If Ogre walks up too far, we get a free auto attack in. We wait. Okay, now this one drops below 50. Okay, I'll hit that one safely, right? Whatever's in range in a safe distance. Pushed it a little too far. Need to do a full reset after that. Didn't quite do that. So we end up getting punished for it. Let me see if you have a salve on here. Oh, that's not yours. I recommend with the bounty gold, buy a salve. Anyone in Herald and Guardian, I would just do it every single game without even understanding why. And it'll probably work out more often than not. It is still a pretty good habit throughout all ranks. Like I've been doing on Largo a lot. It becomes a little bit more specific after that. After like those initial ranks, especially Herald. So like here, that was a good trade. You auto-attacked, you stunned, you auto-attacked. I'm actually going to talk about that more in a second, but to finish thoughts on you, that was good. It worked because we had Earth Spike. So here, as this starts to settle down, we reevaluate. I don't want to go too aggressive because I have used Earth Spike. So what are more cautious things I can do? The defensive stuff. Oh, it looks like we did buy one while we were dead. So if we were in the lane, defensive stuff we could do, right? Let's say we were over here. Now, as I start to chase these guys, I'm going beyond this meeting line, and I may end up running into the next creep wave coming in. If you're not paying attention to the time, that can happen a lot. Then you get stunned and slowed in there, you die. So we start to be careful. If you know where the creep wave is, then great, you could push it. But if we need that defensive option, hitting these 2 creeps would be great. And then we can think about pulls and stacks. That's what I would recommend right here, because this creep wave is supposed to fight this-ish creep wave. I think they're somewhere in here right now. So all of these creeps need to be dealt with. And because it's 4 versus 1, I don't think our creeps are going to get dealt with. We do have 2 creeps below 50, but that still leaves 2 creeps pushing forward. So I need to now manipulate the amount somehow. Can't make it. Well, you could maybe make it to this wave, actually. If they keep running away, you could maybe pull this camp in, but they probably shouldn't let you do that. So we can think about a small pull coming up here. Right, you could poke a little further there. For you guys, this is not the focus of the lane, but this looks like a good example for it, so I want to talk about it. Crystal Maiden, the reason she lost this trade so badly, she's even level 2, first of all. Base stats, 54 damage, 2 armor, about 540 health. Lion, pretty much the same, actually. If you like, look, 52 to 540, right? 54 to 540. So they are pretty much the same. She does about 150 damage with Frostbite, and it happens to be a disarm root. So this is actually a better level 1 trading spell than Earth Spike, which is 105 damage and a hard stun. Usually that would be better than a root, but her root happens to disarm. Not to confuse a new player, but it's a very unique her and Treant Protector ult. And now his Leech Seed as well. The only roots in the game that also disarm. A bind, I think it's technically called now. She should actually win this trade versus Lion. And she's level 2, so she also should have like Crystal Nova. And that's why you should get mangoes on this hero. Doesn't attack and turns away, and we have turn rate in this game. So Lion auto attacks once for free, and if he wants to keep kiting, he can keep running forward. Crystal Maiden has to turn around and attack, and if she wants to kite, turn around again and then keep running. This came up in the Circle Tech video, but I'm talking about it here because It's kind of an advanced topic, but if you learn to do this in Herald, like this is how I, as a support player, without griefing and just like farming as a support, this is how I would climb out of Herald. I would just kill people using this tech, which is why I'm trying to explain it here, even though it's not the focus. So 1 hit's not the end of the world if you mess it up, but the more it happens, the worse it is. So you did a good job. You attacked, stunned, and then attacked. So we mitigated the downtime between attacks, because you can't do more attacks in between due to the limitation of attack speed. So you should use the spells in between. This is a good trade. You're new, so I don't blame you for not like immediately identifying it. In the future, if you know it's a good trade, you should actually be chasing forward between this stuff as well. You're still in the same spot. You're standing still the whole time, but there's a little bit of movement you can do between this stuff. If you think it's a bad trade, then this is fine. You actually want to stand still and then run away. Like you're just doing something for free and then getting out. At this point, ignoring the lane over here, let's just pretend it's Lion and Crystal Maiden in a one-on-one. This is where people get scared of Lion, because he hits them, stuns them, hits them, maybe does a mana drain, and they're sitting at this, and they see Lion at full health, and they go, oh no, I'm gonna die, like, he's gonna kill me, I better run away. And because she runs away, Lion gets more free auto attacks. It's sort of happening right now, but though she did turn around and use the spell. But if she stood, auto-attacked Lion, used Frostbite, and then used an auto-attack, this would just bounce back. Like, she only frostbit Lion, and this is how much damage he did. So after someone uses their abilities is often the time to actually trade and punish. But in Herald, and in a lot of ranks, people get scared by the upfront damage, and they don't realize this is actually the time they need to fight. So if you guys are just a little trigger happy in your games, and you go into the lane and you just attack, spell, attack, that'll actually just scare most people. Like, they will just be on the back foot for the rest of the time because they never take the trade into you after you do that. So it's like a very basic principle to just be the one who strikes first, but it's very effective in Herald. It is very effective. This Crystal Maiden was twice as strong as the Lion in that situation, and she ran. Okay, a half pull's actually great. So even if Lion wasn't here dealing with this, these 2 creeps would die. These 2 creeps go forward. It is 2 versus 3. So they will be killed, and Ogre's gonna help it along. So now all we need to do is make sure this creep wave doesn't end up under the tower too long. So Tiny or Lion can be over here, and then hold this creep wave outside here. If the enemy pressures you and you have to go under tower, you can. You can also like run it around here. These are kind of advanced topics, but they would all be good. Was this intentional? You don't want to do this pull. So this is where, as you do the pull, you could still stop it, right? At any moment you could stop, back out. It's a little tough for a new player, but what you would want is to check the lane, and you would do it ahead of time as well. You'd be looking at this stuff happening. This pull, this creep wave versus this creep wave. So everything else in between is what has to be figured out, and there's only enemy creeps, which means it's pushing into us. So we are actually good. You actually want this wave to get here as fast as possible to meet outside the tower. If it ends up under the tower, that's where things are going to get messy. But outside the tower, you guys will just sit here for a long time, and no pulls will be necessary. And there's not really a fancy trick to that. You just have to kind of roughly count the number of creeps in the lane. And there are more advanced elements to it, but it's fine if that's where you start for now. If they steal your camp like this and try to drag it this way, hit this camp, and it'll be like you just did a hard pull. They'll start fighting this. Ogre will be unlikely to pull this whole creep wave off of this camp, and then that's another way to kind of fix what just happened. Ogre actually pulls it through, so now he's in a great spot. This camp, or this wave, is supposed to be fighting this creep wave. And then this is the bonus creep wave that, because we did the pull, they didn't fight these creeps. These creeps died to the tower, and I think Tiny used a bunch of spells. So all those creeps died without damaging this creep wave. So there's a full extra creep wave in the lane. We can try to do a hard pull into this to solve that. you can try to shove everything into the tower. Those are kind of your two options. Lotus would also be good to do, by the way, if you call that out to your team. We don't go for any of it. This is if you don't know the timing, 55 seconds, 56. Just run this way is pretty good. Don't run all the way. Stop like around here. Let the creep hit you. Will be the most consistent way to do it. 30 seconds or a minute, go this way. 25, 55 this way. 30 seconds, 1 minute this way. There is a timing that is like 20-ish, 21 through here, but it's really finicky. I need to double check on doing that one myself. It's not a new player, just a casual player. Oh, okay. My bad. I misunderstood that. Well, it's whatever, right? It's the same principle of climbing, I guess. Same pull. Okay, this one's a little bit more nuanced. So if we do this pull, right now, we do a quick check in the lane. How are the creeps doing? So we have creeps, 4 creeps versus 4 creeps, 2 melee, 2 range. So this is a good full pull, but we have to adjust it depending on what happens in the lane. And when these creeps all die, I need this camp to be dead. And then it turns out our creeps are actually on the tower, so they're going to die a lot faster than we thought. And then Ogre has been a little happy with the club, so he's been speeding it along throughout this game. So when you start to see that happening, you have to kill this camp. You have to attack here with the tiny and get this finished off, and then you keep checking in. 1 range creep left right now. As this range creep dies, they are going to walk here. The time to walk here is about the same. So this camp has to be dead right now. This is where it's okay sometimes to use spells. I don't usually recommend you use spells to finish camps, but if you're really trying to hit a certain timing for equilibrium and you have enough mana, you could throw out a nuke right here, for example, to kill this. But if we had just been in the lane hitting it, it could work. Another way this can work is if Tiny takes his time, he finishes this, he denies this, they're going to walk in. You just need to buy time. So if you drag this creep wave around, bring it up and down here, run it around here, if they're not stopping you, then that could be another way to fix this. If you drag it through here, that could work, but it's the most risk because this is the most common path. Hey, where are creeps? Maybe they're pulling. They walk through here. If you try to do it, you die. So you have to do this. Hell yeah. We got to make it back in time. Went a little too far. But actually, that might work out because these guys are all the way over here, so they're going to miss some of this stuff. But now we have to do it again. We have to do round 2. Walk a little closer to get all of them, and then go up and down this cliff. Go like all the way around like this. At this point, it's messy as hell. This wave, this wave. This is a bonus. These are the bonus. If you just bring this creep wave into this one, whether it's through the tower or around, I think it'll work out. But I can say that having, playing a lot. This is kind of hard to figure out on the fly as things get chaotic. You see the issue here, though. Speaking of getting out of Herald, like, what the hell is Tiny doing? He's, like, fighting with these guys when these are the last hits. So there have been last hits he has missed. Those are Lions. Even though it's not supposed to be Lion's job as a support, it's just going to happen in Herald a lot. And you just got to get these last hits. And then you got to catch the next wave as well. Right? That's one right there. Tiny would have never made it to that melee creep, but Lion was in range, so you get that one, and then you can do the mana drain on the range creep.
That was unreal.
Okay, so here we are. Equilibrium, what's it looking like? And now the spike. I think we just missed these creeps, so nice. 4 creeps, 4 creeps. The next waves are here and here. So if everything here dies, we will meet here. Unlikely that everything will die at this time without interacting, because this creep wave is already here. So you could, if this camp was open, you could consider a half pull or a full pull and then kill the camp pretty quickly. You could try for a hard camp pull into the bigger wave. We're going to have to do more adjustment there. This one's kind of hard to fix just through auto attacks, because they can already deny 2 of their creeps. For Herald, they probably will not use these tricks very often. So if you consistently use these tricks, you might fix situations you're not supposed to. For example, Lion being in the lane right now and hitting this melee creep. The benefit is when your Tiny shouldn't have done what he did, but he is very likely to do because it's a pub classic. So when you stick in the lane as the line in these kind of situations, it's a little easier to help him and take these trades. And in fact, I don't know if I should fully recommend this, but if you play the lane more and depend on hard camp pulls, that can cover your bases a little better. Small pulls are the correct thing to do, and if you were very smart about it, you can abuse it more, but your Tiny and yourself are a little bit more likely to make positioning mistakes as the game goes on and like things are moving around. So it's a little bit up to you on your own philosophy of how you want to try to like win the game, win the lane, go on. Timings for the half pull are exactly the same, but you have to stop yourself. It's really difficult to give you a time to pull because the creeps are a little random. How they bump into each other, how they like stand in the camp. It's very difficult to give you a window when the window for half pulling is already so small, so any little randomness might make you miss that window. It's much easier to do visually and know that the time is the same. We actually talked about this earlier, so if you're watching on YouTube, there will be timestamps to go back into the VOD where we actually demonstrated this. And there's an older video that is still relevant and will visually show what you need to aim for. And that would be my biggest advice for half pulling is you have to know the 500 acquisition range and 600 range of the range creeps and roughly what that looks like in the creep wave and position yourself there based on looks more than time. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about pulling for a little bit. We're gonna move on soon, but I'm gonna talk about like one more thing here to help your friend out. Okay, ignoring all the pulling, just talking about how do we harass for free and get a bunch of damage in, because that's how you can get kills in the laning stage. Lion is maybe not the greatest support to do that with, so there could be other options, but we can still do it with Lion because we're ranged here. We can do it with anybody. This is our attack range. Let me go to free, not free cam, so we don't have all this information. Okay, so I see two heroes right here. If I am looking to do free harass, which is one thing I recommend working on a lot in Herald, I want to engage in one-on-ones on melee heroes are great because they can't even hit me back. And then ranged heroes, fine to go one-on-one with depending on who is stronger, but we can also find good times to do it. Like they're busy with something, so then I hit once for free. For example, they're going for a last hit and then I hit them. If I want to do free damage in this lane, it's not the Crystal Maiden, right? She's ranged, she hits me back. I want the Ogre. So I would actually position this way, and that way I avoid Crystal Maiden, and I can focus on hitting Ogre for free. Crystal Maiden's actually half health, and if I look at her items, she has no consumables. So in this case, I actually am totally fine with running into the Crystal Maiden, just the Crystal Maiden. I do not want to run into both heroes. So as you walk this way and I don't see her, I need to be really careful. I know she was here, and now she's not here, so she's probably somewhere behind this tree, and I have a video, the circle tech aggression stuff. We are too close. She can now frostbite, all that stuff on me, give time Ogre to get close, use his spells, and then beat me to death. So here, I can't see her. I want to back away, and I can wait around here, and if she comes around the tree, that's within my attack range, and I'll hit her. If Ogre keeps moving forward, I will keep running away. And if that's the case, then I'll move this way. So like up to here was good. I have no idea what's happening here. If Crystal Maiden has moved in close, I could be in a bad spot if I'm that scared of her, right? She could jump me, Ogre can run over. I don't know what's here because I lost vision. So I want to just keep moving this way and reestablish myself on the left side. And if Crystal Maiden's somewhere over here, she will have to show herself through the creep wave, and that will give me information to work with. We walk in too close, and so then what does it look like? 2-on-1 to me. What about 2-on-1 to the Crystal Maiden? Tiny is too far. technically we can 2-on-1 the Ogre. So that could be okay, and that just depends on matchups, health, resources, cooldowns, if that's good or not. But Tiny ditched, so now it's 2v1 for us, and that's why we now lose this trade. He's not going to chase once you get up to this tower. If it was just Ogre, as soon as you're near the tower, like where you are, you can turn around. Crystal Maiden might. If she had her spells, she could kill you, so she could keep going and then cycle. So you might want to like cut this way so that we can see where the Crystal Maiden is and not get surprised by her here. She is now showing herself killing a sentry. Okay, here's my creep wave. It is pushing in, so if I didn't do anything, it would be okay. What can I do? Just kill these creeps. They're all low from that Nature's Prophet ult. Great. She walked up. I don't know where Ogre is, so I'm a little scared. At the same time, there's a Crystal Maiden pretty far forward. If we have all our spells, I would say just kill her. In fact, this is a kill. If you Earth Spike and then Tiny walks in and uses the abilities, she'll die. Even if Ogre is here, she'll die. You may take some damage for it and Tiny, but she will die right here if we throw the abilities. Tiny has to join me on that though. If it's not him, then it won't work. Okay, he joined. We got him. Now Nature's here though. Wah, wah. No, last hit, I would still recommend last hits to think about. Last hits, harassing, and denies are like top 3 things to do, core or support. Equilibrium is important as well, but honestly, if your default was, I will only ever play the lane and harass and deny, without understanding more to the game, you would do better in Herald than trying to get the right balance between I'm doing this pull, I am showing up in lane, whatever. That is the right way to play, and if you could do it the best, that would be the greatest potential impact. But realistically, you will not do that. There will be limits to it. You should stop. Yeah. The easiest for you to do and have impact would be to overplay the lane and learn how to harass and how to get denies, and then pick up the last hits that your core is missing. I cover a lot of that in the Herald video, so I don't want to repeat myself too much here. I think we'll call it there and do the next one we have to do, and we will see after that. I would like to try to fit in a couple more random replays before we stop. After this one, we'll be approaching 6 hours though, which is not that there's a strict time limit. I just get tired. We started early today because I'm trying to shift my sleep schedule earlier in preparation of some casting later. What are you playing here again? Chen. The rare Chen game. Oh yeah, and we got to do Joy K's tree game because you went out of the way to play that. We've got to do it. All right, first this Chen game though. I'm not sure if Drow would be able to get more gold or CS than I thought with the lane pulling and stuff, because I looked at the end of the game. Drow ended 10 minutes with 2.7k. Last hits 36.12. Would there have been a safer way for Drow to get more last hits and gold? Okay, great question. It could be related to pulling. Likely is, because it's like part of laning. But we can just verify that in the moment. Us and Drow. That is a decent lane. We are against... Unclear, but... I think you guys should be pretty strong as long as you don't get caught off by the fact it's like it's a weird lane and you guys underestimate them or something. I would say if you just do standard stuff, sit in the lane, harass, Drow doesn't shove the lane, you do some pulls as necessary, you'd be good to go. Everybody chilling together here. Sounds a little scary. Great, got a kill. Check him. Does he look like a support? I guess he's a core. Okay, core Clockwork. Running over here. Oh, there's a Rubik. You don't actually need this kill. Got it. We'll take that. If we go back real quick, though, at this moment is where I would consider stopping, right? Like right here, we are both mostly full health. If we back out, like maybe a second sooner and Clockwork doesn't do anything, you two are fairly healthy. Tango's tower regen will get you the rest of the way. Rubik is 200 health and has no salve. So for the next 30 seconds to a minute, Rubik can't really do anything. If he engages with you, you will out-trade him and he has to run away. Drow, same deal. Like, he has very little he can do at this point. If you lose too much health and you don't kill him, he might have something to do now. Because he has about 200 health, and then Drow ends up at 200 health. Now he can engage with the Drow, and he becomes useful. Maybe he can't engage with you, because you're still healthy, but he has something to do versus Drow, whereas before he had nothing to do. I would say at this point, it's totally okay to just back off and call it. It did end up working out. You guys got really lucky with the bouncing of the battery assault. From there, hit your own creep here. Yeah, Drow did a little bit. I don't know if that was intentional, but it was good. Bringing the hard camp, the creep out of the tower like that, and then kind of fixed here. Our equilibrium is still really good. I think we just had to make sure we blocked this camp. Either sentry from here to here, or have the neutral. I don't think you had the neutral in time. You or the neutral could maybe do it, but equilibrium's in a really good spot if we had just remembered to block this. It's still kind of okay that it spawned, because you were Chen, like you have a little bit easier time making use of it. We just need to be prepared for it. So keeping yourself and the creep more over here in a moment. Like right now, you don't need to do it because it's 107. At 115, we have to be here to know if Rubik is trying to pull. And then we stop him, and then we're good again, right? As long as equilibrium is maintaining here. This is one worry where the creeps go under tower. I was actually going to say, if you don't want to do it with your hero, you could use your creep to like stay over here so that if aggro gets drawn, they might stick to this creep and not go under tower. And then Clockwork did it. He aggroed these, and then here's where it's random a little bit if they stick to these heroes, or sometimes they go to the range creeps. And then it end up splitting. It's manageable. Kill this range creep. Good to go. Is a pull happening? Because a pull will now destroy equilibrium. So that's why earlier kind of had to be in this area. It is happening. You can maybe interrupt it. If you get here in time, you can aggro the creeps back over. I don't know if you should be killing that range creep. Drow, get over here. Drow. Okay. We mentioned this in previous replays. They do the hard pull. Short-term loss to get long-term equilibrium. Clockwork is killing random creeps, so he may not end up with equilibrium. And he's not over here to contest, so Drow is likely to be the winner in terms of getting the gold. Although he does have Fade Bolt, so you might need to run him away as this thing gets low. I hate these spots that are like hidden in the trees, by the way. I think that should be changed. I realize I say that, and like the counterplay is a sentry up here that is like impossible to deal with as the off lane. It takes so much time to get up here and deal with it. But it makes sense, like it's there. I hate these spots that are like, oh, you see it or you don't. Like it's so random when they're like next to trees like this. And it looks like it should be obvious, but it's like, no, actually you can't see it until you like stick your face in there. And like, what am I sticking my face into? It's open. Why can't I see it? Even the spots, okay, like even when there were like spots that were buried in the tree lines, I prefer that because they're buried in the tree lines. Of course they're hard to see. But when they're just like next to a tree and it's like, well, I just can't see it. It's impossible. It must be Treant Protector Ward. I don't know. I don't like that. Equilibrium's mostly standing here. If you really wanted to do a pull, you could have done a half pull right there, but you don't need to. You can keep playing the lane. Just make sure it doesn't go into the tower here. Great. So we just repeat, harass a little bit. Same deal. If this camp is up, coming up to that time, I got to get over here, make sure they don't do a pull. It's down. All right, I'm free. It's fine. Little overcommitment again, right? Up to here is great. Go for Rubik a little bit, and then you got to call it already. You got to back out. You can send your creep forward if you want. We have a great trade. Full health, mostly full health, half health, 2/3 health, right? So now we chill, we back off. Lotus, if they're too scared to contest, you've used your abilities, part of the reason we won the trade. So now we relax. If this guy had enough mana, you would have been in a real bad spot there. Full creep wave, battery assault, and power cogs. In fact, he should choose power cogs instead of battery assault there. You would have taken a lot more damage from getting trapped by the creeps. Check. Do I do this pull? Yes, it's okay. All right, sit here. Check again. Are the creeps dying that quickly? Not that quickly, so we can take our time. Oh, trying to do a connected pull. Okay, okay. I'm up for that. Yeah, farm this before they get here. We need a creep to tank this. Someone go grab this creep wave. It could be the main hero. If you weren't Chen, it would have to be someone's hero coming to get this. Chen, send a creep if you want. Other option, send a creep aggressively up here, because these creeps are worth less than these creeps. So if they farm your creeps and take damage for it, while Drow gets the actual hard camp creeps, that's a better trade. And then you're holding this creep wave out here. All right, now these creeps are at equilibrium. These creeps are the ones that are bonus, but they took enough damage. We just need to focus them down. You attack this one, this one, this one. See exactly what happens, but this should be okay. Despite having like 6 versus 4, enough creeps are low that you can handle this. Killed it. You can keep going. Okay, so almost. So actually, you see exactly the little things add up, right? There were some moments there where you weren't doing it. It mostly worked out, but this one range creep is still alive and full health. With a little bit more attacking, that range creep dies, and then equilibrium is going to be perfect right here. Now we're going to push up. It's just one range creep, so it's fine, but equilibrium is going to be like here for a little bit instead of here. It's not the end of the world, but it could have been like just a little better, just a little better. This is a micro tip, but you and the creeps are doing a lot of the same stuff. One of you can run at the heroes, one of you can do this creep stuff. That's the hard micro part. I'm not even good at it, but I'll mention it. It's technically the way you're supposed to play Chen. What did you buy? Double blood. I think you're actually supposed to just save up for either boots or I think arcane boots are a very safe pub build. You can be jungling right now. This camp. Doing this stuff is fine, and then I would run over here and jungle. This is like the Enchantress Chen play. If you don't even have time to farm this, usually you play here, come over here. You can do the warding if you want, but otherwise you like jungle this while you wait, and then you come over for the rune. You maybe can't finish the whole thing, but you could have gotten some of it. And if you don't want to be here, you want to jungle, just send one creep over. The creep will just deny it if you're not going to get it. and the rest of you can be like here farming. Yeah, I was gonna say this feels a little forced. This is the phase where you don't have to come back top if you're not needed. Okay, so what's going on top? Am I being dove? Am I being killed? It does look a little scary. So if you got worried and you wanted to show up, I would understand. At the same time, I actually think she was okay. So I would have kept holding my teleport while I walk into this camp. And I'm just going to start farming. And if she's needed, I'll TP. If she doesn't need me, I'll farm, and then I'll come back to the lane this way. You want even more farming and more passive, you can come over here. This is less farming because there's only one camp, but more aggressive potential because, you know, we could go either way. This will have more camps, but I can't go anywhere with these. I do understand that teleport because it looked a little scary, but to go back to the original point, this is the point where Drow and their carries, they want to just shove the lane and then jungle. We are no longer as concerned about balancing the wave here because I want her to farm more than that. And if she sits here that whole time, she won't. So am I needed for her to shove this lane and then jungle this stuff? I would probably make her feel a little bit more comfortable, but even if she's scared, there's like other options. We've mentioned like Drow can even do Ancients, although her build is a little slow because she did end up missing last hits. Which I don't think was fully your fault, by the way. I feel the lane was in a good enough spot that she should have a bit more last hits than this, even with the critiques we gave. You can leave an observer. You kind of have this one, which I'd be careful of. I guess you didn't fight over this camp as much, so you weren't that worried about it, but usually I am careful of this type of stuff in case sentries were in this area. I actually think something over here is pretty good and pretty safe. And then something like further in the lane could also be safer. All right, all these can be timed. She is just jungling. Hard camp stack. I'm down for that. Just nuke it. At this point, right, it's not about equilibrium, it's about the gold. So these will die to the tower and someone should last it. And then I don't want them to farm this. So like we're just killing everything. We're currently missing a creep wave though. I think your pull is fine, and then either commit and stay here, don't even worry about anything else, and you're just focusing on this. Possibly use a creep to bring the creep wave over. Okay, I think we're gonna move on in a moment, but I'm gonna see, let's see how long you stay up here. Oh shit, we're moving. Damn, nice. Okay, so I'd say at 6:30 we debated whether we had to come up or not. I understood why you came. And then after that, I think you had the freedom to leave. And then about another minute later, we do finally actually leave. Hopefully you don't come back up here and sit here too long. Because now I do think you should just be jungling or helping to pressure one of the lanes. If you could, jungling in this area could be great because diving the sniper is very scary for him. And then coming over here could create action away from the drow. And there's way more camps available here that give you the ganking path, right? Whereas we talked about here, yeah, it's aggressive and it's just the one camp. So now I have nothing to do. I don't have a play. Now I have to go walk somewhere else. So it's much nicer if you can be in here jungling if possible, and you're not too scared. So if you're having a good game, I'd say you can do this kind of stuff. If you're having a bad game or they're just scary, you're maybe more jungling in this area. Time to sit again. No way, Joy K. We're definitely taking a look at that tree game. You went out of your way to play it. Even if you played like ass, then we're gonna look at you playing like ass. No problem, Primo is happy to help out. must look at this one. I'm really, guys, I got a new keyboard so that when I cast, it's not as loud. Before I had a very clicky keyboard that I've now put to the side. I don't want to go bother grab it, but I mean, you probably heard it before. I got a much quieter one. They're, what are they? Linear switches or whatever. And they weren't exactly the ones I was going to go for, but I didn't want to buy new switches until I felt these. I think this is quiet enough. I don't think I even need to buy like even quieter ones, but maybe down the line. But I switched it from the full 100% keyboard and I broke it apart. I wanted a number pad, but I was okay having like an 80% keyboard and then a number pad like little attachment on the side. But I used to enter these replays. Left hand is like typing in the match ID here, and then my right hand would press enter where the numpad enter was. I keep trying to do it. You guys can't see it, but my hand keeps coming over and pressing nothing. And then I gotta move it over to press the regular enter key. Feels weird.
Insonorg gifted a tier 3 sub to reach L.
Tier 3, holy shit. Insonor, thank you. I think the badge has a little, I need to come up with something like that. I think if you have a more than a tier 1 sub, you actually get a little extra icon next to the badges. But I think I have it just as a default boring old star. I need to come up with something funny to put there. Thank you so much for gifting that. Threw me off when I was typing. Oh yeah,
Pre_mo_ist gifted a tier 1 sub to NS Lucas.
I'll let these
Pre_mo_ist gifted a tier 1 sub to Ormis NZ.
Wait, how's it saying it?
Pre_mo_ist gifted a tier 1 sub to Sebi. Pre_mo_ist gifted a tier 1 sub to 5i1ky. Pre_mo_ist gifted a tier 1 sub to Sluggan West.
Pre_mo. That's your next name. Thank you for gifting subs. I appreciate it. Still coaching after almost 6 hours. This is impressive. Thank you. I think it's useful. I'm trying to make this even more useful because usually we just do the streams and sometimes I cut stuff out, sometimes not. I wrote up my little Word doc with things to maybe make and I think we will, renewed pulling video in 2026, even though a lot of the concepts are the same. So I'm trying to make sure we grab the match IDs and stick them in places. I'm not being the best, I'll be honest, but I'll come back to the VOD for the ones I haven't gotten. But now it's the long streams, the coaching streams, I'm trying to make them, double the value. We also use it to do the replay streams and more consistently pull videos out of, or at least do the work in the videos, the work I do off stream anyways. Dude, you're at 60 games? Damn. It is pretty much done. I redid it because I didn't like... It was okay, but a lot of times I don't like how the guides end up. It's easier originally, but then I find examples and then it ends up not so easy. So I'd rather talk over gameplay clips. I think that is more useful, and I want to try to make myself do that more, even if we end up missing out on some other stuff. I tried to do a little middle ground this time, but that's why I had to redo it, and it took a lot longer. But it is pretty much done. There's maybe one more clip I want to... Okay, I'll tell you what. Right now, Insonore. Do you have a sick clip of Largo? We need the opening clip. I need 20 to 30 second sick-ass Largo gameplay for the hype part of the opening, right? It doesn't have to be related to anything, but I'm trying to find between my own games. I didn't really feel I had a great example in my own games, and the ones I... played before the download's gone. I wanted a cool team fight mode, something that really shows why Largo is cool, I have an okay clip. It's not that great. It's okay. If you or anyone who watching right now, if you've got a sick ass Largo clip, let me know. Send me the match ID, because I will be rendering that tonight, and then probably tomorrow the Largo guide will come out. The thumbnail's kind of ass. I maybe need to adjust the thumbnail, but I don't really have a better idea for the thumbnail. It's kind of sucks. I don't know. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, let's do this one real quick. Treant Protector. I have pattern recognition. Legend for sure. And you said you played like ass, so we're gonna take a look at that. It's still just the lane focused. Treant Protector, some unique things for him when it comes to the pulling. You hit hard. So, you can sometimes fix lanes a little better than other supports can. You do attack quite slowly, so that's a bit of a downside, but plus side, you're more likely to actually get the deny compared to a lot of other supports since you hit so hard. Other downside, though, is if you're using Leech Seed or you're trying to like use Nature's Grasp, sometimes you mess up equilibrium because you're like healing things in the area. Ooh, came to take a look. You can actually, I will say the new Nature's Guise is pretty lenient. It was maybe this lenient before and I just hadn't done it in a while. But there are times where it's like, oh, am I going to make it to this tree, you know, like up through here and all that? But you can go pretty far. So like once you get here, if you want to go invis to do the scouting, and then it's like, oh, well, what if I don't find anything here? I mean, you can still, first of all, you can make it through the twin gates without ever breaking invis. Is it worth your time at the start of the game? I don't know. But you can like really move around to these different areas. Like I'm pretty sure you can go from here to this tree. Like even though it's kind of pushing it, maybe safer would be to like this tree line to this tree line. But you can actually get pretty far with Nature's Guise. I should maybe limit test that. Been playing too much Largo, so haven't gotten to it. Oh, this is very kind of you. Downside, it was just daytime. So if they're actually watching you, they should see you place this observer. I would maybe do it later or push it further here. So pretend to walk to your lane, and when you turn around here, like drop it here. Okay, you TP over. Our Lifestealer has not griefed us quite yet. Same deal that we talked about earlier. I'm okay with this corner, but make sure you check over here in case they block that. I spoke too soon. He aggroed it. So sometimes if Axe is the one aggroing these two creeps forward and these guys are aggroing backwards, you in this situation could intentionally draw aggro to bring their creeps out with your creeps. But because Lifestealer just drew aggro, well, GG, I guess. Report him. Report. But I mentioned earlier, this is where you can maybe fix it. Like, don't worry about trading. Come over here and punch this. Well, you can choose to trade. It could be okay. But if you do want to try to fix the equilibrium, heavy hitter with the big tree trunk fist of justice. Count to 3 and draw aggro back. It's true, but as long as more than one tower shot is probably manageable. By the time you can draw the aggro out, along with 2 instances of drawing creep aggro means they're not doing damage, it's probably too late. Like, I think at that point, it would be really difficult to fix. I say that, they actually almost did have a chance to fix, but part of it was due to, like, some of what they were doing. This spins. I don't know why Axe has it. If he didn't have this, like, they would just have equilibrium, but they gave it back to you because of this spin, so I guess it's fine. To be fair, to be clear, I still agree you should still try to draw the creeps out if possible, and if safe enough to do so, to limit how hard you're pushing, but you will probably still push. Ooh, we doing the stack. Into the body block. Who is this guy? ZQuixotix watcher? Unfortunately, we're Treant Protector, so you couldn't get through that slow fast enough. You still got the block, though, which is the most important. Because the stack at 2 minutes when you already have equilibrium is the power play to win the lane harder, but it's not required if the lane is still in a good spot, right? It's like, it's just an extra. It's a luxury on top. So body blocking's actually number one. So I think it's like, you could have opted to stack this way, which is safer than trying to do this angle, but this camp would have spawned. And I prefer us having a camp, them having no camp, compared to we have a stacked camp, but they have a hard camp as well. Maybe that would be matchup dependent, though. If this guy wasn't Axe, maybe I would feel better about that. But I feel like I'm gonna stack for him. They're gonna do their own pull, and then Axe is gonna farm my stuff. If you can't harass, this creep's dropping below 50, and it might be one we can fix. Like, just attacking this stuff. And it looks okay. So in that case, it might be less about fixing and more just about getting denies. I know you played Treant just because we were talking about it. I don't know if you even wanted to play Treant, but you did it for us. I'm going to go with that story. So, thank you. But also, because of that, maybe I don't know how much building you've actually tried. I think this game, WE could be pretty good. If you thought you could get kills with the Lifestealer, I do think QW is the play, but I don't think Lifestealer is really that aggressive of a hero in the early levels, so I'd be okay just getting through the early levels and focusing on denies and maintaining equilibrium, in which case you can skip Q and just go like WE and then back for Q at level 3, and just get like a bunch of bonus regen and armor block with this E. This one's actually not bad. If you were to... Because this guy's actually missing quite a lot of health. He does have a Lotus. I guess we're kind of low. Maybe I don't feel good about this. Maybe we should have gone for him. I believe you can... I don't remember if I had a windlace when I was doing this. I'm pretty sure you can make it across here. Definitely here, but even further, maybe. But you might need a windlace or boots to do like the wider gaps. But because they're cutting all your trees, you can pretend to like walk over here, invis guys, and then like run this way and then surprise them on this side. Damn. Stacking with Treant's kind of annoying because he's so slow and your attack's slow. If it's the daytime, you can try to just walk into them to aggro. Oh, see, we're losing focus as the stream goes along. Whether we should have done this pull or not, let's take a look. He's clearing it kind of quickly because of spin. I think if you don't pull, you'll just lane a little further up, but it won't be that bad. So I'd say either no pull or half pull. Full pull, we have to kill this really quickly. And maybe if Lifestealer's with you and he has natural AoE like Luna or Sven, it's doable. For 2 single target, no AoE spells kind of guys, Nature's Grasp being very slow, I think we wouldn't have made it in time. So this is actually going to now shove the lane. Earlier, though, we did discuss the legitimacy of intentionally doing this to deal with the catapult, and I am open to that, if that was your plan. We got to be careful, though, when we do this. Usually, if this is your plan, you then just let this go. You engaging was fine. Lifestealer should have just farmed this, because this is more guaranteed money than this. Well, I guess if he thought he could get the kill, maybe it is worth it to kill Axe and lose all this. Yeah, that one's tough, though. Treant 5 is good this patch. I haven't tried it since it got the buff, or we did one game, and actually it went well, but I think there was some enemy grief in that one. I think it's okay. It could maybe use like a slight buff, but like I said, I haven't really played that much since the Living Armor. Ooh. Amazing. Write it down before I forget. Do I have the right match ID? Yes. Catapult holding wave during pull. Rare example. I wasn't sure if we were going to see one of these. Okay. God, man. Lifestealer. Every carry we've seen has messed us up with this. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Where the pulls we have talked about of like, oh, when this creep wave dies, this camp has to be dead. So we can line the timing up here. When a catapult is around to hold the wave for you, and they can't kill the catapult very quickly, the catapult doesn't kill the wave very quickly, it's just like a roadblock until you don't want it to be there anymore. So you can now do hard pulls, small pulls, whatever. They can take 10, 15, 20 seconds, and at that point, they'll walk in the lane. This thing might still be alive. If you want to manipulate it, you can walk up, aggro them intentionally at that point to bring them in together with the support and the pull timing. But more likely, while you are doing whatever pull with your wave, the next wave has stacked on the catapult. So even if you now meet here, the creeps will kill your wave, they'll go back to killing the catapult, and then they'll push at that point. So when the catapult, this kind of situation comes up, you often get a lot more freedom to do a pull, but it's a danger zone. Or not danger, but like you just can't walk up here anymore to make this work. Because once you aggro the creeps, they'll ignore the catapult forever. They'll never go back to the catapult once you aggro. So like this. They just don't care about the catapult anymore. Is he trying to hold it here? I would say you just connect it in on the Lifestealer. Am I going to be immortalized in the tubes? I think so. I don't usually show the names because I never know who wants to, but you let me know. I'll, sponsored by Joy K as the Treant Protector. Right here. If they don't have detection, you could maybe have just gone invis there. In here. And then, like, hopefully you made it over. Lifestealer can probably be left alone at this point. You just walk away and then teleport back as needed. We mentioned this earlier for Luna. People who can push the lane and farm really quickly, you can leave them alone. The other side of that is super survivable carries. Lifestealer, Juggernaut can fit that bill. Where you just leave him alone. Slark actually could as well in the right games. You just leave him alone. Boots. Very rude. I actually think right here, if you're just invis, you can do that exact same play. Just got to get used to having the invis early now. Okay, I think this is... we got the catapult example. That was... Exactly, you knew I wanted that catapult example. Thank you. Have to head off to a barbecue. Oh, nice. Nice. Enjoy the barbecue. I'll be happy to have you back on another one. I think we're doing Wednesday coming up. And then after that, I have to double check when the casting actually is. We may not. We may have some interrupted streams. Actually, it looks like the replay day should be fine. I'll verify that later. want to say maybe we could do one more, but then I'm like, is my brain even here? Am I even gonna give you guys useful feedback? The brain's kind of going at this point. I woke up a little early. I mentioned that earlier, but woke up early and now we're at the end. And I gotta finish the Largo guide. Oh wait, let me check back in. Let me check in on two things. One, anyone got a Largo clip? Anyone find one? You want to be in the intro video? Two, Wednesday topic. What should it be? Should we just do general reviews? No pressure to. I appreciate you looking. No actual pressure. You don't have to find it if if you don't want to or don't have anything. We've been doing themed replays. We could have a general day on Wednesday where we just leave it open. People can bring whatever questions they have, whether it's early, mid, late, who cares? I think general reviews are good. I don't mind. It could be good to mix it up too. Maybe we could even do like, I was fine having a bunch of streams in a row with a dedicated topic because I wanted to hit all the different things. As we've hit a lot of the major ones, maybe we could shift it where it's like one day is a general review, the other day is the focused one. You know, so like Mondays, for example. Which would I prefer? Maybe Wednesday is the general review because Monday, if I create a air quote lesson plan like we did for today, maybe I do that over the weekend and then Monday is that topic. I don't know. I'll think it through, but no, thank you. I'm almost done. It's okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll probably stop soon. I'll just go and eat after that. Everything of doing tier lists. We have some old ones. I haven't done it recently. I was just playing so much Largo. I honestly was not even touching most other supports. So I felt a little fake if I did a tier list. I wouldn't have had much personal experience. I could have drawn on the data and, you know, I do that in the past. I'm not going to pretend I like play every single hero on a tier list. But I usually do like to play some of them and then see them through playing and a lot of pro stuff, which I figured is what I would wait for this patch, where the patch came out. We had just finished the Years of Tournament, the 2025 final tournament. Qualifiers have just started up again, so we're going to get a lot more pro data on the current patch. And I think once I get a chance to look through more of that, we will do another tier list. I also have a fun tier list in mind. I gotta reach out to, I'm trying to get Slacks to do it. I think it'll be funny. Well, it'll be like another fun tier list. Got a Largo clip of licking my core into an LC duel. Is that what we're looking for? I'll take it. I don't know. I'm sure I mentioned at some point having to be careful with catchy lick. That could be perfect. Put that up. Gonna be chaos. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. All right, Wednesday we'll do general review, so you guys can bring like whatever questions you want. Largo guide, I believe I will release tomorrow. I might think about it if I want to line it up with the day I'm streaming. But maybe I'll just release it tomorrow and maybe we'll stream a little and answer questions around it. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just release it and work on other stuff. No stream. I guess we'll all find out tomorrow. I'll make that decision later tonight. But it will be finished tonight and will come out very soon. I believe he is a good hero. I will be happy to see him buffed, but I don't think he needs to be buffed. Or like the facets can potentially be the buff at this point. We'll see like what happens when he gets an actual facet. At this point, I think he is pretty solid once you know what you're doing. And we're ramping it up. Ever since I we like played a bunch of Largo games, and then I sat down to like prep the guide, so I like really thought through what I had learned. That was here. He also got buffed at that point. And ever since he got buffed and I sat and thought about Largo, this is what we've done. We've just been skyrocketing with the wins. I feel like he's being slept on. Hope Treant gets a cool facet. Me too. Also biased Treant enjoyer. Treant enjoyers unite. All right. It is time to go eat some food. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out today on the slightly early stream. Hey, Toggled Ego, what's up? Yeah, dozens of us. Treant enjoyers, unite. Treant's getting there. I do like that they gave the living armor a buff. With a facet, it could solve his remaining issues. Or you just keep buffing the numbers a little bit. I guess that'd be fine too. But I think he's like... I think you can do it at this point. It's not like so bad when he first came out. True, it's kind of fun, the living armor now compared to the old one. Where, yeah, like you said, Leech Seed before was more fun. New Leech Seed is... Well, I like binding people... And then that fun. It's like Ogre, where you have fun the first 10 minutes and then you stop having fun. You're just bloodlusting people. That's how I feel on Treant. It's like, oh yeah, Leech Seed punch, Leech Seed punch, Leech Seed punch. And then 10 minutes later, it's like, I guess I just living armor now. I just watch people in living armor and I walk around invis in the trees. Oh well, maybe the facet will fix it, right? Maybe they'll... It'd be really funny if they just brought back the same healing sapling facet. I hope they don't, because that's like admitting defeat. But it's kind of funny if they do. Just like, I don't, just give it back to him. Just, here you go. It would make him viable if they do that. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop for now. Maybe there'll be a stream tomorrow playing Largo with the Largo guide. But otherwise, we'll be back on Wednesday, and we will do general reviews. So you guys can just bring whatever games you want. We'll go over it for a bit, and yeah, just the usual from there. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you all later. Everybody have a good rest of your day. Peace out.